GAF helicopter Z9 that took off this morning at 0912 hours from Accra and heading for Obuasi is currently off the radar. All efforts are being made to establish contact. On board were 3 crew and 5 passengers. Further details to be communicated soon. And this statement or press release is signed by Captain of the Ghana Navy, Acting Director of General Public Relations, Veronica Adjo Ahin, and is issued to all media houses for publication. So this is what we have picked up. The accident or the crash happened somewhere in the Ashanti region. I'm going to invite the head or the host of the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM, Bernard Avle, to join me while we look at this particular happening. It is a developing story, and so we understand some names have popped up regarding this matter. We've received some pictures which, unfortunately, we are unable to publish. And so let me welcome Bernard. Bernard, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Nana Tufo.
It's heavy. We're unable to put out all the details yet, but what have you picked up so far?
So as you rightly said, there has been a plane that's gone off radar.
Yeah.
And the report is that there were 3 crew and 5 passengers. Now, the other thing is that we have seen some of the footage of the plane itself. And it looks like a serious crash because you can see plumes of smoke and you can see fire. That's the second fact we can say. The third fact I can tell is that the Jubilee House or the seat of government is going to do a live press conference moments from now to give us updates on this. But we are hearing disturbing reports that there were some government officials on the plane and there were 5 passengers. Now, we cannot speculate about the condition of the people on the plane, but from the way the plane crash images look, it looks very serious. So there's going to be an urgent press briefing,
an emergency press
which we will be crossing over to shortly. But from what we've seen, it happened at Adansia Krofrom. Now, the other connection we can make is that there was actually a program going on live in Obuasi near Lenkley Stadium. This is a program that was part of it's a launch of the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program, at which some officials from Accra were supposed to attend. Indeed, we were monitoring that event, and we noticed during the event that the Ashanti Regional Minister had to leave the event abruptly because of an emergency. So he actually announced to the crowd that to the people that he had to leave. Now, our Ashanti Regional correspondent was at that event, and he and the Ashanti Regional Minister are on their way to the site of the crash. So we can definitely confirm that it's a serious crash. And from what we've seen, the plane obviously got burnt. Number 3, our correspondent is yet to get to the scene
itself.
The other point is that the Armed Forces statement is basically normal protocol. So they say the plane has gone off radar, and they will have to have some technical information what they can describe in this graphic detail. We do not know the condition of the passenger, if there was any survivor because of the nature of this. They haven't issued a statement on this point. So we are waiting for confirmation on whether there were any survivors, and we're also waiting for confirmation on the exact names of the people on the aircraft. So those are the 2 points. But from the information we have, it was serious enough for both the Ashanti Regional Minister and almost all the dignitaries at the days to leave immediately. Now, Adansia Krofrom is in Adansi district, and you know that Obuasi is Adansi. You know that better than I do. So it is reasonable to infer that these people on the plane were also coming for this event. What is instructive is that this event was to have started at 9 a.m. We started getting this information about an hour ago, but with the kind of system we put in place, we cannot go out to report until we are very sure. So there is a very nervous wait for clear information about the identities of the people on the plane and also whether they or whether they are in any condition of survival or not. So that's basically what we've heard so far.
Do we know the nature of this program that was happening in Obuasi?
Yes.
That was, I mean, for which the minister left abruptly. Which program this was?
So we believe it was the Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program. The Ministry of Mines or Lands has been trying to initiate a number of activities to get people away from mining sites. They launched the Blue Water Guards and other things. So this was one of the programs which they were basically saying people need to be given skills training. And so if you ask them to leave the site, what are you going to do for them? You can understand why other ministries will be involved, because the illegal mining fight is cross-sectoral.
Yes.
So you would expect people from the Lands Ministry, people from the Environment Ministry, Interior and Security Ministries will all have to be at the event. So the Ashanti Regional Minister obviously will be there, one of the key hosts there. We know that the president was not there because there's another event in Accra where there is a launch of the National Vaccine Institute.
Yes.
Indeed, yesterday the president hosted the Africa Health Sovereignty Summit with Obasanjo, and today is like a day 2 of that. So we understand that the president is being briefed on this particular incident because it's pretty serious, after which the press will be given the full details.
Right.
But these pictures are from the site. This is the, I don't know the nature of the aircraft described in the statement you read.
A Z9 helicopter.
Military helicopter.
Military helicopter.
And the report was that it left its base
morning
at 9.
Yes.
All right. And usually by the time this statement was coming out, if it was to have landed, we would have known. And once it leaves its radar, it suggests that it has gone off course. Adansi Akrofom is, you know, Obuasi areas better than I do. How far is that from Obuasi?
No, not too far. And especially if you're doing the chopper. I don't know where exactly the chopper was to land, whether it's the Goldfields helipad or on a park in a school within Obuasi township.
So usually, do the mining companies usually do helicopters in that enclave?
Not outside of their area, as in where the company's headpad, a helipad would be, especially for medical emergencies. But if it's going to land in town, it will be a school park, a big place where students would have been evacuated, residents would have been kept at bay, so that the chopper can land and land safely without causing any emergencies.
The press conference is starting shortly. Our Kosia Ochre is our presidential correspondent, so we will be crossing over to her and her team to give us the scene at the state of the Jubilee House. But it is a pretty grim sight. Some of the footage is very distressing, and we are waiting nervously for clarity on the identities of these people on the aircraft, and also whether there were any survivors. Because of the nature of the crash that we've seen, it looks pretty grim. It looks pretty grim as well. And indeed, we need to even issue disclaimers on viewer discretion for the way the site looks. You know, is it? I don't know your general knowledge of the Obuasi area. All right. So when we talk of Adansi, is the biggest town Obuasi, or is there other big towns? That
would be Obuasi.
Obuasi is the biggest town.
Okay. And this Akrofom area is more of a heavily forested area.
Heavily forested area. Because this looks, there were lots of trees around. This is like a heavily forested.
You won't have a dense forest, but you have the greens, the trees over a very large space of land. So it's within this.
Which means that launching this Galamsey program at Obuasi makes sense. Because there's a lot of mining that goes on there.
In Obuasi.
I see. Now, I don't know whether the drive from Obuasi town to that place is that long, because when our correspondent initially put out the story about the crash, now it's 1:53 now, he put out that initial report of the crash over an hour ago. Over an hour ago. So this is something that's quite fresh. Indeed, there are a lot of things happening at the same time. There's a government series,
the accountability series,
where the Minister of Fisheries is addressing. There's also the president meeting the vaccine people, and then there's also this Galamsey event. So quite a number of things happening at the same time. Statistical Service also launching their inflation. So the thing with this is that the specific government officials on board, we have to clarify and confirm
we need to see
before we put the name out. But it is pretty grim. I need to say to you, it is pretty grim. So those are some of the shots that have come in.
And what we know so far is that this military helicopter has crashed reportedly in the Ashanti region, Adanse Akrofum district of the Ashanti region. Initial reports indicate that had some passengers on board.
5.
Yes, 5, and then the crew of 3. This incident happened earlier today, as we have espoused, about an hour or so ago. We're waiting on authorities to officially confirm and give us an official list of who the passengers on board this aircraft were and who the crew members were as well. But we can also say on authority that the presidency is preparing to address the public on the same matter. So our correspondent, Akusia Ochoe, is there. She'll be joining us pretty shortly once the presidency is ready with the information they want to put out. She'll be joining us shortly to bring us live pictures from the Jubilee House.
The Hafiz put out the alert at 12:12. 12:12. So, and it's 1:55 now. So over an hour ago, almost 2 hours ago. Was when he put this out.
And then we received the Ghana Armed Forces press release at 1:20. 1:20. So within a space of an hour,
a lot of things have changed. Yeah. And the funny thing is that the program, I think it ended abruptly because the minister had to leave. And it's quite extraordinary. If you're a journalist covering a story where there are lots of chiefs, indeed, we're covering on social this event where there are lots of chiefs and greetings going on. For the regional minister to apologize to dignitaries and actually leave a program, it tells you the gravity of what has happened. It's not a routine plane crash. So we will cross over shortly to 2 places. We'll speak to our correspondent at the Jubilee House, and then we'll also speak to our Ashanti regional correspondent, who is actually, I believe, at the scene, because they left around 12:30 to the scene to then tell us what else they can about what's gone on as well. But the news is that there has been a crash of a military helicopter with 8 people on board, 5 passengers and 3 crew, and we believe senior officials of government were on the aircraft. And we are confirming the specific details of the names and the nature of the crash, whether there were any survivors or not. But the footage we've seen suggests a very grim outlook, and we're basically putting that out whilst we pieced all the news together on Channel 1 and City FM.
One piece of that news is the statement from the Ghana Armed Forces, an official statement issued on the aircraft, and it's titled Missing Ghana Air Force Z9 Helicopter, a GAF helicopter Z9 that took off this morning at 09:12 hours from Accra and heading for Obuasi, is currently off the radar. All efforts are being made to establish contact. On board were 3 crew and 5 passengers. Further details to be communicated soon. And it's signed by Veronica Adjo Ahing, Captain. She's Acting Director General of Public Relations. So it's quite a simple statement. It follows protocol, standard procedure for the Ghana Armed Forces. But it tells you a number of things in this, if you like, 3-sentence statement. It gives you an idea of what the aircraft is, the type of aircraft, the time it took off, its destination, and of course the number of people on board this aircraft, which this statement puts at 8. 3 crew, 5 passengers. The type of aircraft is a Z9 helicopter belonging to the Ghana Armed Forces. It took off from Accra heading to Obuasi at 09:12 hours. So 9:12 a.m. this morning is when it took off from Accra heading to Obuasi. And then it tells you the number of people that were on board, totaling 8, 3 crew, 5 passengers.
And it's interesting that exactly 3 hours after takeoff was when we first heard what had happened.
Exactly.
But that does not necessarily mean that was the time it happened, because the way this works is it probably went off radar and something had happened before it got to the event at which the Ashanti Regional Minister was at, before they had to rush there. So it's very clear this happened before 12.
Right. And ordinarily a chopper from Accra will not take you 3 hours to get to Obuasi.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So we don't know the nature of the incident that led to the crash.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things we're looking out for. And also, usually when these crashes occur, there has to be, of course, confirmation of whether there were any survivors or not, and what condition the survivors are in. And what could have led to the crash. But those are secondary matters. I think now the big issue is who was on the plane and where are they. That's the main question that's concerning our minds. And we're waiting for the cue. We've been told that the Minister for Government Communication is going to address the press at the Jubilee House. The way these things work, and I need to also say this, that usually the press corps, some move with the president.
Yes.
Because there are so many assignments, and today's a heavy news day.
Exactly. The president was actually also scheduled to go to, I think, Takoradi at 2 p.m. today. That's also been cancelled from what we are picking up from the president.
Yeah, so it looks like a lot of programs have been put on hold today. The team at the Jubilee House, there's the cohort of media practitioners where the Minister for Communication gives them updates, and on that platform, it's a very serious alert that they should wait. So if you just tuned in, we're piecing together information we're getting from 3 sources. Our correspondent in Ashanti region, Hafiz Tijani, about 2 hours ago reported that a military aircraft had been involved in a crash. The military itself has confirmed that the aircraft has gone off radar, which is code for basically they don't know where the aircraft is. We've seen footage of the crash. It looks pretty terrible. And of course, the Ashanti Regional Minister's own comment at that event tells us that seriously something had happened. Now our presidential correspondent is telling us that the Minister for Government Communications is about to address the press, and we do not know really why it's taking a long time for that to come in. But clearly, for the nature, for the kind of story it is and the kind of people involved, it requires a lot of protocols before the information is accurately put out.
Well, a number of things have changed today. So there was a schedule for the president. Obviously, there's a daily routine that he will follow, a schedule that he will follow. So this morning, he was scheduled to be at Kempinski at 10 a.m. for the National Vaccine Investment Forum. Then there was the Government Accountability Series, which they run every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Today, the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture and MP for Shama, Emilia Arthur, took her turn. Then the president was scheduled to travel to Gomoa Fete for the National AG Pastors and Pastors' Wives Conference. This was scheduled to happen at the Pentecost Convention Center.
Wow.
That, we have been told by our presidential correspondent, has been cancelled.
Yeah.
They were preparing to travel with the president, but
for that event.
For that event, yes, and abruptly it was cancelled. Subsequently, she's informed us that the Minister for Government Communications, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, is preparing to address the press on this matter of the helicopter crash. So I should give you an idea of the gravity of the issue. Yeah. And based on same, a lot of protocols have to be met.
And yesterday, I was the MC moderator of the Africa Health Sovereignty Conference. The president came in the morning around 9, launched the event, and then went for other events and came back at 4:30 to close the event. I need to say there were quite a number of government officials there at the event yesterday. The health minister was there, the defense minister was there. There was even the deputy chief of staff, as well as the deputy finance minister, and quite a number of high-profile government officials were at this event as well. So it's quite a very distressing situation we're facing with this particular incident. And we've been basically getting clear confirmations from 12 minutes past 12, just to keep you properly updated on the identities of the people on board, because we do not want to distress people by putting out names that we are not sure of, and also their conditions. So please bear with us if this seems to be like a drag, but it's an important way of also managing the information. Because I mean, if we've seen the footage, and yet the armed forces statement is talking about going off radar, that should tell you that we're a bit apart in terms of how they choose to
communicates.
Exactly. Yeah. Of course, that's the code they use.
Yeah.
If so, essentially, the radar is the system that tracks the aircraft on its known or anticipated flight path.
Right.
So if it goes off radar, it suggests either a sudden descent or ascent, which is unusual. Yeah. But of course, what we've seen clearly shows that there was a crash.
There was a crash.
Yes, and it looks pretty grim based on the pictures we've seen.
Right, and we're waiting confirmation on the details of a same. One, we are interested in the names of the people on board this aircraft. We understand 5 passengers, 3 crew. We are believing it had some government officials on board. And so we're waiting for confirmation of the names of these government officials as well as the crew on board. We also need to know the location of the crash. Okay, because it's important to know whether it happened. From what we are seeing, it looks like a bush area, a forest area, from the number of trees that we are seeing in the pictures that we have so far. But do we have farms within that area where some civilians hurt as a result of the crash? We need all those details, and so please bear with us as we await confirmation on all of these before we are able to communicate same and communicate it credibly to you, our cherished viewers. But we can confirm that a military helicopter that took off from Accra this morning has crashed in the Ashanti region. Had 8 persons on board, 3 crew, 5 passengers. We await the list and confirmation of the names of these persons on board this particular
And we're also awaiting news on whether or the condition of the people on the aircraft. That's very important. That is actually very critical, because then that tells you whether some of the nature of the crash, whether some lives can be salvaged.
Right.
But typically when you see the footage we've seen, some of which we are showing, it's it's burnt, right?
It paints a very grim picture.
Yeah, it paints a very grim picture of the situation there. It's a forest area, so it's pretty, and you can see that there are people there.
Right.
In fact,
exactly what I was asking, where the location is, and whether
some other reports I've heard indicate that some farmers said they had a crash, and they went to the scene. So there are the people who took the footage obviously met people who had rushed to the scene to try and see what would happen, which in itself is quite dangerous, because when a vehicle or an aircraft crashes, there could be further explosions, but we are not really sure yet. So, but you can clearly see that the aircraft had caught into flames. We don't know whether before it landed or on impact.
On impact, yes. So we are waiting that press briefing officially from the Jubilee House to be addressed by the Minister in charge of Government Communications, Felix Kwakye Ofosu, on this particular matter. If this catches the eye of the Presidency to warrant an emergency press briefing, then it should tell you that indeed some big names are involved, for which reason the President is even minded to cancel his trip to Gomuafete and to stay back, and of course for his communications minister to go ahead and address the press on same. So please bear with us. We'll be bringing you that live feed from the Jubilee House, but we're going through the story as it develops. We're still picking up information from our correspondents and of course our contacts within the various stakeholder organizations. And so bear with us. If we appear or we seem to be dragging a bit, the information has to be communicated in a way that appeals to the sensibilities of all of us as a people. Because if indeed our government officials are involved, it's important that we know in which state they are currently, and of course what can be done about it. So please bear with us as we continue to pick up information regarding this military helicopter crash that we're being told had 8 people on board, 3 crew, 5 passengers. Crash happened somewhere in Adansia Krofom in the Ashanti region earlier today.
Yeah, and we got this information around midday. A plane that took off at 9:12 still has not been seen by the military team. And of course, this is a helicopter. And the issue with helicopters is the altitude is not as high as planes, generally speaking, and they are usually better for shorter distances, right? So that's another. I mean, I haven't really sat on a helicopter in my work, but some of my colleagues who covered the flooding in 2021 or so, they were on helicopters, and they talk about how it can be scary because usually for planes, the way it moves, it takes a bit of a time, but the helicopters,
it takes off at once.
It gains a lot of altitude very early, so it can be. It's not for the faint-hearted.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It's not for the faint-hearted. Yeah. So Akosia Otre is with the Presidency, and we're joining her shortly, and Hafiz Tijani as well, who's
regional correspondent,
regional bureau chief.
Yes.
Who had to leave an event. On mining. In fact, the Ashanti regional minister and everybody on the podium, I don't know if you have that footage, it's quite bizarre. They basically left the event abruptly upon hearing the news, and it is really grim. This is Channel 1 Television, and we're also live on CTFM. My name is Bernard Avila. I'm here with
Nana Tufo Boateng, and we're bringing you up to speed regarding this matter of a helicopter crash, which we are fearing had some government officials on board. We do not know for certain in what state they are, but it's important enough to catch the attention of the Presidency. And so, like Bernard said, we are waiting for the feed from the Jubilee House so we can all know for sure what who these persons are and what their state is. We do not or cannot speculate based on the pictures that we have seen, but it's important that we wait for official confirmation, an official statement, an official government position on this matter regarding who the government officials are and what their state is, and of course the circumstances surrounding this particular crash. The Ghana Armed Forces, you can trust them to subsequently release another statement on whether or not they've been able to locate this helicopter which belongs to them, and per their earlier statement had gone off radar. In that statement, they mentioned to us that all efforts are being made to locate the helicopter, and so we believe their men are on the ground. I must stay and add, although speculatively, that from where we are located here at Tesano, a similar helicopter had flown past about an hour ago. We heard the noise, you know when it's coming, the noise, so we all came out to see same because we had received information on an earlier crash. So we just had to step out to look up, and we saw it fly past.
What time was this?
This is about 1.
So
this is about 1 o'clock. But we cannot say where it is going to, where it is from, what its mission is, who its crew are, or who its passengers are, if any. But we can only say that we've seen one also fly past just around 1 p.m. Today. We're just waiting for that government communication on this particular matter. But I'm sure, irrespective of who these officials or passengers on this particular helicopter are, the attention of emergency services have been drawn, and so they are on their way, if not already at the crash site, but they are on their way there, and hopefully some good news.
Some background. The last time we heard in the news of any helicopter incident was around March 19, 2024, where the Ghana Armed Forces helicopter made an emergency landing at Bonsukrom, a town near Agunan Kwanta in the Hunter West municipality of the Western region. So this was the last time there was an official incident involving an aircraft. But that aircraft, according to the resident helicopter, in the 2024 incident, hovered over the area for some time in an attempt to find a suitable place for emergency landing, but lost balance and crashed into nearby trees. That aircraft was lying 20 meters from the Bonsukrom road. Now, but that incident did not result in a casualty. This was the 2024 incident. It had on board 21 passengers at the time, made up of staff of the Ghana National Gas Company and air crew, and they were conducting routine offshore power line inspection of the Atuabo gas where the incident occurred. So that was the last major incident with a a military aircraft, but it was an emergency landing.
Yeah.
And fortunately, in that instance, there was no casualty. It was 2024 March incident that occurred at Bonsukrom near Agonan Kwanta in the Hunter West of the Western region, involving some people in the oil sector. So that was March 19, 2024. March 19, 2024 was the last time any major incident with an aircraft for the military occurred in this country. Now, this one we are hearing is much more serious, and that it is feared that there were no survivors. It's much more serious than what happened in March 2024. And this one occurred in the Ashanti region. And that we also do know that this was in connection with people going to the event, the Galamsey event. If that's where they were going. We're not sure of those details, because they could have been going anywhere. It could have been anything. So those are the details we have so far.
It's quite worrying, and we can understand the anticipation, even as and the anxiety as we wait for the government communication, because from all we have pointed to so far, based on what we have picked up, definitely some big names are in there. Some government officials are in there. And so you can understand the level of anxiety and anticipation as we await the communication from the presidency on this matter. But judging from what we've seen so far and the pictures we have shown, clearly there was fire. We don't know if there was an explosion, and if this explosion happened mid-air or upon impact. But from what we are seeing, clearly the aircraft, the helicopter caught flames, went up in flames, and we don't know if it exploded, if the entire aircraft is burnt, and what the condition of its passengers or crew are, for which reason we're standing here, even as we wait for the go-ahead or the feed from the presidency to give us all the right information regarding this particular accident that we're reporting on. It's quite unfortunate. The Ghana Armed Forces has confirmed that an aircraft that took off from Accra at 9:12 a.m. today, heading for Obuasi in the Ashanti region, had gone off radar. Basically, what they're telling us is that the helicopter is missing. They also assure us that they're making efforts to locate same. Then they announced to us that it had 3 crew on board and 5 passengers, which we have tallied to give us the 8.
Yes.
And so we're hoping that the government communication will be clearer on this matter, and of course give us an idea or a list of names of the passengers and the crew as well, and what may have led to this unfortunate incident.
And it's not clear where exactly the aircraft was headed towards. And it's not also clear what caused the crash. And it's not clear the state of the people on the aircraft. So those are the information points we'll be waiting for from the Minister for Government Communication. We understand the President has had to suspend some of his activities for today because of the seriousness of this particular incident. And I mean, the Presidency media have been waiting for the Minister of Communication to address them for the past 30 minutes. So we are waiting for that particular briefing to happen in the next few moments. In the meantime, you can send us your own thoughts. Of course, the numbers will be put on the screen. If you're listening on radio, 054-998-6996 is our WhatsApp number. As we try to piece the information together here on CTFM and on Channel 1 Television.
Well, stay with us here as we gather all the information regarding this particular accident and to bring you up to speed with same. We are picking the information from our sources in bits, and we'll have to do a thorough job to piece them together to bring you the actual picture and the reality of what has happened. And so we beg of you to bear with us, indulge us, even as we do this exercise to update you and to inform you on the exact incident, who is involved, what may have happened, where did it happen, and what the unfortunate results may be or otherwise. But we are convinced that the address by the Minister in charge of Government Communications will give us some headway regarding all the questions we are raising on this matter based on the information that we are picking up. And it has to do with the military helicopter crash at Adansia Krofom in the Ashanti region early on today, which the Ghana Armed Forces has confirmed to us via a statement that had gone off radar. Had 3 crew and 5 passengers took off from Accra and was heading towards Obuasi.
Yeah.
We can also say and confirm that there was a state event in Obuasi today,
which had to be
abruptly ended because and the minister, the Ashanti regional minister who was there, announced that he had to leave due to an emergency. Our own Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani was also at this particular event, also had to leave, but upon leaving, broke to us the news of this particular crash. Information then quite scanty, and so couldn't add or couldn't flesh it up. But based on the Armed Forces statement, we have confirmation that indeed a helicopter had taken off from Accra and gone off radar. Subsequently, he's been able to assess some footage and share with us, which we are also sharing with you. And this also gives credence to the fact that indeed there's been a helicopter crash.
Another quick historical point. So the last time there was a crash, which wasn't nearly as serious as this, as I said, was 2024.
Yeah.
But in 2002, there was an Air Force helicopter which crashed near Nkoko, and that helicopter had been sent to pick up victims of a road accident in Boamah to bring them to Accra for treatment as they were in critical condition. So that happened in 2002. The helicopter went down near Nkoko, killing 4 crew members, 2 patients, and a nurse. So this is 2002. So that's about 23 years ago. And that was the last time we had a serious incident of any sort of closeness to the type of news you are hearing around this one. And the helicopter then in 2002 had been found in a village called Sechimasi near Chebi after almost 3 days of intense search. So in that particular incident, he had gotten missing and hadn't been seen. And then we were told that he had 7 casualties. This is 2002 though. In the 2024 incident in March, it was an emergency landing. And luckily, there were no serious casualties. So those are points of history to give it context.
And also based on helicopter crashes that we've picked up worldwide, especially in the US, if it's able to land, then the possibility of survival is a bit higher. But if it crashes or explodes mid-air, then the chances of survival are quite slim. And so that's why we're here at this point in time of the day, waiting on the government to give us that official communication regarding this particular matter. We're also learning that because the event in Obuasi was related to mining, it had the Lands and Natural Resources Minister scheduled to be there, whom we understand was already there. But program had not commenced. The Minister for the Ashanti region was also present. But he is the one that gave, if you like, some sort of hint to what had happened, because he did announce that he had to rush out of that event due to an emergency, which emergency was followed up by our Middle Belt Bureau Chief. And later, our Bureau Chief announced to us that this is what had happened, an accident involving a military helicopter. And so they were following up to bring us up to speed regarding the issue. So we're still waiting for the presidency to be ready.
Hafiz is telling us that he's actually in the town, but it's a hill. So he's actually ascending. Adanse, the incident, according to Hafiz, is not on a low-lying area. So he's now on his way up the hill, but he's in the town to get to the scene to give us a report. Government officials have started trooping into the press briefing, which has yet to start, but the press briefing must not. This is not just a government communication. The military team has to be there because don't forget it's their aircraft.
Right.
So the military high command has to join the press briefing before it can be put out live.
Right.
So this is where we are with the story. So there's it's a major development. It's a major development. It is a major development.
Indeed. And from what it's not looking good. If you go on social media, the Ashanti Regional Minister, whom we talk of in a few moments ago, has made a post. All he says is Black Wednesday, and he puts 3 broken hearts emojis under it. And this is someone who left an event, announced that he had to leave as a result of an emergency.
Yeah.
And subsequently makes such a post. And with all we are hearing, it's not looking good.
Yeah.
So, like we said, our correspondent has alerted us to the fact that military officials from the High Command are trooping in to the Jubilee House now, all with the aim of assisting in that press briefing.
Yeah.
And so we are waiting for that. Once they brief the communications minister on exact, and like Bernard said, it is their aircraft, it is their property, so they need to give a proper account on same before the government's communications minister can also brief the rest of us on what has actually happened. So please bear with us. We are waiting on the Jubilee House, the Presidency, to be able to give you the official communication regarding this particular matter. But Dr. Frank Amakohene, Ashanti Regional Minister, has made a suggestive post on Facebook saying Black Wednesday, and then he drops 3 broken hearts.
So basically, they fear the West. So usually, when a crash occurs like this, you would want to know how it happened and whether there's been any attempt to rescue the people or send them for treatment. So you can say that the passengers and the crew are feared dead.
Yes.
Feared dead. That's the expression we use. But we cannot confirm this until we have definite information. And we do know that the news cycle these days is quite in a hurry to put out information. But because of the sensitivity of the nature of these incidents and also the many people that the news may touch, we have to be very sure before we put out the information, which I believe is why the press conference is going to be done to make it clear. So the clarity has to come from the highest possible source. But I need to say that our Ashanti Regional correspondent is in the town of Adanse.
Akrofom.
Yes, and he's describing the ascent, so we will be crossing over to him to take what he can share with us from that place as well.
We can confirm the presence of the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, and the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman.
All in this press conference.
All in this press conference. And so we're going there now.
All right, Chief of Staff speaking.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash. Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense. Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you. Well,
there you have it. As we feared, has been confirmed by the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra. He just made that brief announcement and gave us confirmation regarding the persons on board this aircraft. Well, we'll bring you the details of these persons, but top of my head, we can single out the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, and the Minister for the Environment, Murtala Mohammed.
He's also a member of Parliament.
A member of Parliament, yes.
And then Dr. Limuna,
yes,
who is a former minister and part of the committee.
Yes.
Dr. He's called Limuna. He's a former minister of Agric in the first term of Mahama. That name was also there as well. Maybe let's hear again what Julius Debra said. I think he read a very brief test statement. So this is the Chief of Staff.
Right.
So you can see footage of the Minister for Energy, Minister for the Roads, other ministers, Finance Minister, all looking distraught at this high-level press briefing.
Yes.
I see the Minister for Works also there. So let's hear again, if we may, what the Chief of Staff just said. This is a national tragedy.
Yeah, indeed.
Flags flying half-mast, because you're talking the Minister for Defense, Minister for Environment, and other high-ranking government officials. I heard Samuel Sapong, Dr. Limuna, and co. So if they are ready to take us back to what he said, let's just hear that again.
We'll bring it back so that we can all listen to what the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, said in that brief announcement. But already it gives confirmation to what we feared earlier regarding that crash, that military helicopter crash in Adansia Krofom in the Ashanti region. Some names have been confirmed by the Chief of Staff in that short briefing, and he's directed that flags fly at half-mast. So we'll be bringing you that announcement back shortly as we continue to look at the individuals involved in this tragic accident, which the government is now describing as a national tragedy. It's also important to note that we have been receiving information regarding same about 3 hours ago.
We actually were hoping this was not true.
Really
and this also confirms the event. We do not, and the Chief of Staff did not tell us exactly where they were going. He didn't give those details.
Yeah.
But you defense and environment together, you can obviously see the event that the Ashanti Regional Minister was at as possibly part of their rounds, because these are two important ministries involved in the fight against illegal mining as well, together with the Lands Minister and of course the Regional Minister. And so the names, as we've been told, Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, who is the Minister for Defense, the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and other high-ranking government officials, whose names we are just putting out one more time for you.
It's quite sad, and we were actually holding on to hope that it would turn out not to be true, for which reason we've been standing for the past 1 hour, hoping that the government communication will debunk what our fears were, but unfortunately, same has been confirmed, that indeed the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, who served in other capacities in previous governments, and of course served the NDC party, together with the Minister for Environment, Murtala Mohammed, have passed on, as well as other high-ranking officials of government and the party. So let's listen to the Chief of Staff once again.
Sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Alhaji Mourning Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country.
Right, so those were names of the deceased in that tragic accident. For the sake of our viewers, I mean, clearly a few names jump at us, but for the sake of our viewers, let's play it back one more time so that they can know and appreciate who the government officials were and who the servicemen also were. So let's play it back again. Right. So we'll bring it to you so that we
there's
know.
Dr. Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense. Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Murtala, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, who's also MP for Tamale Central.
Now science, technology and innovation have gone to communications.
Okay, science, technology.
Environment.
Environment. Then Dr. Mourning Mohammed Limuna, who is the
Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator.
He was a Minister of Agric under the first term of Mahama. Dr. Samuel Sapon is a Vice Chairman of the NDC. I believe he's a former Regional Minister for the Ashanti region. And then there was one Mr. Abuaji, who's a former parliamentary candidate. I believe the name is not clear. And then there were also 3 servicemen of the armed forces whose names were also put out there. This is really grim because it is very clear there were no survivors. He mentioned 8 names. You did read that there were 3 crew,
5 passengers.
So all 8 did not survive. He did not give details on the nature of the crash. He just mentioned the location, which we'll be crossing over to shortly. He also did not mention the time. You can tell that the level of shock and grief that has greeted this news. And for the fact that it was the Chief of Staff that had to read it, this is a national tragedy of monumental proportions. To lose 8 people working for the state on the same day at the same time, it's very, very serious. 8 people who were essentially on a national assignment. This is critical. They were on a national assignment. It is tough to take, very, very tough to take. Also, a fact that a lot of them were still young family people, very, very tragic indeed. And also the fact that they were visible people. I was at an event yesterday and actually saw and spoke to the defense minister. I told you we were at the vaccine event, sorry, the health event. So I actually...
Africa Health Sovereignty.
Because don't forget, he's a doctor. And so even though it was not a defense program, he was actually there.
Because he's a medical person.
So he was actually on the front row with high-ranking government officials, right, including the Deputy Chief of Staff and co. So he was home, you can tell, because these are health people. We have interviewed Murtala many times. His ministry was a ministry that was the custodian of the LI 2462. So whatever Parliament would do on that LI had to do with him as well. And Dr. Limuna, quite jovial man, who's worked as a Minister of Agriculture under Mahama and also now Deputy National Security Coordinator, is quite known as well, as is Samuel Sapon. So Samuel Sapon was
Vice Chair of the NDC.
But I believe he was either
former Ashanti
Minister in the Mahama's first term. And then the 3 servicemen who died, their names have also been put out. We will get the full clarity on this for viewers. But it's aptly been described as a national tragedy. And you can also understand why no questions were taken, because the information has to... you know, this is the tragedy of working for your country, that because you are such a high-profile public figure, your demise cannot actually even be kept.
Yeah.
You know, because if any regular person dies, it's easier to manage the information for their families. But we really hope the families have been informed and that they have sort of been properly managed before this was put out.
I suspect this must have accounted for the delay, because from the communication we received from our correspondent at the Presidency, the press briefing was an emergency and it sounded quite urgent. However, we can understand the protocols that will have to be at play before such a communication is put out there. So I'm sure the Presidency was engaging the families of all these deceased persons, if you like, see some sort of clearance before coming out to make such a formal communication to the nation. Because mind you, they belong to the family, but they serve the nation, and so to an extent they belong to the nation as well. And as the Chief of Staff described it, a national tragedy.
It's of monumental proportions. I don't know how else to describe this. I don't know the last time this country had 2 ministers of state, cabinet ministers, deputy national security coordinator, a former minister. I mean, this is
so. Let's go through the names again.
This is heavy.
Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense. Alhaji Dr. Murtala Mohammed, MP, Tamale Central, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the NDC. Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala. Flying Officer Menin Chum Ampedu. And you have Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. So these are the 8 names as confirmed by the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, as having been on board that Z9 helicopter of the Ghana Armed Forces, which were told to have gone off radar earlier per the statement by the Ghana Armed Forces. Our suspicions, our fears, confirmed by the Chief of Staff that unfortunately, all 8 persons aboard the aircraft have passed on.
We will be waiting for information on the possible cause of the crash, information on where exactly they were going, although we believe it was related to the event in Obuasi. Because as you've said, Adansi Akrofo is not too far from Obuasi itself. It's in the same area. And also what this means going forward for a lot of things. Don't forget that in the past 2 weeks, the Minister of Defense addressed the press and spoke about the state of the presidential jet aircraft, which had been grounded for repairs
in France.
And that had led to a bit of controversy in Parliament when he spoke at the government communications series. So there's a lot of different things to be digested, but for now the main concern is the utter sad news of the death of 8 Ghanaians, 3 serving officers of the Ghana Air Force of different ranks, 2 ministers of state, high-level minister of defense and minister for environment, and then a deputy national security coordinator, as well as a former Ashanti regional minister, plus a former parliamentary candidate. So this is really, really tragic, and we are taking pains to just work through the utter devastation this would cause in various quarters. Don't forget, Dr. Omane Boamah was the director of NDC elections and research. He was indeed the minister for the sector that Murtala is now minister. So in the Mahama first term, Omane Boamah became a deputy minister for environment and later became the environment minister in the Mahama first term, before now becoming the defense minister. Murtala himself was initially MP for Nanton, lost, and then came back. I think we can cross over to the Jubilee House. Akusi Autre is with us.
Hello, Akosia. Hello, Akosia.
Hello, I can hear you.
Right, very well. Quite an unfortunate.
Hello, I can hear you. Quite
an unfortunate incident, and we can all tell that there's still some level of shock within the presidency. We can deduce also the importance the presidency attaches to this incident, for which reason no other person than the chief of staff was the one who broke the unfortunate news. But describe to us the mood within the presidency now. We are aware that some programs of the president had to be cancelled abruptly as a result of this unfortunate development.
Nana rightly said, goosebumps all over me. That should tell you the mood here as government officials trooped in here at one of the auditoriums where we usually hold our press conferences, as they trooped in here to give us this news of the demise of these top government officials. In fact, today the president was supposed to be at two major events. The first one, he was supposed to be in the Ashanti region together with the lands minister to engage in that program that we earlier saw, but we understand that he delegated some key government officials, including the defense minister, to be at that event. At 12 o'clock, the press team, together with the president, was supposed to be in the central region for an Assemblies of God event, but we got that timely notice that the president has cancelled that event. That was prior to the press conference that happened a few minutes ago, and we got the news of the demise of these top government officials. The mood here is sad. The president himself was not here. We saw the vice president, who happens to be the head of the Armed Forces Council, who was here together with the president's right-hand man, the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, together with some key ministers who were also here. Now, let me say that these individuals who passed yesterday, there was an event held at Kempinski that is related to the health sector. The president was there, and I personally saw a few of these ministers who have passed on. I saw Dr. Omane Boamah, in fact, engaged with him on a few things, and he had even said that he was going to travel out of the country on official duties to Egypt. And then I also saw Murtala Mohammed. And so this news was coming as a shock, not just to me, but to the government machinery who came here to give us news earlier. Nana.
Akusa, this is Bernard. So can we confirm that they were indeed going for the event at the Lenclay Stadium, the mining event at which the Ashanti Regional Minister and the Lands Minister were at? Because we're told that the incident occurred in the Adansi area. This is what Chief of Staff said. So can we confirm that they were actually going for that particular event, Akusia?
Well, officially, it wasn't communicated to us as to where they were going, but sources close to us, that is, people who work with the president, indicated that the president himself, who was tabled to be on that program, was not there and had delegated some key ministers who were supposed to be there. And supposedly, Dr. Omane Boamah was supposed to be at that particular event. And of course, the Minister of Environment, which of course the event that happened had to do with mining, the environment, and all of that, and so we suspected that these ministers were supposed to be there, but officially that was not part of the communication the Chief of Staff gave, that these ministers were en route to the Ashanti region for that particular event. Bernard.
So how disruptive has this been to the program? You did mention the president was scheduled for an event in the central region that has been called off. Typically, there's a lot of things that happens within government in a day, as we saw yesterday. So are we saying that for now, most things are on hold? And what can you report in relation to what this means for the team? Because we also saw some ministers there, quite high-level ministers, who are all looking pretty distraught. What else can you say about the scene, and who else was in that room when the announcement was being made?
Well, Bernard, let me start off with who else was in the room when the press conference was held. We had key officials of the military high command who were here, aside the government officials who thronged in here some few minutes ago. They were here as well to be partaking in this press conference. But then again, usually the Jubilee House is full of packed events. You see a number of events taking place from, the auditoriums to another, and then the president even moving out of the Jubilee House to partake in other events. But today, by 12 o'clock, we saw that the system had naturally shut down and nothing was really going on. All we could see was a number of officials moving helter-skelter because they had heard the news of the passing of these top government officials. And so nothing really is happening until further notice. We'll hear from the government communications as to what is going to happen. But the president, we do not know his whereabouts, but we know that his schedule has been disrupted. All his events have been cancelled for the day.
Well, Akosia, we know that, you wouldn't have all the details as of yet, but just a quick one before you go. We saw an array of government officials, high-ranking military officials, and the likes. Do you know if these people were already at the Jubilee House, or were they called in as a result of this matter? We seem to have lost Akosia there. But Akosia Ochre is our presidential correspondent, giving us the mood and feel at the Jubilee House. As at when this information was received in the House, what has happened so far in the House leading up to the announcement made by the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah. It's quite heavy on our heart. And since about 11, we started receiving information on this matter. We've been praying and hoping that it's not true, for which reason we were not emphatic, although we had to update you regarding this particular crash. We were unable to confirm the details, but we had to leave that, of course, to the officialdom to make an official communication on the matter. If you're still here, I was asking quickly and finally on whether these officials that we had seen during the brief announcement by Julius Deborah were already at the Jubilee House, or were they just called in or come there on their own volition as a result of this unfortunate incident?
I don't know if Akosia can hear us, but the event in... Okay, I think Akosia said...
Akosia, hi. So I'm asking that you may not have all the information now, which is quite understandable, but the dignitaries, the individuals that we saw during the briefing, were they called into the Jubilee House, or did they come there on their own volition as a result of this matter, or had they been there all day long before the incident or news of the incident broke?
No, Nana, I can confidently say that these ministers were summoned by the Chief of Staff to be here upon the hearing of the news of the passing of these officials. They usually have their official duties engaged in their ministries, and so they were not at the Jubilee House when the event happened. But after, when the information reached the seat of government, the Chief of Staff summoned them, and hurriedly they came in here. Tears in their eyes, you could tell that it is a big shock to them as they heard this news.
Broja Jemfi is the Deputy Defense Minister. I am not too sure if I saw him there. Was he there?
Well, he was not here. I personally did not see him, but we had been in contact when I got sources confirmed to me that this incident had happened in the Ashanti region. I quickly reached out to him, and he said that they are on course getting all the information. And so I'm sure that he is deeply rooted in what has happened, and probably could be on assignments related to this particular incident. But personally, I did not see him here at the Jubilee House.
Very well, very well. Thank you so much, Akosia Ochre, our presidential correspondent. Speaking to us from the Jubilee House.
She was going to
let me also add.
Yes. Very well. Please do.
Let me also add that there is a crunch meeting that is happening the top government officials, together with the chief of staff, engaged in a crunch meeting, together with the vice president as well, who happens to be the head of the Armed Forces Council.
Akosi, are we expecting further updates on this? The chief of staff's statement was very brief and did not give further details. Are you on alert for other briefings, or is it a fait accompli for now? What is the instruction to the press corps?
They haven't given us official communication on that, but it is expected that from now till the end of the day, a number of activities will be ongoing. They probably may not engage the press on that, but we should be seeing more ministers come in, more members of the military high command troop in here, engaging in conversations with government as to what the way forward will be. But engagements with the press, I believe, should be done by now.
Very well, Akosi, thank you so much, and we know that you'll be updating us as and when you get more information regarding this matter. But the news is that 8 persons have been confirmed dead following that crash involving a military helicopter somewhere around Adansia Krofom in the Ashanti region. We have a confirmed list of names, which include Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Alhaji Mourning Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. Then you have Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the NDC, Mr. Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate, Squadron Leader, he's Peter... Yeah, I'll get the surname. Yeah. But then you have Flying Officer Chum Ampedu, and then you have Sergeant Ernest Ado. So 3 servicemen, 3
Squadron
officers.
Leader Peter Bafemi Anala.
Right.
So Squadron Leader Peter Anala.
Right. And these are officers of the Ghana Armed Forces. And
they are the part of the crew.
Part of the crew.
So
and then
5 passengers, 3 crew.
Quite unfortunate.
Look, this is so shocking.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how the government will reorganize itself to continue with what was happening, because don't forget there was an event happening in Ashanti region around mining and responsible mining and all of this. And as Akosi rightly said, these people were actually involved in many things. Yesterday, I actually personally spoke to Omane Boamah at the event that the president hosted.
Yeah.
So it is a massive blow. I do not remember the last time any government lost 2 senior ministers, cabinet level, and also a deputy national security coordinator and a former minister at that, and of course a former regional minister,
a party vice chair,
all on the same day in the same incident. So it is unimaginable. Yeah. It is unimaginable, and we really want to send our condolences to the families. I think that the first thing to do. This is a national tragedy, so condolences to the people of Ghana, to the government, and of course the party NDC, and as well as the families. Very, very important, the families of these people. You know, I interviewed Murtala not too long ago in our studio here on Galamsey Fight. Yeah. And Omane Boamah is somebody we regularly engage in our programs. I think 2 weeks ago he was on the Government Accountability Series. Dr. Limuna I have interviewed before in the 2014-2015 time. He was a Greek minister. Samuel Sapong as well. I'm sure Hafiz will tell you they've spoken to him a lot of times. So these are people who are known in Ghana. So it is utterly tragic to have all these officials of state die in this crash.
It's expected to, have its own effects and affect a number of things. Like we've heard from the presidency, how it's affected the program of the president for the day. You know, later today there was a celebration in honor of Chachu Chikata, his 50 years at the bar. I've just received information that he's been called off. And so you expect a number of these things. But as the Chief of Staff has directed, flags are to fly at half-mast across the country. in honor of departed leaders and servicemen. But let's get close to the area of the crash. Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani is on the beat. He's making his way to the actual crash site. Let's speak to him now. Hafiz, thank you so much for joining us. First off, let's understand how this news came to you and how it was received within the space that you were.
So we were at an event where this team were supposed to, or was supposed to also join the event. So today the government was launching a responsible cooperative mining and skills development program as part of the government initiative to end illegal mining and also promote sustainable and responsible mining. So while we were there, we were still waiting for, the program was supposed to start at 9 a.m. But so we got there before 9 a.m. We even got there, they were still setting up the place, and it was drizzling. Then when we got there, we were waiting for the ministers who were supposed to come. So initially we were told that the president was going to be here. Later we were told that the president himself was not going to make it. It was only the lance minister and also the chief of staff. So later we learned that it was rather the Ashanti regional minister and also the lance minister who were supposed to come to the place. Then we heard some rumor about the plane crash. So initially we were told that it was an emergency landing that the helicopter did. So we had to speak to the police commander in the area, and he says that he has also picked that information. And then we also saw some military officers who were moving out of the program in a very tense manner, rushing for an emergency situation. Then the Ashanti regional minister came in. When he came in, he quickly exchanged pleasantries and gave his speech, then said that he was going to attend to an emergency. Then he left. So we also had to join another vehicle to get to this place. And the journey has been torturous, and climbing a mountainous area with a very thick forest. This is where the place happened. So this place is called Sikaman in the Adansi Ekufum district of the Ashanti region. And when you come here, Nana, you can still see the remnants of the helicopter that has split. And it is just, you see the remnants of the helicopter. When you go to the main area, you see that the place has been burnt with the helicopter. Charred body is still there. The military officers and also the police are trying to cordon off the place, trying to prevent people from getting to the place. And we are also told that so the regional minister himself is here. So he has also been climbing the hill, the mountain here, and trying to get access to the place. And
your call has been put on hold. Please wait.
That's quite unfortunate. But we've been speaking with Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani, who came from that same event where the Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amoakuhene, also was when they began picking up the information regarding this crash. Currently, Hafiz is at the crash site, and he's reporting to us what the place looks like. Yeah, Hafiz, we lost you momentarily, so kindly bring us back up to speed regarding what the crash site looks like. And when you're done, I'll ask you about the event you're coming from and who some of the people there were. But describe to us what the crash site currently looks like. Hello, Hafiz. Oh, we seem to be having some challenges there with Hafiz. I'm sure it's due to the area he is. We understand he's climbing.
Tell that the pieces are being put together because this is the event that they were supposedly going for.
Exactly.
This is the same event that Hafiz was covering, and this is the event that the Ashanti Minister was obviously for any national event. The Ashanti Regional Minister would have to represent, so he would be there waiting for them.
Yeah.
So I think we can connect the dots now that this helicopter was sending these people to this event, and the Adansi. In fact, I've seen other reports saying that the exact town is called Adansi Brofuyedru, but it's Adansi Akrofum. So it's the same large area. All right. So we can put the pieces together. And obviously, the townsfolk would have heard of this as well.
Clearly.
So it is clearly they were on a national assignment.
Yeah.
This is what it is. They were on a national assignment and they lost their lives, which is why the Chief of Staff said, our hearts go out to the families of these people who died in service of the nation, because clearly you would not jump on a military helicopter to go anywhere if it's not for such a pressing program. So this is really, really tragic. And I think that what makes it hit harder is that they were officially, they were going on an official assignment.
Yeah.
All right, they were on an official assignment on an important national issue, which is possibly the biggest issue prior to the election.
Right.
Hafiz is back on the line.
Right. Hafiz, we lost you there, but paint us the picture as you were of the crash site. What does it look like? What do you see? What can you tell us?
Well, so like I told you, Nana, you see a remnant of the helicopter. You see charred bodies lying there, and because of the nature of the area, because it involves a tree in the thick forest area, so you can imagine how the fire would have been spreading so quickly, and the kind of the kind of plants or the kind of trees you have there, some of them are so much combustible that the fire is just going to be spreading through, and that even for some has exacerbated the blaze.
Have you been able to speak to anyone at all regarding this matter? The community folk, the townsfolk, the farmers in the area, anyone at all? Have you been able to engage them, and what have they been saying to you? Hello, Hafiz. Oh, we've lost Hafiz there again, but we'll work the lines to bring him back. We want to clearly understand how this came about, what the residents in the area saw, if indeed they saw anything at all, and then the exact location of the crash site. As I mentioned earlier, is it in a thick forest? Is it in a farming area? Were there any, civilians around the place? Because from the pictures we received early on, we saw civilians in that picture. And so we need to understand the nature of the area, what happens there, how busy the place is, and if it will have any spillover effects.
Some of the reports we've seen suggest that some farmers were first to the scene, and which is why you could see a man in a yellow T-shirt there as well. And from Hafiz's description, this is on an ascent, so it's not a plain area, so clearly a hilly place that this occurred as well. And it also must be quite a distance from Obuasi, because they left Obuasi around 12:30, and he got there around 2 something. So clearly it's been a bit of a drive to get there as well. And as I was giving the history as well, these helicopter crashes, the last major incident would be like 22 years ago in the Nkoko area. The last year event was an emergency landing, which luckily did not lead to any casualties. All right, and the statement did not give specific details around any possible cause. So all those are matters to be determined. We are told there's a major meeting going on at the seat of the presidency involving the vice president, the chief of staff, key ministers, and also military high command. And we will be hoping for more updates on this and some clarity. The chief of staff has asked for flags to fly at half-mast, describing this as a national tragedy.
Indeed.
And for even those who are not directly connected to these people, just the thought of having 8 people crash in this very tragic manner and die on the spot is very, very grim indeed. And we send our condolences to the families of all concerned and to all those connected to this. This is a national tragedy of monumental proportions coming on the 6th of August 2025. And it's really soured the mood. We apologize if the news has come to you as a shock, and if you are just hearing us. we've been building up to this. We've been on air for over an hour and a half, piecing information together and hoping that we'll hear something more positive.
Yeah.
But it turns out the West.
Yeah. What we feared. That's what has been confirmed. Yeah. And then the confirmation actually coming from the seat of government.
Yeah.
Quite devastating, if you ask me. And I'm sure in that meeting at the presidency now, they'll be looking at how to deal with the families of the deceased persons as well. But I mean, it's
you know, there are different tragedies. All right.
Yeah.
If somebody's unwell and they die, or somebody has a sad. But for me, this is very. I can't imagine how the president feels, because you know that when the election was over, Dr. Omane Boamah put out a video of himself and the president alone in one of the command centers where he was showing him the screen.
The figures as they came in.
So you can tell how close they were.
Yeah.
And from what Akosia is telling us, he was designated to represent the president at this event. Although we know that the Ministry of Defense is involved in the Galamsey fight. Indeed, in his last press conference, the defense minister had actually given updates on the Galamsey fight from his angle.
The number of arrests that have been made.
So it is logical to see how he and the environment minister will be the ones to go to meet the lands minister for this important event. But I'm just describing some of the posts of the defense minister and his relationship with the president. So this will hit him very hard. For even an experienced politician like the president and the chief of staff, even the chief of staff, for people who are very experienced, and indeed government officials will tell you that when you're in government, you hear a lot of things, and sometimes it toughens you. But this will hit really, really hard.
Indeed.
And it could, of course, it's early days yet, but I even think it has to bring to the fore conversations about even schedules of government officials, the way they travel. Because I was just remarking to the, and I'm not in any way saying that it's busy schedules that cause this. I'm just basically saying that it was just a few days ago I was talking to some of the correspondents in the Jubilee House about the nature of coverage for the work, because I MC government programs. I can tell you that the schedules are very, very busy. And sometimes you have for a day 3 or 4 major events in different parts of the world. Not just the country, of the world. So you could do a press briefing in the morning, be on a plane to Tamale in the afternoon, and fly out of the country in the evening. And sometimes even the media team gets exhausted. So it's very serious to see in the line of duty this type of thing happen very, very early in the administration.
And as you aptly described, there are different types of tragedy. I mean, we reported, or we broke and reported on the death of President Mills. I remember vividly how that happened. I used to work with a different media house then, but I was put to it. I sat on TV for close to 4-5 hours to bring Ghanaians the unfortunate news of the passing of President Mills. Then there was that of His Excellency the late Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. I did that as well. But this one hits different. It hits different.
Both in their 40s.
40s, very young.
And what I need to say to you is that these people I've known from university. Murtala was in the same hall with me, and I remember. I mean, Murtala has built himself. When we interviewed him, he was talking about how he had gone to Patrick Boamah had asked him to study the law because he was so good. He got his degree at Legon, went to Tech for his master's, and then got a PhD. And he was actually telling me in the interview that he had just been given his PhD award. And he was very active in student politics, as was Dr. Omane Boamah. So Murtala was the president of USAG the year we finished university. Omane Boamah was the NUC's president my 3rd year of the university. He was a medical student as well. So interviewed them many times as a student journalist on Radio Universe campus, organized debates between Murtala and John Kuma and others on Legon campus. So these are people we know in our work. So we have a professional relationship. You would not, as a journalist, necessarily graduate yourself to a personal friend. But these are people who, because of the work we do, you have access to. And despite their busy schedules, you can still reach them to tackle issues.
Very open, quite open. I remember the last time I spoke with Omane Boamah, we were discussing Arsenal.
Oh, wow.
You know, he's a big Arsenal fan. So
I remember when the controversy around the LI 2462 came up, there was a discussion I was having where the majority leader then got the environment minister to call to engage on it because civil society said they wanted the LI repealed, and the government had decided that they were going to amend it. So I was actually hoping to get the environment minister for a follow-up interview on why they would not repeal it in its entirety, because the majority leader said the law was within the bosom of the environment minister. So we're actually trying to get him for an update on that. So because even though the lands minister is the arrowhead for Galamsey, the LI is in the environment ministry's bosom as well. So it's pretty serious.
Right. It's unfortunate the news we have picked up today, heartbreaking as it is, devastating as it is. Not the type of news you would want to hear on a Wednesday like this. But today being the 6th day of August 2025, will go down in history as one of the dark days of Ghana, because we have lost 8 individuals who were officially performing their duties as servants of Mother Ghana.
Yeah.
And we need to appreciate the fact that it was their commitment and service for the nation that has led to their death. Quite unfortunate. We await more communication from the government, perhaps the government communications minister, from the Ghana Armed Forces. Maybe they will be in a position to give us a technical explanation as to what may have occurred leading to this particular crash, and how the crash may have occurred, and of course whether there was an explosion or
I just
otherwise.
wanted to show you so Hafiz says this happened at Adansi Akrofrom district. Now, so there's Adansi East and Adansi West. So Obuasi is in the Adansi West area. And so you can see that Akrofrom is on the border between Adansi East and Adansi West. A straight drive from New Edubiasi. So you're basically talking a mining forested community in the southern parts of the Ashanti region. So this is Akrofrom. The next, so there's a straight road to Brofuyedru on the top, and then there's Fumso below. So New Edubiasi on that stretch. So it's quite clear they hadn't gotten to Obuasi yet.
No.
Yes, because the event was near the Lenkley Sports Stadium in Obuasi, which is Adansi West. So there's Fomena and Adansi West. So we're talking, let me just show viewers, this is the general area that this has occurred, in the border between Adansi and Adansi West, which the Chief of Staff rightly said was in the Adansi area. So people from Obuasi are Adansi.
Yes.
So usually when you go to Ashanti, there are different groups. So there's Agona, there's Adansi, there's other areas within the Ashanti region. So a really, really tragic incident involving 8 officials of state, 2 ministers, 2 former ministers, 1 parliamentary candidate, 3 Air Force officials, a squadron leader, as well as I don't know the other designations, but very, very sad day indeed for Ghana. Flags to fly at half-mast. Chief of Staff giving the briefing. Crunch meeting happening at Jubilee House. Media on alert for further updates. Day essentially turned on its head. Also, families will be feeling the pinch. 2 young politicians, you can say, in the prime of their lives. Later on, as the programming proceeds, we'll tell you more about these people. I can tell you that Dr. Limuna was a deputy minister, a minister of Agric in the 2013 to 2016 Mahama government. He was a deputy national security coordinator who was named not too long ago. And of course, Dr. Samuel Sapong, also very well known in the Ashanti region as well.
Yeah.
And I can understand why he'll be on that flight, because of his role in the Ashanti region for the NDC government, and as a former regional minister as well. So really, really, really worrying story this morning, confirmed sadly by the Chief of Staff, with a dozen or more ministers at a press briefing that was very short, less than 3 minutes. I don't know if they would air again what the chief of staff read, but I think that's really the way it was. He went straight to the point.
Straight to the point.
And you can tell, even for an experienced politician like him, it's not been easy. Yeah.
I mean, the shock was still written all over his face and on the faces of all other dignitaries present. You could tell that the Jubilee House was not a typical Jubilee House you'd see, because we've covered a number of events from there. Even the swearing in of the ministers and their deputy ministers and the likes. I mean, we see the enthusiasm that usually, and kind of euphoria that usually fills the auditorium when they're there. It was not same this time around, and understandably so. And you could tell the shock.
I will expect further briefing. I certainly expect the president to give an address at some point today. I expect the president to give an address at some point today, because this is something. This is not an. I don't know how to put it. It's not a routine thing you can just do a 3-minute press briefing. I think the president himself will have to put himself together, and after the series of meetings being held, speak to the nation in a very coordinated manner. Because when such a thing happens, you need leadership to contextualize it and to also provide leadership and succor. So I expect a proper, or I won't call it proper, a substantive statement from the president himself, personally and also professionally, because of his relationship with his ministers. And Nana, when you see how the president relates with his ministers, you can tell some evolution. Because they will tell you that even though he is very easy to approach, they also see him as their extreme boss, because his experience as a political leader is unmatched within the NDC. So even though it's easy to relate, they like him a lot, he also has a very good relationship with his ministers. You can tell the camaraderie, and sometimes even pokes fun at them when he reads the news and says, well, you are asking me for the post, now go and perform. So this will hit him very hard. This will hit a lot of people in Parliament very hard as well.
Because from the presidency, we understand Akosua has spoken with Education Minister Haruna Idrisu on the matter, and we understand that the president is emotionally down, and so it's the vice president that is leading a team to formally go and inform the families.
I can tell, because as I said, the president, particularly for Dr. Omane Boamah, the president was very hurt. And for Murtala as well, one of the rising stars of Northern politics, who was, and what is quite interesting with all of this, Haruna Idrisu, who was also at the press briefing, handed over as communication minister to Omane Boamah. Okay, before Omane Boamah then, as environment minister, deputy, then sort of handed over to. So there's a lot of connections in there, and it's going to be a very difficult day for anybody connected to government. Even in Parliament, I can imagine, because I think it was only last week that Murtala was quoted as having said that the minority had more walkouts than their numbers. He is that type of figure who, even though he sounds combative, when you listen to his relationship with a lot of his colleagues, even on the opposition side, they are very good friends. He's a good-natured politician who is in for good humor as well. And I need to say, what I know about Murtala as well, he's quite a devout Muslim. Because he's very, I remember interviewing him in the run-up to the 2024 election. He takes his faith very seriously. Omane Boamah himself is a very devout Catholic as well, who also takes his faith very seriously. So this is going to be very difficult for even the people close to them to manage. Because it's, the Muslim theology around death, all right, Allah has given. So they would quickly have to move on. It's a very different way of relating to death than from even the Christian angle. So it's very shocking and very difficult and very sudden. And we really hope that they find, particularly the families, they find succor. You remember during the vetting, the cameras panned to family members of the two ministers. So our hearts go out to them, the spouses of these officials as well who will be hurting really, really hard. And the sad news is that they are going to be officially informed in person, even though they have been told. True. But it's already in the news because their family, their father, their husband, or their uncle was serving the nation. So this is the tragedy of national service.
For this particular video, it even causes more pain because seated behind him in white, just in front of the naval officer, is the late Adekuka.
Yeah, whose funeral was held only last week. And of course, Madame Faustina Nelson and
I think Obobia.
Yes, and a few others.
Yeah.
Omane Boamah, I can say, belonged to the NDC.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to describe a politician, I remember in the vetting, a lot of the MPs and the aspirants nominees had brought their chiefs. And Omane Boamah was from the Eastern region. And we noticed that a lot of his people were government officials.
Yes.
Because I know him as being a member of the CJA, working in the NDC. So he's built his name with the NDC party.
Yeah.
As a medical doctor, he's built his craft. He's worked within the NDC all his adult life. So even though he's a medical doctor who practices sometimes, he takes his work as a citizen. And of course, he has he has children in school as well.
And it's his calm demeanor. You know, he led the front for the NDC's elections. Especially in this particular 2024 general elections. And he was almost always at the forefront of the engagement with the Electoral Commission. So even when he's firmly making a demand for something, he's still calm in nature.
And you know, it's not everything you can say on air, but it's sad because Dr. Omane Boamah, despite his being a serious politician, I'll tell you, sometimes you can call him for an interview and you will hear him say, we are finishing homework. So he's basically teaching his children homework before he comes back on air. That's the kind of person he is. You can put him on air and you say, give me 20 minutes, we are just wrapping up the homework. And you can ask people who know him. He puts family first. So that's why for me, I humanize this is not just a politician who's died, it's also a father, a husband. All right, it's very serious, and I really hope that the way this has happened, that the information is being managed well around those close to him. Same with Murtala as well, and of course Dr. Limuna and Dr. Sapong, also people who have worked at high levels of government, and it is really, really sad. It is really, really sad to hear this.
We need to look up some information on the servicemen as well, whom we also believe will be family men. Will have dependents as well. And to die in the line of duty is quite sad. May have woken up this morning and told their families that I'm going to work, I'll be back in the evening, to never return. It's quite heartbroken. But like I mentioned earlier, Akusia spoke with Haruna Idrisu at the presidency. So let's hear what he said about the issue.
Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Genana, is now leading a government delegation to formally, but albeit with difficulty, go and convey the sad passing of our colleague, Dr. Omane Boamah, Dr. Murtala Mohammed, Al-Haji Murtala Mohammed, and comrades Sapong. So, the Vice President.
We apologize for the poor sound quality, but essentially what the Education Minister Haruna Idrisu is saying is that the Vice President will be leading a delegation to the House of the late Environment Minister Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and then the Chief of Staff Julius Deborah is leading another delegation to Koforidua, the family house of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah.
So as we said, a lot of things are happening at the same time, and we're also trying to draw the connections of who will be affected. So Tamale Central and Nanton, because Murtala's part is from Nanton and another part from Tamale Central,
where he currently served as
Member of Parliament. So that's one angle. The Environment Ministry with almost, he said his ministry had the most number of PhDs. So almost all his directors and the institutions are run by professors. So the scientific community and the people in the fight for a clean environment also will be hard hit by this.
Himself having attained one.
And then Omane Boamah himself being a medical doctor. Yesterday being at the
Africa Health Sovereignty.
And today, his very good friend, who I just spoke to yesterday, and Dr. Soji Tete, who you can say was his roommate. They were very close when they were in medical school. He's now the head of the Vaccine Institute, and his institution is being focused on today. After the President's Africa Health Sovereignty Summit. So I can even say that the health community, because Omane Boamah, a lot of people were tipping in the previous admin to even be the Minister of Health, but he was given a different. He was a medical doctor, and a number of his professional colleagues in the health sector. I'm not even sure that program can continue because he was there yesterday as a bona fide member of the health community. So even though he's a minister for defense, his professional association is the medical field, and because he was environment minister as well, all these Gavi, WHO people, vaccine people were there. So that will be another group who will be had. And then, of course, the armed forces who serve sometimes facelessly. Okay, so because these 5 are political people, we know them. But trust me, for someone who is a squadron leader or a flight lieutenant or a sergeant who flies regularly, I'm sure the military command is really, really saddened by this as well. Because for them, their mantra, they don't want anybody to be lost.
True.
So I don't even know how they will be honored. 8 people all in the line of duty. 8 people on the line of duty.
I know the NDC as a party will also be hit differently.
Yes.
And we saw through the representation of the General Secretary during that press briefing, because Samuel Sapon served as vice chair of the party, was a former parliamentary candidate for the NDC, also
Abuaje was there
as part of the casualties. And so the party itself will also be affected separately, irrespective of the fact that they've lost 2 ministers of state who now will be, if you like, addressed as government officials. But for the party, it's lost 2 of its own, a former parliamentary candidate and a national executive in the person of a vice chairman of the National Democratic Congress. It's why, or the more reason why you see a person like Fifi Avikwete at the press briefing. That's quite unfortunate.
The area has been cordoned off. So basically, the Hafiz will join us again, but don't forget that the military's official statement had to do with the radar, the fact that the plane had been lost. So they would also piece information together on what possibly caused the crash, because beyond the tragedy, there must also be a reckoning on what could have could have possibly caused this. So we're just showing the names and the faces. Alhaji Mourning Mohammed is the gentleman third from left on your screen, acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala, Minister for Environment. Now the 2 military people, we don't have their pictures yet, but Squadron Leader Peter Anala
is there.
And then Samuel Abuaje, former parliamentary candidate for Obuasi East.
Right.
So clearly it's connected to the event. Clearly connected to the event.
Because the event is happening in his the constituency he contested.
And Dr. Sapon being a former regional minister. Was he KMA boss or regional minister? I'm sure
Samuel Sapon.
Yes, he was Ashanti regional minister.
Regional minister.
Under the Mahama administration.
Mahama 1.
I believe so. The first Mahama administration. And a high-ranking member of the NDC in the Ashanti region. One of their key people in the Ashanti region. So Eastern region, Northern region. Dr. Limuna is also from the Northern region. And then Dr. Sapon from Ashanti. So this is a tragedy of monumental proportions. Flying Officer Chum Ampedu, Sergeant Ernest Adu, and Squadron Leader
whose
Peter
pictures
Anala.
we do not have yet.
So these were the crew. And then the 4 on top and the 1 in the suite on the left being the passengers. All lost in this very tragic incident that just occurred.
If you look, if you take Alhaji Muniru and Dr. Samosapon. For Flying Officer Truman Pedu and Sergeant Ernestado, we don't have their pictures, so...
Yes, so Samosapon was the Kumasi mayor before he became the Ashanti Regional. So I remember him distinctly because, you know, Kumasi is a big place. Almost every Ashanti Regional story, Samosapon was involved in it.
Right.
So...
If we take out the two, Alhaji Muniru and Samosapon, and add to those whose pictures we do not have yet, Ampedu and Ernest Addo.
Yes.
The rest are fairly young people.
I can confirm that Dr. Omane Boamah was, I mean, when I was in the university, he was just 3 years ahead of me. And also Dr. Ibrahim Murtala, who initially ran for SRC president at Legon with Albert Koshiga, and then eventually lost the election.
Right. So the military, we understand, have cordoned off the area of the crash, and so we may not have access to bring you the kind of pictures we would have wanted to. And we can understand because they have to do their investigations to ascertain exactly what may have happened leading to this crash, and would not want what I would describe as aliens tampering with evidence at the crash site. And so we can understand same. But quite unfortunate, 8 Ghanaian lives have been lost on this day, the 6th of August 2025, while performing their duties for Mother Ghana. 2 ministers of state, an acting deputy national security coordinator, a vice chairman of the NDC, a former parliamentary candidate for Obuasi East, and 3 officers of the Ghana Armed Forces. All lives lost today, quite unfortunately. We commiserate with the families, we console and condole with them, and we ask that the good Lord himself will give them strength in these difficult times. The official announcement was made by the Chief of Staff in a very short briefing at the Jubilee House, the seat of the Presidency. Subsequently, a crunch meeting has been held. We understand the President himself is down emotionally, and so the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, is leading a team to the home of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, the Minister for Environment, to officially communicate the person to them.
We also need to announce quickly that for our viewers on television, we'll be going off to a live event at the College of Physicians and Surgeons, where they are holding their annual presidential lecture. But for our viewers on social media, our coverage continues. So if you are watching us on YouTube or any of the social media platforms, the round-the-clock coverage of this tragedy continues. But if you are watching us on Channel 1 television, we're going to be crossing over to the College of Physicians and Surgeons, where their annual presidential lecture is being organized in partnership with Channel 1 television, and they are discussing 3 key issues in relation to health financing, who pays. They're also looking at quality healthcare for Ghanaians, and in fact, the likes of Dr. Victor Bampo will be speaking at this event, as would other doctors. Indeed, the Deputy Minister for Health was scheduled to be there, and we'll be bringing you live coverage of this on television as that discussion goes on. But for those of you who are watching us on social media, our coverage continues. We'll bring you a short repeat of some of the announcements that have been made, and then we'll update for you what has been going on. If you're listening to us on radio as well, this is our ongoing coverage of the devastating tragedy of the loss of 8 Ghanaians in national service en route a national event at Obuasi, which event itself was abruptly cut short because the Ashanti Regional Minister had been informed of the crash. Hafiz Tijani, who's in Adansia Krofrom, tells us it was initially reported as an emergency landing, and of course the Ashanti Regional Minister will probably be the highest ranking government official close
in the
by.
region then.
So he rushed there with his team, and he posted an hour and a half ago 3 emojis and described today, August 6th, as a Black Wednesday. We've lost 2 sitting cabinet ministers, a deputy national security coordinator. We've lost vice chairman of NDC, a former regional minister, and we've lost 3 serving officers of the Ghana Air Force, who were the crew in the aircraft, the helicopter, which was conveying the 5 to the event in the Ashanti region. This event is part of the activities of the Minister for Lands and the team fighting illegal mining to create alternative avenues for people in the illegal mining sector to get off the mining sites. And as you know, the Defense Minister had held a press conference not too long ago updating on the role of the military in the Galamsey fight, in issues around state of emergency. Environment Minister was in the thick of discussions around the LI that had to do with the illegal mining. Ashanti Regional Minister, of course, former Ashanti Regional Minister, being part of the trip, as was national security. So this was clearly government's intention. We were told the president was to have been at this event, designated these ministers to represent him because he himself had to be at an equally important event. Yes.
The Assemblies of God event at the Pentecost Convention Center in Gomwafete. So quite devastating, but we'll have you know that we've deployed men to the homes of some of the deceased persons, those whose homes we know. We've deployed men there, and so we'll be bringing you up to speed regarding what transpires there. As we've mentioned earlier, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jadu Pukwajiman, is leading a team to the home of Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and then the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, is also leading a delegation to the Eastern Regional Capital, Kofodia, the home of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. So we'll be bringing you pictures from there as well. But in the meantime, let's hear from Julius Debra again when he made that unfortunate announcement.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Mourning Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
So that was the official communication from government, which communication was done by the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra. Ordinarily, you would have the Minister in charge of Government Communications, Felix Kwachiofosu, or his deputy, do this. But due to the gravity of the issue and how the level of importance the government attaches to this, it was the Chief of Staff who made the announcement. I can't reach and say that the president would have wanted to do this himself, but due to how difficult it is for him as a person and his relationship with those involved, it will be difficult for him to stand in front of the cameras to make.
As a president, when anybody dies in the country, you are the chief mourner already. Yeah. And then to add that these are 8 officials of state, or at least 7 of them. Yeah, it's really serious. So we will be waiting for some further updates, and of course reactions coming from everywhere. So Tamale Central, Shawana, our correspondent, will be joining us shortly, because it's definitely going to be thrown into a state of mourning, as well other parts of the country where these principals are from, and so we will be bringing updates to viewers on this issue.
Clearly, if you go to Tamale Central, the constituency of Murtala Mohammed, you have supporters trooping in to the party office, If you go to his home in Tamale Central, you have supporters trooping in. And like you mentioned, he belongs to both Nantong and Tamale Central. And so you have supporters and sympathizers also trooping to the Nantong home. If you go to Kofodia in the eastern region, where we understand government officials are on their way to, you would have supporters and sympathizers also trooping there. We have our men who are also heading in these directions and will be updating us on what they pick up once they get there. We are also gauging the crash site, although it's been cordoned off. We will enter the town, the community, and pick up eyewitness accounts on what they observed or noticed happen. Because although we await an official technical report from the Ghana Armed Forces on what may have caused this accident and the nature of same, we would also want to hear from eyewitnesses within the community where it happened on what they saw. Did they see a fireball fall from the sky? Was there a blast on impact? Was there an explosion on impact? What sounds did they hear? And all that, so we can have an eyewitness account.
Yeah, but what we are told is that the nature of the location is almost impossible for the ambulance to actually get access because site. It is a climb. So I don't. Of course, this is not a road. This is in the middle of a bush. So there's a lot of activity around the place. For which reason, even though Hafiz is in the town, they are now climbing up. So the photos we saw were taken by eyewitnesses who got there immediately after it occurred.
Right.
So, and of course, we are being sensitive to even what to put out.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we saw the aircraft on fire, and therefore you can say that it was quite a serious crash indeed.
Yeah.
And I can imagine what this means for many things, because don't forget this is part of work around Galamsey.
Yeah.
This is also part of conversation around official travel. This is part of conversations around, the scheduling of events and the busy schedule of political appointees and all of those things, all of that part of it. And then the whole discussion around even the presidential aircraft. Of course, we are not saying there was anything wrong with the aircraft or anything, but it's quite ironic that the Minister of Defense was the one who was talking about the presidential jet. And then, irony of ironies, he gets killed in a helicopter crash. And then we've also been discussing road crashes, generally transportation safety. So there's a lot of layers of this. I always say that when something like this happens, we have to, beyond mourning, also think through deeply and do certain things that will make sure it doesn't happen again. I think you have somebody on the line.
Yes, we have Shawana Yusuf. She's in the northern region, currently in Tamale Central, the constituency of Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. Hello, Shawana. Thank you so much. What can you report to us? What are you seeing happen in Tamale Central?
Thank you very much, Nana. Today is not a very good day for the people of Tamale Central constituency. Currently located at the Tamale Central constituency party office, there are party sympathizers gathered here, all because of the sad news that hit the country this afternoon. If you can even hear me at the background, we have a lot of people, women, men who have trooped in here, and a lot of people sobbing. Others are crying just because of the loss of the Member of Parliament for the constituency.
Very well. It's quite sad, as we would all agree, but these sympathizers, what exactly are they doing? Is it just the wailing, or are they seeking for information? Are they inquiring? What exactly is the mission of the sympathizers or the party faithful at the party office currently?
Besides getting the news on social media and on various media platforms, a lot of people wanted to know exactly what the truth of the matter is. And for them, the constituency party office is the nearest to them to confirm the information that they've had. So, upon arrival and upon confirmation of what they had on TV, they are stuck here. They can't even move due to the sorrow and the sadness of the event that happened this afternoon. So most women and men alike are here. They can't stop crying, and they can't stop sharing some of the good things their member of parliament have done, with the hope that they were thinking they would have gone far with me. Unfortunately, this is what has happened to their member of parliament.
Have you been able to speak with some of them, and what do they say to you? How do they describe the late Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed?
Currently with me is one of the constituency members, and she's crying, but she's opting to talk to us on record. Madam, can you tell us your name and tell us how would you describe the late member of parliament of the Tamale Central Constituency?
My name is Alata Fadila. I can describe our late honorable as a man of God's heart. Indeed, he loves everybody. No matter what your religion, I'm a Christian, he's a Muslim, he doesn't differentiate. He loves everybody. We have hope on him, but God knows what happens.
God knows best, and that was the final word of Madam here, who is at the constituency office to mourn the sudden demise of the member of parliament for the area. Inside the party office, you can hear voices, and this is the voice of a man, an old man who just can't stop crying because of the unfortunate incident. It is a very tense atmosphere here today in Tamale Central Constituency, crying and wailing here and there. Madam Pato, you're saying. But I would say that so Nana, if you have that, most of them are so sad so much that they can't even express how they are feeling right now. Inside the constituency office is not a good place to be at this moment, because everybody in there is crying. Everybody in there is mourning the loss of the member of parliament for Tamale Central Constituency, the late Honorable Mohammed Murtala.
Have you seen any of the constituency executives, and if you can try engaging them as well, so we can hear what they also have to say about this unfortunate news?
We have the constituency chairman around, but he opted to talk to us, but I mean, it's around 3 p.m. Most people actually left to go and pray and return, and I'm sure he might have moved to the to the mosque to say his prayers. But I have one constituency executive here that I know personally, but I said, hello, good afternoon. Can you tell us your name and who you are in the constituency?
My name is Abdurazak. But they call me Golden Boy. I'm the communication officer.
Great. So we have a communications officer for Tamale Central Constituency, NDC, here with us. Golden Boy, can you tell us, how would you describe the late member of parliament for Tamale Central Constituency?
Hardworking, God-fearing. And I don't know what to say.
How did this news get to you, and how do you feel about it?
This morning, some of our executives are sick, about 4 branch chairmen. So he gave us money to go and see how they are doing. So after we went round and gave them money and prayed for them, we came back and I decided to go and find something to eat. And I was there, people were calling me that there has been an accident. Have I heard? I said, no, I have not heard anything. That I should call honorable. So I started calling, the number is not going through. So we came back to the office, we were on television. And that is what we heard. So that is God says that if something like this happens, we should say Inna Lillah wa Inna Ilayhi Raji'un. And that is what he believed in. He believed in Allah. He was a practicing Muslim. And Even if today was to be Thursday, he would have died, fasting. So we thank God for what he has done. And we know that Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, inshallah, he is in heaven. Inshallah.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. And that was Golden Boy, the communications officer for the Tamale Central constituency. For him, he believes for the kindness of the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, he believes he's in a good place now. And as the Holy Book says, to him we came from, and to him we shall return. And that was what he said in the Quranic verse. Please, can you kindly tell us your name and how did you receive this particular news of the demise of the late Member of Parliament?
Okay.
So this particular person could not talk. I mean, he's almost broken and he's not able to talk to us. So, Nana, at the Tamale Central constituency office here, it is full of sorrow. People keep trooping in, and that is what it is.
Do we know if he has a family home close by, and what you have been picking up from there as well?
I understand the family home is around the Tamale Teaching Hospital area. We are moving to the place right from here. The camera guy was there earlier. The house was empty. So we bounced back to the constituency office to see what is happening. We'll go back to the family house and we'll bring our listeners and viewers up to date with what exactly is happening there as well.
Very well, Shawana. Thank you so much for your time, and we trust that you'll be bringing us more details as and when you have it. A dark Wednesday, a day that breaks all hearts, quite disturbing, quite devastating, quite painful. The loss of 8 Ghanaian lives on a mission to serve Mother Ghana. 2 ministers of state, a deputy acting national security coordinator, a national vice chairman of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, a former parliamentary candidate for Obuasi East on the ticket of the NDC, and 3 servicemen from the Ghana Armed Forces dying painfully, tragically, in that helicopter crash near Adanse Ekrofom in the Ashanti region. So I've been doing this for the past 2 or more hours with the host of the City Breakfast Show, Bernard Avle. Joining me now is Sami Wiafe, my colleague from the City Newsroom, so that we look at this particular matter, quite devastating. Sami, the latest we have on this is that the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, is leading a delegation to the home of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and then the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, is leading a separate delegation to Kufudia in the Eastern region to the family home of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. How did you receive this news? 2 ministers, I suspect, cabinet ministers, an NDC National Vice Chair, Samuel Sapong, 3 officers of the Ghana Armed Forces, a former parliamentary candidate for Obuasi East. How did you receive this news?
Devastating, if you ask me. Very devastating news. At first, when the news came in, we were not so sure. So we needed to do our check again, as supposed to be done by journalists or media houses. So when the final confirmation came, we were not sure whether to name the names or come up with the names of the senior government officials, because we had sources within the various ministries who told us these people are those embarking on this trip. And in some of these trips, the only available means of transport where you get there on time as the military, chopper. And I've had opportunity as a former presidential correspondent to sit in a number of them to programs outside Accra. And so when you hear that there's an event and senior government officials are sitting in this military, chopper and expected to arrive at a place, and you hear of such a news, then you are worried. You begin to panic. You begin to ask questions as to whether indeed is the same one that is carrying them to the event or not. And so when the final confirmation came from the Chief of Staff, it hit me hard. I was like, wow, 2 senior government officials who've been in office less than a year, you know, having them to go through such a painful death, you know.
Yeah.
And then you also see senior NDC officials in there. Some was upon a former Ashanti regional minister, a former mayor of Kumasi as well. So it hits hard. And to have the service, you know, men and women, the servicemen, sorry, who this is their job. This is what they do all the time.
Exactly.
They fly this, this, you know, regatta all the time. And so for them to be involved in this is really sad. It's really sad. And my understanding is that where the incident took place happened in a forest.
Yeah, it's a forest
area. And so for even rescue efforts to come in, it will take a while. The more reason we are told that, you know, they were bent, you know, from the pictures and the videos that we've seen, you know, they were bent. I saw a video of an eyewitness giving an account how by the time they got there, they could not even recognize, you know, the bodies of these individuals and senior government officials. And so it's a Black Wednesday. It's indeed a Black Wednesday.
It is. Yeah.
We've seen incidents of, you know, the military, you know, chopper, you know, falling, but not recording this number of deaths.
Right.
At least we hear of 1 or 2, but to hear of 8, and including senior government officials is what's sad. I do not wish to put myself in the shoes of President Mahama. No, I do not, because I know how he feels. I do not wish to be in his position. It will hit him real hard.
Indeed.
Because we are told that he was supposed to attend that event. And then at the last minute, he asked that the defense minister, you know, does that instead. And so for such a sad incident to happen, it could have been him, you know. And so I understand how he feels. I understand the pain that he's going through. And then for the chief of staff and the vice president to lead a government delegation to the families of the 2 senior government officials is the right thing to be done. It's custom and tradition, and that's what's supposed to be done. Where, you know, if anyone works for you or closer to the person, the first, you know, port of call is the family, to officially inform the family of what really has. Even though they've heard it on traditional media and seen it on social media, it is just right and proper that, you know, tradition would demand that you go to these, you know, families to go and inform them that this is what has happened, and you officially inform them and the arrangement that needs to be done. And so it's sad, very, very sad, if you ask me, Nana. Very, very sad to have such an incident happen. You know, I just don't know how to describe it. I really just don't know how to describe it. And the information I also picked up is that even though investigations are still yet to commence to know what really caused the matter, I've heard a number of theories. People are making all sort of conjecture and the rest that it could be bad weather, it could be the technical faults. I urge all these people to just hold on, let the military do their own investigations. And I'm sure because of the high-profile individuals involved, we will definitely know the cause of this accident that has claimed, you know, 8 lives, senior government officials and service personnel who were just serving their nation in a line of duty, doing what they are supposed to do or doing what they are trained most to do happen here. And for me personally, I do not wish this to happen to anybody. I'm worried for the families of these, you know, individuals who are involved in all this. During the vetting of Murtala, we saw his beautiful wife sitting behind him during the vetting process. I can't describe what she's going through now. I can't really describe. I can't really describe. And as you heard, you know, our Northern Regional correspondent say people within the constituency are heartbroken and in a state of shock. And you tell your family members that, you know, I'm going to Obuasi and I want to return. I don't know, to say may their souls, you know, rest in perfect peace. May the good Lord continue to console the family, and may God continue to keep us in these trying times, you know. These are very trying times.
Quite sad. And from all that we are picking up, even at the ministry where he served until his unfortunate demise, and a certain staff there are distraught. Looks like clearly you are unable to work at this point.
Yeah.
A new minister having served in just about 6 months, and now actually familiarizing with everyone and as well as the processes involved in the work, only to wake up to such an unfortunate news. You will be distraught, and it will clearly have an impact on you. It will take some level of courage and energy to come out of it.
You tell your staff, I'm traveling to Obuasi for an event.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow we have this to do, the day next, the day, and then you don't come back.
And I'm sure due to the nature of the event in Obuasi, some technical staff may have even taken the lead.
There's always advanced team in some of these events.
Exactly. Quite devastating, quite unfortunate. And for the servicemen, we want to commiserate with the Ghana Armed Forces and, of course, their families as well. We'll go on Zoom and speak to our Eastern Regional Correspondent, Neil Kanaku, who is coming to us from Kofodia in the Eastern Region, the home of the late Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. Ni, thank you so much. What's happening? Clearly, the people will be in pain, but have the masses started gathering there?
Yes, thank you very much, Nana. A number of people are currently at the home of Dr. Omane Boamah here in Koforidua. And now this is where he grew up. This is where he has his mom. Now, for those who do not know, Dr. Omane Boamah happens to be the only child of his mother. He's been with the mother since childhood, and he's been the boyfriend, he's been the father, and everything to the mother. So it's not an easy scene or an easy sight here in Koforidua, where we have quite a number of people trooping into the mother's house. Now we have the New Jabe North, both New Jabe North and South municipal chief executives are here. We have the regional police commander and his operational commander and his deputy, the two IC, they are all here. We have doctors from the regional hospital. We have the health director himself. They are all here. We have party faithfuls are also here, and even the neighbors, quite a number of them are here. The police personnel here on duty just cleared the area in anticipation as we await the arrival of the vice president. We understand she's coming. We understand the chief of staff himself and his deputy, Brojaja Fidi, are all on their way here to commiserate and then officially inform the mother about the demise of her only child. Nana, it's not an easy scene. It's not an easy scene. The place is very calm. People are crying. Doctor happens to be, they call him the hope of the Eastern region. Quite a number of appointments we've seen coming from the Eastern region. Majority believes he orchestrated it. He's been giving hope to the party. There's nothing the party does here in the region without consulting him. He's a leader. He's a force. It's a heartbreak to majority of the people in the Eastern region. Doctor happens to be a person who, Nana, it's not an easy thing here.
We can understand. And
you have people,
right? Please go ahead.
You have people from even the MPP trooping in neighbors here. So let me just come inside and then, so that we have a feel of what is happening here. You see a number of people seated. All of them are very quiet and calm. The pastor of Dr. Omane Boamah's mother just walked in some few minutes ago and is inside the room together with the Eastern Regional Rep of the Council of State. They are inside with the mother, trying to console her as they await the arrival of the Vice President and the Chief of Staff and the other government officials.
What we understand from the Presidency is that the team has been split into two, and so the Vice President will be leading a team to Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed's house, while the Chief of Staff makes his way to Koforidua, the home of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. But at least while we prepare ourselves in anticipation of the arrival of the Chief of Staff, have we seen any party executives? And if you are able to, please engage them and find out what they make of this unfortunate incident.
Okay, so I have with me here Wahab, who happens to be communication for Ebuakwa North. He's very close with Dr. Omane Boamah, and I would engage him to find out. Wahab, you are live on Channel 1 TV.
Yeah.
Tell us, how close were you with Dr. Omane Boamah?
Yeah, we are not happy today because the side news they have been informed from the office of the Chief of Staff this afternoon about the incident was happening at Ashanti region. And brother, let me come to the local language so that people can understand me well. And I pay Yantia Sempa. Stand say, Dr. Omane Boamah ni partitu ema omaino.
Hello. We seem to have lost.
Dr. Omane Boamah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Me amijina hoyi. Omame hu se nyambe ya adom na ye bie akonya se ye fa security agency a so mempen ko forma woni dia ma ko school en form bra. Mene o kase da ye plan penyi John Dramani Mahama eba East Region Justice Park Obesha ahemfo ni mpelifo. I meet Dr. Omane Boamah one-on-one or chairman is shaking his that he didn't come off a pepe. Any regional minister, any regional chairman. Na ene Ghana a friend to Matutum. Ene Ukui Ghana antia sempa. Ene ya Papa John Dramani Mahama wantia sempa. Ene Omane kan ye dum esan seni petitru ene free Ghana esumesi na eyeme ya medi yawo na sana yakom shani Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ema yehu se nyame to nsa frɛ agye obi nkwa yen kasa bebre na nyesa me eyeme ya esan se so hwɛ de sana Dr. Omane Boamah ehwɛ nkɔfo edum nkɔfo ebo nkɔfo me ne wo kase ene anope kwa no osene 5,000 ema obi wo 37 Military Hospital say ye fambo en supporto na ye opeti no me ne wo kase Dr. Omane Boamah e de obi akoda 37 a o tua the medical base a o hwe no ene sankofo no wan ne beda no machi ahwe omo biom intene asama esi Ghana no ene East Region no ye friend tumatuntum intiminwa yantia sempa na Nyankopɔn fa Dr. Omane Boamah na ebusuani nyinaa ne Alhaji Muntala ne na Nyankopɔn fa muntu bebi pa na nyame mboa wɔm na omachi so nyefe ene aha ye gina Dr. Omane Boamah ne maame pɔ a o de ne ba wiase ana ya betra ne nkyɛn a ye hwɛ sɛ obenya komapa esan sɛ tibia maame ne wɔ mu no yamba hambe traha anjoju ne kuma ebia ne yansante asempa ana yebeda ye Council of State Madam Evan Crane yebeda na se yebeda the National Security Coordinator se so omo ni na de omahoaden a omo de afutuo yebesan da ye papa ba konso adongo the MC New Jabi North ono so yebeda na se sentoto ya omo ye se Dr. Omane Boamah maame ombetimi ahwe normal 100 year ana ye New Gabon South ye mayor Transford Boache omuni na twamame ho ahia se ombehwe na asumdwie na omahu kasapa omede beto ho maame no esan se maame no condition Dr. Omane Boamah maame condition no wo mu no se ye ntime enye ne petitru ene na nkasa emfa sempamba wo ho me ne wo kase a Roma ya sofo ni na abodonchi ehia etwamame no ho ahia me ne wo kase etitrufoɔ a yate kwa say delegation fi Defense Ministry Deputy Minister of Defense Brocha bahase no ye hweso mo ni na beba na Dr. Omane Boamah no yɛho ɛkwan ɛbɛfa so na sisi a yɛbɛda mpanyinfoɔ ase sɛ wɔde medical doctors ɛbɛtwa maame no ho ahyia san sɛ ne BP na arise akɔ soro sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ a ɔbɛtumi anya n'ahoɔden ne yɛahwɛ ne yɛatoto nneɛma nti abusua ɛne de East Region yɛnte asɛmpa esum ɛna esi wɔ East Region esum ɛna esi wɔ ne dwabe north esum ɛna esi wɔ Koforidua meda wase me nua.
So basically what who happens to be the communication officer for the National Democratic Congress and DC in the Buakwa North constituency, saying that he's talking about how benevolent Dr. Omane Boamah is. He indicated that just this morning, doctor sent 5,000 Ghana cedis for medical support for a patient who is currently at the 37 military hospital seeking health services. Now, the last time Dr. Omane Boamah was in the Eastern region, when he came for the anniversary of his former school, Pope John Senior High School, he adopted a young man who drew a portrait of him. Now, doctor promised to see to the young man's education right from tertiary through to when the guy will get a befitting job. Now, the hopes of this young boy hangs in the balance as somebody who adopted him just last month has passed on. Quite a number of people in the Eastern region also depend solely on Dr. Omane Boamah for their education. In terms of businesses, you have traders. This gentleman has been supporting over the years, and majority of them are all here. They are sad. So Nana, if you can hear me from the studio, it is not a pleasant scene here in the Eastern region, where Dr. Omane Boamah, whom they call the hope of the Eastern region, has passed on to glory. Now, a number of people even in the region were even tipping him to lead the party in some few years to come. And now all of them are here grieving as we speak.
Quite unfortunate. But help us understand the location of the house. Is it within the heart of Koforidua, on the outskirts? Which area exactly is the home, and how accessible is it for party supporters who might want to come in there and sympathize with the family?
So if you use the Ofanko stretch through Insawam, through Suhum, Nankase, Akwadum, and you are coming to Koforidua, before you get to the DVLA itself, I think just 10 meters away from the DVLA, you branch on your right. Yes, you branch on the right. Immediately you branch on your right, it's the fourth house on your left. And you'll see a number of vehicles parked just in front of the house. Now, when you use the Ebri, Pediasi, Ebri, through Mafe, through Tinkong, Okrase, and then you are coming to Koforidua, the moment you get to the first traffic light, you branch on the N4, which passes through the Koforidua Technical University Road. So use that stretch straight to, you get to the DVLA runabout, the only runabout. You take the second exit on your left, and then you get to the DVLA. 10 meters from the DVLA, you take your left, and then you enter the home of Dr. Omane Boamah. So it's not too far from the main CBS program.
Well, we're still looking forward to see the official communication to the family from the seat of government. I'm here with Sami Wiafe.
Before you go, just a quick one. Have you had the opportunity to see Omane Boamah's mother, and can you describe her state? Have you seen her personally?
So as we speak, the woman is still inside the living room, where she's surrounded by her pastors and then a medical doctor who happens to be checking her BP, because as Wahab earlier indicated, doctor happens to be the only son. So just imagine, the only son, the only child actually, and since his days, right from primary through Pope John the only person the mother knows is Dr. Omane Boamah. The only I just want to understand what the woman is going through right now. I just want to understand what the woman is going through right now.
I doubt you'll be able to put words together to describe that feeling. To lose an only child in such a manner is quite heart-wrenching. And so we cannot even pretend to understand what type of state he is in emotionally or otherwise. Yeah. Quite devastating. Well, Nee, we'll be coming back to you even as we wait for the arrival of the Chief of Staff. We understand the President would have wanted to make this trip himself. And unfortunately, he's been hard hit by the news and is unable to make this journey. Has designated the Chief of Staff to take over.
Well, devastating, if you really ask me. It's very devastating to hear of the passing of this senior government officials, if you want to put it that way. And then as I asked Nee earlier, the state of Dr. Omane Boamah's mother, because he's the only child, and to have a child look after him from childhood till now grown or becomes a senior government official, a minister of defense, and you only hear the news of his passing in such a devastating way. It's sad, and it is good that the doctors, the medics, and the rest have all surrounded her, to ensure that her BP does right. I understand, or I may want to understand her age as at now, because if you look at the Omane Boamah, how old is he? You can, make your own comparison as far as the mother's age is concerned. And so it's understandable you have people around her at this time, at this crucial time, to monitor her and ensure that medically she's okay for this disaster that has come upon her home. Having to lose an only child, an only son. Someone you've looked after all these years becomes a senior government official, and then you wake up one morning, on a Wednesday morning, and you hear news that, he's no more. I can just imagine how it is and what he's going through, as at now. And all that we can say is, may the good Lord, be with her. May the good Lord console her at this particular moment, because if these medical officers or medical personnel are not around her at this time, we may not hear another good news as far as the mother of Dr. Omane Boamah is concerned. Very sad, very devastating. I'm not sure you may even want to wish this for your worst enemy, and so it's just right and proper that the medical team and others are around her, not just today, the days to come, the weeks to come, the months to come. So at least she's able to, go through the healing process. And when everything is done and dusted, then we can still, get her back to, her normal life. But even at that, with her age, I'm sure it will be just right and proper that we get relatives around her who will be monitoring her, keeping her, in check, consoling her, talking to her. Because in this instance, when it happens, you're a bit lonely, and loneliness may come with a lot of its issues. And so it's just right and proper that the medical team, do something about the situation, not just now, but the days and the weeks and the months and even the years to come. Because this is, as Nanatu said earlier, this is heart-wrenching, to hear that your only son is no more. It's really devastating. Very, very. It's really, really, really devastating. So, may they rest in perfect peace. May they rest in perfect peace. May they rest in perfect peace. The good Lord knows best. He knows why some of these things happen. And until the investigation from the military high command, comes in with their report, then we'll really know what really caused the death, what measures can be put in place to ensure that we don't have this repeat itself again, so we do not lose such valuable, such senior government officials, such, you know, service personnel in the line of duty as far as, you know, these matters are concerned. So all we can say from here is that the Lord be with them. As you heard earlier, a delegation, 2 delegations, one led by the Vice President, heading to the home of Murtala Mohammed, the Minister of Environment, who also suffered from the same tragedy. And then a delegation also led by the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, who addressed the press conference to officially, you know, tell us what happened. Also leading another delegation to the home of Dr. Ibrahim Murtala in the Eastern region, Kofodia to be precise, where he's lived all his life from childhood till now. He went to Pope John. The last time he was in the Eastern region of Kofodia to be precise was when he attended the anniversary of the Pope John Senior High School, his former school, where he made some few donations, did some few works there, construction of roads, and even adopted a young man there to ensure that he takes care of this boy from secondary to the university. But then, as we say in Akan, Fofi and Tuata, and then this sad incident, you know, has happened. It's really sad. Before then,
quite sad, quite devastating.
God console them. That's what we can say.
We cannot find words to describe this unfortunate incident. A national tragedy of monumental proportions, and it's difficult. We've seen the New Patriotic Party issue a statement on the matter. The statement is on the letterhead of the New Patriotic Party, and it's titled New Patriotic Party Devastated by the Tragic Death of 8 persons in a Military Helicopter Crash. And I read, the New Patriotic Party is reeling with sorrow and grief following the tragic crash of a military helicopter that claimed the lives of all 8 persons on board. Their passing is not only a devastating blow to their families, but also a profound loss to the entire nation they worked to protect and build. We extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families. No words can truly capture the anguish of this moment. We pray that the Almighty God grants them comfort and strength during this excruciatingly difficult period. We call for a thorough, transparent and swift investigation into the cause of the crash. The dignity of the lives lost demands answers and accountability to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. In this time of grief, we call on all Ghanaians to come together in unity, prayer and compassion. Let us stand with the families left behind. Let us console and strengthen one another. May the souls of these 8 heroes rest in perfect peace until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall all meet again. Signed, Justin Kodua Frimpong, Secretary. So that's a statement from the New Patriotic Party on the unfortunate incident. My colleague Jude Duncan is coming to us from Chado, the home of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. Jude, thank you for your time. What's the story there? Clearly, the unfortunate news must have reached the house. How are they receiving it?
Sanda, you're right. It's a very sad
Jude,
and
this is Nana Tufo, Jude.
Nana Tufo. I beg your pardon.
Very well.
It's a very sad, it's a very sad and sorrowful time here at the house of the late Minister for Environment and also Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Nana Tufo, as I speak to you currently, there's the setting up of a tent to receive visitors. We've also seen that some chairs have been brought in. Now, when I got here, we were told that the Vice President had earlier come to this particular residence and had left and is headed to the residence of the late Deputy National Security Director, who was also caught in the crash. So the Vice President has just left this particular location. As I speak to you, in your shots, you would see some gentlemen setting up a tent to receive visitors. We've also seen quite a number of officials walking as I talk to you, some of them bringing packs of water as they come. When I go here, I saw quite a number of people also, visibly shaking, some of them in tears, uncontrollably, weeping. We've not seen their very close family members, but I've been told that the wife is currently in there with some other family members who are consoling her, following this really devastating news. But a lot of people keep trooping in. Since we got here, quite a number of people have made their way here. We've also seen some, bystanders, people who live within the area here in Chado also come here to console with the family. It's really a sad and truly a sad, scene here. You can clearly tell that on the faces of the persons gathered here that they are truly devastated and shaken with grief following the passing of Murtala Mohammed, who, up until his demise, stayed here as minister and as member of parliament for Tamale Central. We've been joined by a friend. He worked very closely with the late minister. He knew him on a very personal level, to just talk to us about all that's happened so far. Thank you and welcome to Channel One News.
Thank you very much. My name is Omane Ibrahim Murtala.
How did you hear the news and what has been running in your mind since this really devastating news broke?
I would first of all, as a Muslim, say Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, meaning from God we came and to him we shall return. It came to me as a shock around 2 thereabout when I was driving, and then I was told some of our people, meaning some of our ministers within the NDC, have passed in a crash. So I quickly had to make some few calls to confirm whether indeed that happened. And unfortunately, he happens to be one of them, Honorable Mohammed Murtala, a very good friend of mine, a brother in Islam and a mentor. We've been together, we've worked very closely, and then it's just so sad things have happened this way. Very unfortunate. And then himself, and then Mr. Dr. Omane Boamah, and then the other people who were on crew. So it's a very unfortunate incident. And I want to say my very big condolences to his wife, his children, his compatriots, and then all those who have worked with him, and then the Muslim Ummah in general, especially the very people he represents in Parliament. That's for Tamale Central constituency. So that is basically what I would have to say about this. It's a very hard, breaking information we all had.
Upon coming here, have you cited the wife or very close family members around him?
Yeah, we came as a group, and she's inside. We are about going in to say hi to her when you called and said I should grant you this interview. It's very disturbing. So I would quickly go in and see her after this.
All right, thank you so much for your time, sir.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
So, Nana Tufo, you heard there a very close friend of the late Murtala Mohammed, who said that the wife and family are still in there, they are grieving. They have people around them, consoling them amidst this very difficult news. As I speak to you, more and more people are making their way here. We've seen some cars with party paraphernalia in them, supposing or presupposing that these are vehicles from or members of the NDC also make their way in here. Quite a number of people have gathered here since we got here. It's a very solemn mood. It's a very somber mood. Tears are flowing. I can tell you that for sure. People, when they come in, they make their way inside the house. Shortly after they come back, they meet in groups. They now start conversing among themselves in a very sorrowful manner. When we got here, a couple of people we saw outside were just shaking with grief. They could barely hold it all together. Some on the floor crying. It's been a really difficult situation here. It's been very hard. The tent is still being set up on the compound, in the compound of the house. We've seen some chairs also being brought in to receive visitors. A lot more people are coming. There are some cars parked by the roadside. Some of them still waiting for other cars ahead to clear so they can find parking. So it's been very, very solemn, very, very somber, but also a very difficult moment. You can clearly tell that the news has hit hard. People are still very shaken. And we can also tell you that the Vice President left this particular location shortly. Also, we are being told that some officials within the Teshi area, and these officials are making their way here as the news unfolds. So it's one of pain, one of sorrow, one of deep-seated pain amongst those who knew him very closely. And as I speak to you, the look on the faces of the persons gathered here tell it all. Some of them barely can all hold it together. Some of them are in tears, literally, and it's been a very difficult moment as we bring you live scenes and sights from the official residence.
Well, Jude,
of the official residence of the late Minister for Environment, Murtala Mohammed. Hello, Nana.
Well, Jude, hold it there for me. We've received a statement from the Ghana Armed Forces. Let's read it out, and then we'll come back to you on what's happening at the home of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. A clear departure from the early statement released by the Ghana Armed Forces, which was titled Ghana Armed Forces Z9 helicopter missing. This one is straight to the point and gives confirmation on the accident and says Ghana Armed Forces Z9 helicopter crashes. Again on the letterhead of the Ghana Armed Forces. And I read, the Ghana Armed Forces helicopter Z9 that took off this morning at 0912 hours from Accra en route to Obuasi has crashed in the general area of Sikamine near Adanse Akrofom in the Ashanti region, and all on board are feared dead. The crew were Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Mourning Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The passengers were Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Alhaji Mourning Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman NDC, and Mr. Samuel Abuaje, former parliamentary candidate. The Ghana Armed Forces extends its condolences to the bereaved families. Investigations have commenced to determine the cause of the accident. Signed, Veronica Adjo Ahin, Captain of the Ghana Navy, Acting Director General, Public Relations. So the Ghana Armed Forces also confirming the incident as we have reported. At this point, we're receiving a number of statements commiserating with the family and, of course, the bereaved families and others. But I'd like to read the official statement from the Jubilee House. It says, on behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adanse area in the Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash. 1. Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense. 2. Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. 3. Alhaji Mourning Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture. 4. Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. And you have 5. Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate. 6. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala. 7. Flying Officer Mourning Chum Ampedu. 8. Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extend our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. And it's signed by Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff. So this is the statement that he read early on while breaking the unfortunate news to us. There's a statement that's come from the Minority Caucus in Parliament. We read to you that statement as well. It's from the Minority Caucus in Parliament. It's titled Statement by the Minority on the Tragic Military Helicopter Crash That Killed 8 Ghanaians. Following the formal announcement earlier today by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah, confirming the tragic loss of life in today's military helicopter crash, I wish to express my profound grief and that of the minority in Parliament over this devastating accident that has claimed 8 precious Ghanaian lives, including 2 distinguished cabinet ministers and dedicated public servants who gave their all in service to our beloved Ghana. Then it goes on to title the various paragraphs. So there's a nation in mourning. The loss of Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Environment Minister Honorable Dr. Alhaji Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator Mourning Mohammed, NDC former parliamentary candidate Samuel Abuaje, NDC National Vice Chairman Samuel Sapong, and our 3 valiant military personnel, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manain Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah, represent a profound human loss that touches the very soul of our nation. These were fathers, husbands, sons, and devoted patriots who awakened this fateful Wednesday morning with a noble intention of serving Ghana. I must speak from the heart about 2 men I knew not as political opponents, but as fellow Ghanaians united in our love for this country. Honorable Dr. Alhaji Murtala Mohammed and I may have sat across the parliamentary aisle, but we shared countless moments of genuine discourse about Ghana's future. His passion for environmental protection transcended party politics, and he possessed that rare quality of listening with intent to understand. Dr. Edward Omane Boamah brought to his role as defense minister a scholar's intellect combined with a patriot's heart. In our private conversations, I witnessed a man deeply committed to modernizing our armed forces while preserving the values that make Ghana's military a source of national pride. These personal losses remind us that behind every political position lies a human being, someone's beloved family member, someone's trusted friend. To His Excellency, the President, I extend my sincere condolences and the full support of the minority in Parliament in these difficult times. Your loss is our loss. Your grief is our grief. In this moment of national tragedy, we stand united with you as Ghanaians mourning together. To the grieving families of all 8 victims, government ministers, members of the Majority Caucus, NDC members, military personnel, and public servants alike, our hearts go out to you in this darkest hour. To all Ghanaians who mourn with heavy hearts, know that your loved ones did not die in vain. Let us honor these 8 souls by supporting our armed forces, protecting Ghana's environment, and working together for our nation's security and prosperity. Let us channel our grief into renewed determination to build the Ghana they envisioned, where public service is viewed as a sacred trust and every citizen can contribute to our national progress. May their souls rest in perfect peace, and may their memories remain everlasting beacons of light, guiding us towards a more united and prosperous Ghana. Signed, Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyomakin, Minority Leader. So that's the statement by the leader, Minority Leader, on behalf of the Minority Caucus in Parliament. I mean, at this point, condolences and
it's the only thing available.
Indeed.
Available as of now, because there's no way we can bring them back to life.
No.
There's no way you can do that. Only God. It can only happen when God intervenes. But you know, for now, we can only console the family, wish them God's strength in these difficult, very difficult times. You know, and to wish that the good Lord Himself, who started a course like this, may end it, you know, in the right way for the family. But aside the minority, there are others who have also shared,
indeed,
you know, personal condolences in respect of this. I've just seen one from Edwigi Tamaklo, who is the director of
the CEO of
NPN, director of legal
for the National Democratic Congress.
Dr. Omane Boamah was director of
elections and IT.
You know, the two of them are directors for the NDC. And it says that last week, Thursday, there was an orientation for all CEOs. We were privileged to have him as one of the resource persons. As usual, he took us through some deep perspective on governance. Arguably, one of the finest minds to be associated with in the NDC since 2006. I'm still shaking. May God comfort your adorable mother, wife, and children. This is beyond heartbreaking. Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah. And this coming from Edwigi Tamaklo. There's another one too from Kojo Opon Kroma. You know, they were meeting Pope John's Senior High School. And he also took to Facebook, and this is what he wrote. On this terrible day of national tragedy, my prayers go out to the families of our 8 colleagues who are falling in the line of duty and in the service to our dear country. It is so heartbreaking to hear that our countrymen suffer this fate. For the Pope John Senior High School fraternity, Pojoba Senior Dr. Omane Boamah's demise stings extra painfully. May the good Lord keep their souls and comfort the families left behind. May He give us the strength to hold the fort and carry on their services. And this coming from Kojo Opon Kroma, a mate of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah way back in secondary school, which is Pope John Secondary School.
Right. All right. There's one here from Engineer Kwabna Eje Japan. Statement to commiserate with families of Ghana Armed Forces helicopter crash victims. And I read, I have received with great sorrow the news of the Ghana Armed Forces helicopter crash in the Ashanti region, which claimed the precious lives of 8 people on board. This is a devastating blow to our nation. We have lost courageous men, public servants, and soldiers who dedicated their lives to the country's peace and stability. On behalf of myself, my family, and my campaign team, I express my heartfelt condolences to the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the government, the families of all who lost their lives, and to the Ghanaian populace. I mourn with all of you in this difficult time. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. May the souls of our dear compatriots rest in eternal peace. Signed, Engineer Kwabna Eje Japan, Press Secretary to the President 2001 to 2006, former General Secretary, New Patriotic Party, and currently an aspirant in the party's presidential race. Let's go back to Jude, who is at Chado, home of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. Jude, what's the latest? What do you have for us?
So, Naratu, for shortly, the sister to the late minister just walked in. Right from where she entered, she just broke down in tears. It was very difficult to console her because she was in tears, you know, crying, weeping uncontrollably. But just before as well, we saw the GWEL CEO, former member of parliament for Bongo, who is now chief executive officer for GWEL, Honorable Edward Bauer, walking shortly. He's gone inside to commiserate to the family, and he's still here to offer his commiseration. So we'll try and take a few words from him pretty shortly. So, Mr. Bauer, good evening again, and welcome to Channel One News.
Good evening.
We know you to be a very good friend of the late Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. You were colleagues with him in Parliament. How hard has this news hit you?
nothing to say. I just have nothing to say. I just have nothing to say.
I can imagine, you know, seeing you here, it was very difficult up until the point of tears even. When you went in there, how is the family coping? Have you seen the wife? How are they coping in the aftermath of this really devastating news?
I just pray that God guides them, that's all. That's all.
We wish you the best in these very difficult times, and so sorry for your loss. So, Nana, clearly, Edinburgh himself not able to speak to us following the news of the passing of someone he said was a friend. They both served in Parliament together, you know, and he barely could utter any words. According to me, he has nothing to say. But in his very short prayer, he is saying that God should, you know, give and grant the family of the late member of Parliament, the late minister, strength during this very difficult time. As I speak to you, he's looking down in tears. He can barely utter any words. You know, palm in the face, head bowed, and in tears. A very, very difficult moment for the family. Like I said earlier as well, we saw the sister also coming pretty shortly. The sister, right from when she got out from the vehicle, had to be held together and sent inside. It's been a very sorrowful, you know, time here. It's been very difficult. Currently, the tents have been set, and very shortly, we are being told that the chairs will be arranged so visitors who want to pay tribute, who want to come in and commiserate with the family, can do so. But as I speak to you, more people are still trooping in. Quite a number of people have come in, entered into the main house since his coming here. Clearly a very difficult moment, a very, very difficult moment. Also, we were told that some staffers who worked very close with him in his personal office are also here, and they could also barely utter any words, right? Because some of them dealt with him very early in the morning, some of them a few minutes before that particular flight, which would lead into that crash and ultimately his demise. Some persons who were with him up until the flight are also here, and they can barely believe the news that has come in today. Very devastating, very shocking, one of anguish, one of pain, one of sorrow. And they are really, really, you know, in a very difficult moment, clearly from the sights and the sounds we have here. So pretty shortly, we are being told that some other family members are expected here, after which they would all be seated here. So anyone who would want to offer their commiserations can do so. But quite a number of people are walking in. When we got here some minutes ago, upon arriving, we saw some children joyfully playing on the compound, but they've now all been whisked away and they've been sent indoors. And it's just quite a number of officials here and friends and family members here, and clearly it's a very difficult moment for all of them. The look on their faces tells a story, one of grief and one of sorrow. So, Nana Tufo, if you can hear me and if you can see me, it's very difficult to put it all together in words. The kinds of emotions, the kind of feeling, and the kinds of, you know, everything that's happening here. A really, really difficult one for the family and for the friends and those who knew Honorable Mohammed Murtala very closely before.
Jude, thank you very much. And that's when you see other close associates or government officials coming, do alert us so we come back to you and of course give our viewers and our listeners an idea of how much of a devastating blow this unfortunate incident has dealt the nation Ghana. But there's some information on helicopter models that are most often involved in crashes, and there's quite a number of them. I'm just going through to see if this particular Z9 and it belongs to any of these categories. But most often than not, the underlying factors for some of these crashes will include exposure and fleet size matters, where you have light single-engine types like Robinson models appear often simply because they dominate civil flight hours. You also have configurations affecting risk, data showing single-engine two-blade helicopters having higher accident counts, or four-blade single-engine turboshafts like the EC-135, BK-117 tending to have better safety outcomes. Now, sometimes it's as a result of the mission profile and rough environment. So, heavy transport at military helicopters, the Mi-17, the Black Hawk, the CH-53, fly more demanding missions, exposing them to crash risk, even if accident rates per hour may be lower. So, it gives you an idea of some of the causes of helicopter crashes. We'll be looking into the various models and how often they are involved in crashes and what some of the underlying factors usually are. But we have some more statements coming in commiserating with the families of the bereaved and, of course, the unfortunate demise of these 8 Ghanaians who have unfortunately lost their lives on this day, a day which will forever be remembered in the annals of Ghanaian history as a Black Wednesday, a day that rid Mother Ghana of 8 buoyant souls, a day that took away the lives of 8 Ghanaian heroes. We understand that the military has identified and picked up the bodies of the deceased. Our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, Hafiz Tijani, is on the beat for us. Hafiz, update us on this situation. We understand the area was cordoned off earlier. Were you able to get some pictures? What is the information you have to share with us?
All right, so the Ashanti Regional Minister, he is coordinating affairs with the military hierarchy in the Ashanti region. So there have been a lot of military deployment to the scene who are currently going there. You know, the military also have their medical team. So their medical team is also working with the Ghana Ambulance Service, trying to convey the bodies. And the bodies have been conveyed from the area in Sachs to the charred bodies conveyed from the scene in Sachs to this place. The military has brought in some of their some wrappers to at least wrap them, and we are told that there's going to be some rituals to be performed traditionally. You know, there's a river crossing here, and that is being done currently. 4 of the bodies have been here so far, and 4 more are being brought. So the military has gone there to use their sacks also to cover these bodies, which were put in cocoa sacks initially and brought here. So the military, the NADMO, the ambulance service, and other emergency service providers are all here trying to ensure that the bodies are transported. So ambulances are also stationed from the AGA, the Anglo-Gold Hospital, from the Sikaman community. From the Sikaman community, you see ambulances parked there, and the bodies are going to be taken into these ambulances and transported. So this is what is happening currently. But for the scene, they are leaving the scene because they have taken the bodies out of the scene, and 4 have arrived so far here at a point where we are told there's going to be pouring of libation and other rituals by the traditional leaders and opinion leaders in the community before the bodies are transported. So we are waiting for the arrival of the other bodies before the ritual process can be performed.
Right. Hafiz, you mentioned that the bodies were earlier placed in cocoa sacks. Was this by eyewitnesses or passers-by Who placed the bodies in the cocoa sacks? The 4 earlier retrieved, and what is the account of these persons?
Okay, so initially, because there was nothing to put, this is a very remote area because there was nothing to put in them. So this were just an improvised methods, or these were improvised methods or things they could put the bodies in them before they wait for the military to bring the proper bagging to put the bodies there. So that has been put in the proper bagging brought in by the military medical team here, and that has been transferred into it. But because there was nothing to be put into it, it was just an interim measure and an improvised measure to bring the bodies to this place. So on their way, they met the military team who brought in these bags, and they have safely put them inside.
Well, we understand the emergency or the urgent situation regarding this matter, but did the military personnel on the grounds raise any concern regarding tampering or interfering with evidence based on the fact that the eyewitnesses had picked up bodies in cocoa sacks? Was there any concern raised regarding tampering of evidence?
This has been a coordinated effort because the regional minister he's the head of the Regional Security Council, so the directives, some of these things were done. And we didn't have a full complement of the military team there. That was why the regional minister also wanted the scene to be cleared in terms of the bodies. So you get a point that the time was also running out, and it's a thick forest, fearing that it shouldn't run into the night. If it runs into the night, there's no light here. Those arrangements about lightening the place has not been made, and it's a very thick forest and very dangerous walking through, and that was why they improvised with this. But the military were also in time. They came on time, and then they had to take over. So now they are taking over from the locals, but they are still working close with the locals because the locals themselves who have heard this happened, and the farmers who had their farms so close to the area where the incident happened, still in shock, and they were also willing to help whatever help they can give because this is their area, and they can also help. And they see people who are coming in due to this incident as strangers, so they offered to help and all that.
Now, have you been able to engage eyewitnesses, and what is their own account of what might have happened?
Well, for most of them, in the morning at about 10 a.m., while on their farms, they saw that the helicopter descended so low, and they don't see that as a case or usual. They saw that as unusual because usually the helicopter is very high, and the limit or the distance to the forest for them was so intriguing and so surprising. And they said that what happened? What is happening? So before then, they thought that the helicopter had gone, and later some of the farmers heard this sound, and they had to rush through, and they found that this was happening, and they had to rush. Some of the farmers had to rush there, and because of the nature of the blast, they were also afraid that there could be further explosions. So some of them also had to run, and they waited for some time before even going back to look at the scene and see how the charred bodies were lying. Then they started placing calls to the assembly member for the area, who then redirected some of the calls to the new ADBRC police command. That is very close here. They also placed the call to the Obuasi and also the Bekwai, the Ashanti South Divisional Police Command. Then they took it over from there. Then they also informed RECSEC. So fortunately for them, the Ashanti Regional Minister was at this event to launch this program. So the sacks have been carried through, just passing by. The 4 of the locals escorted by military and police, carrying the bodies to the Ada River. We are told is the next stream that the traditional authorities will be performing these rituals before they'll be allowed. They'll allow the bodies to be transported to wherever they'll be transported to, Nana.
Quite a sad one. But so what was the mood in the area? I mean, these unfortunate victims of this crash may not hail from the area, but for residents of the area to see such an accident of this magnitude, are they shaken in any way? What's the mood of the people there?
Well, I spoke to some farmers, and they say they have never seen this before. And this is so devastating, this is so shocking. And they say that if this had happened in the night, or if they had not heard the blast, then it would have been a different story altogether. Because, Nana, if you walk 2 hours from the Sikaman community through the hills, the mountains, in a thick cocoa forest and cassava plantation, and we are walking out of the place now. Everyone who was there had to take a break, sit on some of the branches of trees, and also some of the stones there to take some rest before continuing, even with the Ashanti Regional Minister who was leading members of the RECSEC. And so coming from Obuasi to Akofrom to the Sikaman area, people had come out of their houses hearing the news, though some of them had not been to the scene itself. And some of them had not been to. So what you hear in the background, Nana, is the direction being given to the bodies to be taken to the next stream, where we are told that some rituals are going to be performed here. So you see some of the locals helping carry the bodies on their heads and to the place, and it's so devastating. So coming from the Akrofrom, Obuasi to Akrofrom area to the Sikaman community, people had come out of their homes, just standing devastated in a very shocking manner. Those most of them had not been to the scene, but they were so devastated hearing the news of the blast. And the blast, they also heard it because it was from a distance, and they say they heard a blast and it was so fearful, and they never had such a blast within the area. And the farmers who lived close were also afraid that this could explode and all that. So they were also careful in getting to the scene. So the area has been plunged into a state of mourning and grief, and people are so distraught about what has happened.
Earlier, you were painting us a picture of the crash site. I'm interested in finding out how accessible the crash site itself is, and if emergency response could have helped turn this unfortunate news into, giving us a glimmer of hope to hang on to, a thread of hope to hang on to.
Nana, the only emergency response was another helicopter that would have been able to maneuver through the thick forest. But talking of emergency response, like using a motorbike, it was not possible, not to even talk of a vehicle. So, like I said, very thick cocoa forest, undulating nature of the road. You are ascending and descending mountains. Just feeling my voice so panting here. Descending the mountain here. So it was not so possible. It was never possible to even access the area using a vehicle or maybe a motorbike. So the only option is to walk. So all the vehicles, the ambulances, the land cruisers, the regional minister, the other vehicles they came in with had to park, and the only option walk to the area.
Right. So you park at the roadside and walk to the crash site. How long does this take you? How many minutes does this take you? So we can have an idea of the distance between.
Nana, it's about 2 hours because of the
walk
distance.
Up the hill.
Yes, 2 hours. Climbing the place.
Wow.
Climbing the place. And for those of us who were first timers, we didn't know the place. So most of the farmers who were then coming back farms were directing us. And some of them were really questioning us. They were telling us that the journey is not easy. We can't go. So we defied those warnings and just wanted to go there, have first hand information for our viewers and our audience.
This is quite shocking. The distance from the roadside to the crash site took you about 2 hours to make that journey on foot.
Yes, on foot,
wow.
Nana.
Wow.
On foot. So, but for the farmers who, this has been a daily affair
they
for
are
them.
used
They
to
have
the
been
area.
frequenting this area, so they never saw that to be a very long distance. So some of them were even laughing at us. They saw how some of us were struggling to climb the mountains and all that. So this was a big concern for them if they had not heard the blast, because farmers live or farm close to the crash site, but farmers do not ply their activities at the exact spot where the incident happened. So it was going to be very difficult for anyone to even notice that something like that had happened. If it was just the fire and the crash without a blast, it was the blast that prompted their attention to the place. If there was no blast, they wouldn't have been able to hear anything. And most of the farmers were also saying that if it happened in the night, then they didn't know what was going to happen. Then it was going to be a different story altogether.
Right. Did you have the luxury of the smoke from the blast to guide you towards the exact spot?
Okay, so that's where when you ascend close, very close to the crash site, so you see smoke billowing from the area, thick smoke billowing from the area. Then when you are going, you see you are seeing the parts of the helicopter, the debris scattered all over.
Right. Hafiz, are you able to give us an idea of what the weather looked like during the morning of today or even in the afternoon? Just to give us an idea or an impression of what might have happened. Were there clear skies? Was it raining? Was it sunny? What did it look like?
Well, it was drizzling all through the morning in Obuasi and these areas. Even when we were coming, upon hearing this, some vehicles, including the fire service truck, the fire tender, had to got stuck in the way because of the muddy nature of the road. So it drizzled from morning to about 10, where the clouds started disappearing. Then there was sunshine.
Very well. Well, Hafiz, thank you so much. We'll come back to you for some more updates. Hafiz Tijani is coming to us from Sikaman, the village or community closest to where the tragedy occurred, where the accident occurred within the Adanse Akrofom area. Let's take you now to the eastern region. Kofodia Neoni Amate Kanaku is standing by to bring us up to speed on what is currently happening at the home of the mother of the late Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. Ni, thank you once again. Have the dignitaries from Accra arrived?
Yes, just a while ago.
We seem to be having some technical challenges there, but we'll do our best to fix it and bring you pictures from the home of the mother of the late Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. So I mean, you can see the level of importance the state is attaching to this matter, and the high-powered delegation it is sending to the various homes. We understand for the vice president, she'll be leading a team to the homes of each and every individual who's lost his life. But let's go back to Kofodia and speak to Neoni Amate Kanakuni. Tell us about the dignitaries who have arrived so far.
Yes, so now as I was stating earlier, we received the Chief of Staff himself, Julius Debra, his deputy, Stanislav Dogbe, and then the National Chairman of the NDC, Johnson Esiedu Ketia himself, Sports Minister Kofi Adams, Joyce Bawa Mokhtari is also here. We also have the National Director for NADMO is also here, and a host of other personnel, that is the CDS, and then other military high officers are all here. Now, they are in this particular room, which happens to be the living room where the woman is, that is Dr. Omane Boamah's mother, is currently is, and then they've officially informed her about the demise of the only son. And Nana, it's a sad scene here because you can hear sorrows, you can hear people wailing inside. Joyce Mokhtari Bawa herself just entering the room within 2 minutes, she came out and she couldn't even control her tears, and she's moved back to her vehicle. We have dozens of people trooping in. Earlier on when we spoke, we had close to 100 people here, but now the numbers has increased, and then more than 400 people are currently here. We have people coming on the way from Akutia. We have Bernard Bediakon, who was recently elected to lead the National Democratic Congress, NDC, ahead of the by-election, the Akutia by-election a moment ago. He just entered this premise. We have the regional organizer, women's organizer, Selinana, also joining the team. And as we speak now, we've seen some people believed to be immediate family members of Dr. Omane Boamah also arriving, and then also being ushered into the living room where Chief of Staff Johnson Esiedu Ketia and a host of other delegations of government are currently meeting with Dr. Omane Boamah's mother as we speak now.
Quite sad, but what other engagements have happened in the home? We know that the official announcement will be made to the mother and the family, but of course there will be sympathizers and others, party faithful, outside of the hall where the family will be engaging the government delegation. So what other engagements have happened so far?
Yes, so Nana, we are still waiting for the leadership. They are currently engaging the woman inside, and then we hope after their engagement with the woman, they would come out and then address the people who are currently gathered here. If you can see from the shot, a host of people are seated, both from far and near, are all here witnessing, trying to find out if indeed their beloved son of the soil, Dr. Kofi Omane Boamah, has indeed died in this tragic accident, which was reported some few hours ago. Majority of people who trooped in first were not really sure. Seeing the number of people gathered here, they couldn't control their tears, and a number of them are even outside the building trying to hold themselves together as we all mourn the tragic passing of Dr. Omane Boamah.
Well, we've seen some security personnel also there. I mean, he was head of the Defense Ministry, serving as minister at the behest of the president. Are you able to give us an idea who these security couples are, if you like?
Not really, Nana. But quite a number of them are here. But Broja Jemfi was leading that particular delegation. He ushered that particular delegation in. Broja happens to be the deputy
minister for defense.
Yes, so he ushered them in, and then Joyce, and then Felix Ofosu-Kwakye. Felix Ofosu-Kwakye himself is also here, leading the side from the presidency also. I understand they are about to come out after the engagement with Dr. Omane Boamah's mother, so I'm positioning myself so that we can get a clear view of the government delegation that are here. It's a sad situation here. As I earlier on indicated, a number of people take their daily bread from Dr. Omane Boamah. A number of people, and majority of them hearing the sad news, were not even in the right frame of mind to even talk to us, because some of them are really shocked about the sudden turn of events, because these are people they were with just some few minutes ago in Accra in the morning. Some engaged them, had some briefings with them before they really left Accra, and hear the news within short space that these people, this very important people who are trying to do their bits in the agenda of the president. Now these people are not with us anymore. So as you can see, these are some of the officials who came from Accra, from the military high command. They are currently manning this particular entrance where the meeting is currently being held. It's a sad situation, Anna. It's a sad situation. People are trying to hold themselves, and you can imagine being the only son, the only child for that matter. This has happened. Prince, welcome to Channel One TV.
Thank you.
So tell us, how did you hear this unfortunate?
Omane Boamah, as we know, is a native of this region. We know how vibrant he is. We know how energetic he is. We know how he fought for the party during 2024 election as the head of our election. And for us to have just lost him, not him alone, with other high-profile ministers of this government, Dr. Murtala, we know how Dr. Murtala used to come on your set, the big issue. And the crew on board, Felix Abuaji, very, very, very young, exuberant guy. To be sincere, it is a Black Wednesday for the entire, and all support, as I ask, all Ghanaians to pray for the mother, because the mother is going through a terrific moment as we speak. And the only thing that can hold the mother strong is our prayers and our support. That's what I can say now.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much for talking to us. So you just had Prince Henry, who is part of the NDC's communications team, who's a communications team member, telling us how he had the unfortunate news, and then how he feels the mother needs our support now in this trying time. Now, Nat Tete is here. Nat Tete is the regional director of the National Service Scheme. He's been working very closely with Omane Boamah for some time now in the region before his appointment. Nat, welcome to Channel One TV.
Thank you so much.
So tell us, how do you hear this unfortunate news, and how is the NDC in the region taking this particular news?
Personally, I'm completely broken and lost for words. I mean, Dr. Omane has been like a father, a towering figure for all of us who work for the NDC in the Eastern region. You know, even while he was minister, he had not officially even resigned from his position as elections director of the party. And so throughout the electioneering period, we've been with him together. I remember almost all my branded John Mahama t-shirts that I used to wear during the campaign season. All of them came from Dr. Omane. This morning, I actually was on my usual monitoring rounds in the region when I got a message, a strange message from a friend asking, is the defense minister alive? So I went back to him and I was like, why would he ask if the defense minister is alive? Only for the person to ask me whether I've not been following the news. So I quickly went online only to hear of this unfortunate incident. Anybody who has encountered Dr. Omane Boamah knows that he's a very affable person, very down to earth, very relatable and approachable. And we are all shocked. Personally, I feel very broken. I feel hurt. But I guess God knows best.
Thank you very much for coming to us. Accept our condolence. So that was Nat Tete, who happens to be the Eastern Regional National Service Director. He's worked very closely. He's also the deputy youth organizer for the party in the Eastern region. He's worked over the years closely with Dr. Omane Boamah. And in your short is the health minister, Akando, crying soberly. He's not being able to hold himself. As you can see, he's been doing this in his vehicle from Accra, and he's now here also going in to commiserate with the mother and then the rest of the family. So the health minister just joined the delegation here, as we all saw from the shot. Let me just spin around and then see the number of people gathered here. A number of them are also outside.
The nation.
No amount of words can console the families.
No.
I do not wish to put myself in their shoes because no amount of words, amount of words of encouragement, no actions or inactions, nothing can really, console what the family is going through, especially the mother of Dr. Omane Boamah. To have, your only son, go through such a painful incident and then just exit this world on the line of duty is
story, but we can't confirm, and as has been confirmed by the government through the chief of staff, 8 persons have lost their lives to this particular crash. Defense Minister Dr. Omane Boamah, Environment Minister Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, you have Samuel Sapong, you have Mourning, the acting deputy national security coordinator, you have the former parliamentary candidate for Boise East on the ticket of the NDC, and 3 officers of the Ghana Armed Forces, all losing their lives in this tragic accident. Let's go to Ashanti Regional Correspondent Doris Lonta, who is in the home of Samuel Sapong, to get some updates from there. Doris, thank you so much. I want to assume and believe that there is wailing all over in the house of Mr. Sapong. Unfortunately, we've lost Doris, but we're working the lines to bring her back on. Once she's back, we'll paint you a picture of what's happening in the home of Mr. Samuel Sapong. But we can also confirm to you that the Vice President, Professor Nana Jim Pokwajman, is leading a delegation to the homes of all the victims to commiserate with the bereaved families and officially to make a formal announcement to the families. We know she's been to the house of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed already. We know that the Chief of Staff is currently in the Eastern region. And if you look at, the time period in which he made the announcement, sat in a meeting and sped off from the Jubilee House to get to Koforidua in the Eastern region, it should tell you the sense of urgency the government is attaching to this matter. We understand Doris is back on the line. Doris, good evening. Thank you so much. We want to believe there's wailing in the house of Mr. Samuel Sapong. Paint us a picture of what is currently happening there. Who is there? Who can you see? And generally, what is the mood like? Rather unfortunate, we've lost Doris again, but we'll work the lines to go back to the homes, or the home of Mr. Samuel Sapong. We're looking to touch base in the home of all the affected persons, all 8 persons, including the three officers. We understand that the Western Regional Minister is commiserating with the family of one of the officers in the Western region. We'll be touching base there as well. Jude Duncan is currently in the home of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed here in Accra at Chado. Neil Niamate Kanaku has spoken to us from the mother's home of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah in the Eastern region. Hi, Doris, can you hear me?
Yes, man, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Tell us what is happening in the home of Samuel Sapon.
Yes, Nana, it's a sad atmosphere here at the residence of Samuel Sapon, who is a former mayor for Kumasi, and he also served as a regional minister under Mohammed's first administration. It's very sad here. I mean, we have quite a number of people around, sympathizers and family members around. And as we speak, a lot more people are taking in. And it's not easy here. Yeah.
Have you been able, or have you identified any notable persons? Have you been able to engage them as well? And what have they been saying to you?
So far, not really, except some of the sympathizers around who are here to mourn with the family. I would want to engage a few of them so that, they share their experience with the Honorable Former Minister with us. I'm Pastor Bema Wakaba Bachan Yeah. Now, my Pastor, when Honorable Sapon and hear him, and then I'll be seeing a company. Nampato, a day for three now between a camper and the personality. Oh, the papa. Yes, Nana, so that's one of the sympathizers sharing her experience with Honorable Sapon with us. I would want to engage a few more people to take, to understand how they feel about the incident and also what they can say about the Honorable former minister and former neighbors. Pastor Memauka Pastor, what's not to say to us now? Honorable Sapon, we hear him again, I'll be in a company.
Oh, we seem to be having a bit of a difficulty hearing those that Doris is currently engaging. We've updated our news card regarding the affected persons, and so we'll bring you the updated one so we can see. Well, there you have it. So now you have the pictures of all the 8 deceased persons. Initially, we do not have pictures of Flying Officer Truman Pedu and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah, but now we do. So this is the full complement of the 8 lives. The faces of the 8 lives are lost in this unfortunate tragedy. Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister.
Yeah, so do you have the wife and other children around? I mean, I know it's a difficult moment. Have you had some of the family members, go to the scene of the incident? Okay. So, generally, how is the family? Preparing?
Sorry, he's a pillar of the family. My mother is still alive. My mother is still alive. Okay, we haven't been able to tell her.
So where is your mother currently?
Mother is currently.
Okay. So we want to understand, are you the elder or the younger brother?
How would you describe him?
So as a brother, how would you describe him?
He's very unified. Call me every day. Every time. Even yesterday, I spoke to him. And he said he wanted to talk to my mother. So he spoke to my mother that he was coming to that he went to told him that he come to Ghana to see her.
So this morning, were you able to speak with him?
No, I didn't hear from him. I went to work and I'm not more from him. Just for the meeting.
All right, thank you so much. So Nana, that is a brother of Mr. Samuel Sapon, and he has been talking about the incidents and the fact that he even spoke with the brother yesterday, and as it stands, they've not been able to break the news to the mother, who is currently in Jabin. So that's the situation here, Nana.
Very well, Doris. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you as and when you have some updates for us. But I mean, quite troubling situation, quite worrying. Clearly the homes of these individuals who have passed on will be filled with sympathizers, with mourners, and of course people who are there to commiserate with them. So like I said, we'll be pitching camp in all of these homes to bring you up to speed with what is happening. Right, let's go to the Western region, the naval base, where my Western regional correspondent, Kwasi Ejay Enim, is currently positioned or stationed to gauge the mood there as well. Kwasi, thank you so much for your time. Talk to us. How shocking was the news received in the region and, of course, at the base today?
Well, I must say it's been really shocking. Just like what has been expressed by other people who have spoken so far. For Western region, it is even much worse, in the sense that all the three flying officers who were actually crashed to death in this sad incident came from the Takrade Air Force Base, and so the whole Air Force Base is actually mourning. But what even makes it more worse is the fact that the flying officer Chum Ampedu, who deceased in that very incident, also have his wife being a naval officer in the person of Naval Lieutenant Rajwa Chum Chairman. And she is actually serving here at the Western Naval Base and also serving as the two garrison psychologist. Basically providing psychology services to the Naval Base, the Air Force Base, and the 2nd Infantry Battalion here at Apremoto. And so it's so critical over here. She leads in making sure that our officers are in very good spirits to do whatever they do. And today, she also lost her husband in the person of Flying Officer Human Pedu, who also serves. He was, serving at the Takrade Air Force Base. So it is a serious mourning over here in the Western region across all the two garrisons here in the Western region, top of the Western Naval Base, the Air Force, Takrade Air Force Base, and the 2nd Infantry Battalion. And today, a while ago, we had a Western Regional Minister coming to console with the wife of Flying Officer Human Pedu, who is actually very much down here at the Western Naval Base. So he's been here, the Regional Minister, Joseph Des is here to console with them. He was actually received by the flying officer commanding this very well.
Well,
command. Commodore.
Akwasi, right. So the wife of Flying Officer Chum Ampadu, although she's at the naval base, was she at work when she received the news? Where exactly was the regional minister consoling her? Was it at post? Because you said she's the psychologist of the base? Is that it?
Yes. She's actually currently serving, and she was on duty when the incident happened. So she was actually received. I mean, he received the regional minister at the flying commander, the Western Naval Commander's office, together with other officers who were all there trying to control it. So she's been at the naval base all throughout this incident, and the command is actually making sure that it provide for whatever that will actually comfort her in this difficult time she finds herself. So she's still at post as we speak.
Were you able to engage the flag officer commanding the Western Naval Base, and what did he say?
Well, he did mention that it's a difficult time for all of them, and he was very much to come to control with the command, and not just the Western Naval Command. There's two garrisons, which comprises of the three armed forces over here. We're talking about the naval base, we're talking about the Air Force base, and the 2nd Infantry Battalion. So this woman is not just serving the Western Naval Command, but the two other armed forces that we have over here. We're talking about the Air Force, and the 2BN. And so he is very much appreciated. That is the Commodore who commands here the Western Naval base here in the Western Region.
Quite a sad one that you tell us that all these officers are from the Western Naval Base. All of them also quite young. All of them are from
the Takrady Air Force Base. But Air the Force wife base. Of Ampadu brothers serves at the Western Naval Base.
Right. And all of them quite young. Have you seen some of these other young officers, and what kind of conversation are you picking up from them?
Before I came here, I actually tried to make my way to the Air Force Base, but we were not given entry because it's a very much
understandably so.
We had access to the naval base because the regional minister happened to come here, and they were allowed entry to see how, and even with taking picture of the wife, we were fortunate not to take any vivid pictures of her. So we respected that and didn't try to zero in so much on her, because she's actually in a very consoling mood and very sad mood, and she needs to be actually.
Challenges there with Akwesi's network, but we'll do our best to bring him back, because we like to engage him on the community around the naval base. Okay, the residents around there, if they have received this news, they might not know these officers personally, but of course, for three officers from the same base to pass on in such a manner in the line of duty, I'm sure they'll have a word or two to share about them. But Sami, we're still receiving tributes and condolences coming in. This one is from the UK in Ghana, the British High Commission. And it says, the British High Commission expresses deep condolences to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the Jubilee House, and the people of Ghana on this tragic and sad day. Our thoughts are with the families and friends of those deceased during this difficult time. So this is from the British High Commission in Ghana. The European Union in Ghana has also posted, they actually made a post on our post. So this is what it says. It's from the European Union's official handle. We're deeply saddened by the tragic helicopter crash in Ashanti region, claiming the lives of Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Environment, Science and Technology Minister Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and 6 others. Both ministers showed outstanding commitment to the Ghana-EU partnership. Our heartfelt condolences to the families loved ones, and the people of Ghana. So that's from the European Union in Ghana. We'll be bringing you more tributes as they come in. But I mean, this one is from Shirley Ayoko Boche, former Foreign Affairs Minister and
now the Secretary General of the Commonwealth.
Yeah. Yes. She says, deeply saddened to receive news of the tragic death of Honorable Edward Omane Boamah, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, other officials and military servicemen of the Ghana Armed Forces this afternoon. My thoughts and prayers go to their families and friends. Deepest condolences to John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic, the government, Parliament, and the people of Ghana. So that's Shirley Ayoko Boche, former Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for Ghana, and currently the Secretary General to the Commonwealth. Akwesi Animeje is back. Akwesi, thank you so much. So for the residents or the community close to the base, have they heard of this unfortunate news, and what has been their reaction so far?
Walking around, you hear memories, people murmuring around about this very incident. Some people not sure. There's that people who have actually been affected. I must say this very community where the West Naval Command is situated is at the European town, which sits at the very map of the Atlantic Ocean. They don't seem to have so much connection with the naval base because most of the officers come from across the country. And this very officer, I'm told, doesn't actually come from this community. So they're also receiving the news just like any other Ghanaian receiving the news, except maybe we're able to get close to where she stays. But for now, they're also receiving the news just like everybody. It's been so much saddened about this very incident.
And on an occasion like this, although we shudder to call it an occasion, but an unfortunate event like this, there will be a lot of murmuring, whispering, rumors, gossiping, and the likes in town. What is the sentiments within the Western region in general?
Yeah, people are shocked. I mean, some are talking about the fine gentleman, Omane Boamah. They see him to be very calm, very calm in his approach to everything. Others are also questioning what would be the status of the helicopter for it to actually crash in this manner. Don't forget, last year in the Hunter West district, we had the Air Force helicopter also coming down during an emergency landing somewhere close to Abraham Panta. And lucky for us, those who were in only sustained injury. And coming from that, people think that the time has come for these, helicopters, being used by Air Force to actually be looked at. If they are overused and they need to be replaced, the government must look at that, because this is the second we are actually recording within a short while. And that's why the Western region, for that matter, having a very fresh idea of, an experience here in the Western region, within the Hunter West district, where the Air Force helicopter actually came down. Lucky for us, nobody died in that, except for some few people who actually got injured. And so, as much as people are sad about the people that we have lost in this incident, there is some kind of questioning about the status of our main helicopters that our officers are using.
But Anim, how often do you hear or see helicopters flying out of the base?
For Takrade community is basically a flying zone. We have the Air Force flying training school at the Takrade Airport base. So every minute you have helicopters flying all over the place. There are times that there are certain places that even when they are passing, it's difficult to really hear yourself when they are talking to somebody. So they are always in the air. So helicopters flying around the metropolis is a very common thing because of the Air Force flying through, which is very much close to even the Takrade Mosque, very much close to the E2C roundabout. It's just a wall that separates the airport training from the PPP roundabout, which is still waiting for completion. And so we've been seeing a lot of some of these helicopters flying all over the place.
Very well, Kwesi. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you for more updates as we follow this development story. It's a story that will generate legs as time progresses. But death has a way of humbling all of us. These are accomplished men.
Yeah.
You can put them in a certain class of Ghanaians, if you like.
Breadwinners.
Exactly. But today, their bodies are being carried in cocoa sacks.
Very sad.
Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed is a Muslim, and so he would have to be buried as per Muslim rites as soon as possible. Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, per the reports we are picking up, we do not know if the body is even in a state to be laid in state. And it should teach us all a lesson, if you ask me. Death has a way of teaching us humility because it is no respecter of persons. And this is not in any way to suggest that these are persons of any...
Or superhuman beings.
Exactly,
or
of any arrogant
like
disposition or anything. But as humans, I think we should learn some of these useful life lessons through some of these. I mean, in school, you are taught before you are made to sit for a lesson, right? But in life, the lesson teaches you. And these are some of the instances that we all need to learn from.
I've always told my friends that, you know, to go to work and come back home is a blessing, not a privilege. It's a blessing.
True.
Because every day, you know, every day incidents happen.
Right. So you see on your screens, this is how the remains of our celebrated heroes were transported from the crash site down to the roadside where the military, we understand, transferred them into body bags, proper body bags, to be...
but you could realize it's a thick forest.
Exactly, and
it's
up a hill.
Forest, you know.
It's up a hill, and so you would have to do a lot of ascension before you get to the exact crash site, just as Hafiz Tijani was describing.
It took you 2 hours
to us earlier. That from where they parked, and of course being first time, as you can understand, it took them 2 hours to be able to make their way to the exact crash site. Quite unfortunate, and of course we can. And you see, this tells you about the unity in being a Ghanaian. Ghanaians will always rush to your help, not considering the dangers prevalent. Because you see, we do not know the level of combustibility around where the crash happened, and if there were going to be subsequent explosions. But Ghanaians will rush to your assistance without recourse to their own safety. And this is what we are seeing. The communal nature
lives, you know,
of Ghanaians. This is what we're seeing on our screens now. Because they know the area better. They farm there. So they know the area better, how to get to the crash site and back without having to go through a tedious ascent.
And for strangers, you need these people to find your way to these places.
They need to guide you.
You need them because they are farmers, local areas. And they will also guide you, pass here, do this. And you know, some of these forests you don't just enter them. Some of these forests, there are some, you know, rituals you have to perform before entering some of these big forests. And I'm sure the locals here will take them through the necessary procedure before allowing them to enter. But my piece of worry, you know, is that, so assuming that aid could have come immediately, and looking at what Hafiz was saying, that it took them close to 2 hours, will aid reach them within that 2 hours? You know, it's
the reason why I was asking Hafiz about accessibility to the crash site. How easy or otherwise will it be for rescue teams to make it there? But clearly, he ruled out vehicle access to the place. And so you'd have to park downhill at the roadside and climb up to the crash site. And not knowing the area, not knowing how to navigate the area, the terrain.
You may be guided by the smoke.
Exactly. You might not even be in the right gear. Perhaps your footwear will make it difficult or even delay you in getting to the place. But let's hear from an eyewitness on his account of what happened earlier today.
Nti tama ye go roma na me hia minwom na na ba soro ho e be he se jaji se disi wum ntimi nkwa no ti ba na ye portman penfo mu krum na samre ma mo ba no portman impressive for mo so nyina ba ndi mo ti ya je ti no no kore se pre bida ye hu bida kora we area hada na de se abomu hu ehu pa enwoma ye wada na e bo no na bo ni too much na se nkope ba bi pake udiri skamane gbede too much sin ko pake ana wodi wura mu ba ya ko hia sa ko hia ma manfo ahwe ma de hia ife musa moses musa skama me ko ani wo forest na no hia yin be twemo ne nam fom pa nti boduam na na hwe ho na braste nti tama ye go wura ma na me hia minwom na ba soro ho e be he ne se jaji se de si wum ntimi nkwa no ti ba na ye portman penfo mu krum na samre ma mo ba no portman impressive for mo so nyina ba ndi mo ti ya je ti no no kore se pre bida ye hu bida kora we area hada na de se abomu ehu pa enwoma ye wada na e bo no na bo ni too much na se nkope ba bi pake udiri skama na gbede too much se nkope pake ana wodi wura mu ba ya ko hia sa ko hia ma manfo ahwe ma de hia ife musa moses musa kama me ko ani wo forest na no hia yin be twemo ne nam fom pa nti boduam na na hwe ho na braste nti tama ye go wura ma na me hia minwom na ba soro ho e be he ne se jaji se de si wum ntimi nkwa no ti ba na ye portman penfo mu krum na samre ma mo ba no portman impressive for mo so nyina ba ndi mo ti ya je ti no no kore se pre bida ye hu bida kora we area hada na de se abomu ehu pa enwoma ye wada na e bo no na bo ni too much na se nkope ba bi pake udiri skama na gbede too much se nkope pake ana wodi wura mu ba ya ko hia sa ko hia ma manfo ahwe ma de hia ife musa.
Right, so an eyewitness account of what happened, and it's quite worrying. But I mean, that's that the description. So clearly there was, it crashed into the trees before hitting the ground, and then there was an explosion.
Yeah.
So
a lot of time that's what really happened when it comes to these crashes as far as the heavy is concerned. As I mentioned, I have opportunity to sit in one of these quite a number of times, and it doesn't fly above the sky. It's always below the sky. And so the ones that we are told of, the Z9 is more or less like a low bed. And so they do the short distance trips. Okay. So it can travel, the highest it can go is 1,000 kilometer. It can't go beyond because of how it's made. And people are, making a few, descriptions about the weather. The little knowledge I know about, before they fly, they normally get weather clearance.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they don't fly above the sky, weather clearance for them is always important before they fly. So if the weather is not clear, the metro people will tell you, and the armed forces, people who manage the weather, they will also give you a clear, directive on it. And so I'm not sure that they flew it not knowing about the weather situation.
Clearly,
they might have been given clearance before flying because of the low bed nature as it is and how it doesn't fly above the sky.
Right.
And so when people make those, ascriptions and the lies as it was the weather or was it the weather, fine. The weather in Ghana of late has not been the best because we are experiencing the raining season. But then they I'm sure they got a clear clearance whether they can move it or not. So it can happen. These things happen, and when it does, a lot of people will come up with their own reasons. That's why I'm saying, and I'm always telling people that let's wait for the official armed forces investigations. The property is theirs. The defense minister is a property of the Ghana Armed Forces because he represents the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and so it is a property of the Ghana Armed Forces. Let the Ghana Armed Forces come up with their own investigations. When they are done with their investigation, then we can also run our own commentary. But as to whether it was caused by the weather, it was a technical reason, it didn't fly high enough, and the rest. I think it's too early. It's too early. We should hold on and wait for the official investigation or investigative report before we can run conclusions on this matter.
Very well. Well, Sami, earlier we brought the statement from the minority caucus in Parliament. We've received the statement from the majority caucus in Parliament, and it reads, it's titled, Parliamentary Caucus Mourns Tragic Loss of Colleagues and Distinguished Ghanaians in Helicopter Crash. It is with a deeply broken heart and profound sorrow that I, on behalf of the Parliamentary Caucus, extend my deepest condolences to the families, colleagues, and loved ones of our colleagues and distinguished patriotic Ghanaians who lost their lives in the tragic helicopter crash that occurred on August 6, 2025 at Adanse Akrofrom district in the Ashanti region of Ghana. The nation mourns the painful loss of, and it goes to list the victims of this tragic incident. 1, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense. 2, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. 3, Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. 4, Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, NDC. 5, Samuel Abuaje, former parliamentary candidate. 6, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, pilot. 7, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, co-pilot. And 8, Sergeant Ernest Adomensa, crew member. Our former colleagues in Parliament and in government and the officers we have lost dedicated their lives to the service of our nation. Their untimely and tragic demise is a devastating blow to Parliament, the government, the armed forces, and the people of Ghana as a whole. On behalf of the Parliamentary Caucus, I join the President, members of the government, and all Ghanaians in expressing heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families. Their sacrifice, patriotism, and commitment to duty will forever be etched in the history of our republic. May their souls rest in peace. Signed, Honorable Mahama Ayariga, Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business in Parliament. So that's the statement from the Majority Leader on behalf of the Majority Caucus in Parliament. Now, this statement gives us the clear roles of the officers or the crew who were on board. Earlier, the Ghana Armed Forces statement, the initial statement that came early on in the day, told us of 3 crew members and 5 passengers. Then we got to know by the announcement made by the Chief Justice, the 5 crew members, the 5 passengers who they were, the ministers of state amongst them and all that, and the 3 crew members. He only put out their names. But this statement by the Majority Leader gives us their designation on the flight. So you have Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, pilot. Then you have Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, co-pilot. And then you have Sergeant Ernest Adomensa, crew member.
So normally that's they normally fly, you know, in that group, like 3 of them. And so the crew member is always the one behind. You know, telling the passengers, okay, you sit here, wear this belt, you know, do this, you know, do that.
They'll take you to the safety
They'll take you to the procedure, yes.
Yeah.
And so normally they also give you, because of the noise, the nature of the noise, they normally give you a headset, you know, to put on so you don't damage your ears. So that's the job of the third crew member in ensuring that the safety of the passenger, because they say they are civilians. They do not know how these choppers operate. And so when you sit in, they will take you through the safety, like not boarding a normal flight. You always get the air hostess to take you through. So that's the job of the third crew member. And so the pilots or the co-pilot they're in their cabin, you know, doing what they're supposed to. The third person, which is the third crew member, takes the passengers through, you know, the process and what they are supposed to do. So that's exactly their job description as the majority has put out there in the statement.
Right. Dr. Mahamudu Boamah has posted, and I'm reading off his Facebook, and he says, a while ago, I communicated to the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, my deepest condolences following the heart-wrenching news of the loss of 2 of our nation's ministers and 6 others in a helicopter crash earlier today. The fallen men paid the ultimate price in the service of our motherland, leaving a shocked nation in pain. I know most of the deceased personally and equally feel a sense of loss to see their demise under such horrid circumstances. Samira, I, the Boamah family, and the NPP join the nation in mourning. May the good Lord grant the bereaved families, the government, and people of Ghana strength and healing in this time of tragedy. So that's off the official Facebook wall of Dr. Mahamudu Boamah, former Vice President of Ghana. Now, the chairperson of the African Union Commission has also issued a statement, and it reads, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, has learned with deep sorrow of the tragic helicopter crash in the Ashanti region of the Republic of Ghana, which claimed the lives of 8 people, including Ghana's Minister of Defense, Honorable Edward Omane Boamah, and Minister of Environment, Science, Technology, Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. The chairperson conveys his heartfelt condolences to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the government and people of Ghana, and the bereaved families of all those who lost their lives in this national tragedy. He also expresses his solidarity with the Ghana Armed Forces and the ruling National Democratic Congress, NDC, during this difficult times. His Excellency, Mr. Yusuf stated, quote, the African Union stands in full solidarity with Ghana in mourning this profound loss. May the souls of the departed rest in eternal peace, end quote. So that's from the chairperson of the African Union Commission. We expect tributes to keep pouring in nationwide and worldwide, owing to the fact that these persons who have passed also have international relations due to the offices they hold. And so we expect to see more of such. But let's see if we can get Hafiz back on the line, because traditionally some rites will have to be performed before the bodies can be conveyed from the site. So let's see if we can get Hafiz back and find out if the traditional leaders in the area of the crash have come to perform these rites, and what the latest is on this. But we're going to Damongo now to speak to our correspondent Malik Ghazari on some updates from there as well. Hello, Malik. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us exactly where it is that you are, and paint us a picture of what's happening there.
Yes, Nana. I'm currently at the family house of the late former national security coordinator in charge of human security at his family house in Damango.
Right, and give us an update on if there's an assembly of people, who these people are, and what exactly is going on.
Yes, currently the regional minister led a delegation of NDC leadership and some sympathizers to the family house, where they organized some prayers for the bereaved families and consoled them. And currently, the MC for West Gonja Municipality, Honorable Yakubu Yusuf Castro, also leading the constituency executive and the constituency leadership, are also currently organizing the prayers on behalf of the constituents and on behalf of the NDC fraternity within the West Gonja and Damango constituency.
Well, we know it's been a few hours since the story broke out, but has news spread within Damango, and how has same been received by the residents of the area, especially those who knew the late Alhaji?
Yes, the place Damango has been in a sad mood after hearing the demise of the late Alhaji Muhammad Muniru Limuna. Most stores have been closed to mourn the late chief and also a national asset to the country.
You say late chief. Are you able to give us his title and the traditional area he presides over?
Yes. He was the Sanda Pewura of the Damango traditional area, and this really came as a shocking news, because within this month he has already taken the kola, and within this month that he was to be enskinned. He was to be officially enskinned as a Sanda Pewura. So which means that as it stands now, after taking the kola, after accepting the kola, he's a chief already. But outdooring was the one that he was planning of it happening this month, somewhere on the 19th of August. And speaking to some relatives and some party sympathizers, their concern was that he even planned of organizing his birthday, because that he is an August born. But the actual date that I couldn't get, that they were even organizing a party or a get together for the orphanage within Damango, where he wanted to dine with the orphanage within Damango constituency and West Gonja municipality.
Very well. So he had been chosen to be the you say Sanda Pewura.
Sanda Pewura.
Yes, he had accepted the kola, but had enskinment been done? Because you mentioned that the outdooring had also not been done. Would enskinment and outdooring be done together as one function?
Yes, per the tradition, if you've accepted the kola, it even signifies more than even outdooring. The outdooring is just a sign of everyone seeing you being the chief. But with the kola, you've accepted it, and there is any other person, you are entitled to the chieftaincy title now, so you can add it to your name, where everyone will now be. But with the outdooring, that's where everyone will gather to eat and have fun, and also and also have some gratitude to show to you, in terms of Ashanti to say Omobonsa. That's what it is.
Very well. Malik, so we know that the chiefs, of course, will gather at this point Where will this be happening? Is there a palace within the Damango community where this will be happening? Or will they gather in the home of the late Alhaji Muniru? And if that has happened, what is expected to proceed after that? Will there some rites be performed, or what is expected to happen? Him being a Muslim and, of course, a traditional leader as well.
Yes. As he's a chief, there are talking drums within the compound of the family house, where everything will be done there. So the paramount chief of Damango traditional area, who is Damango Ura Kelly Boris Said the first, have delegated some chiefs to come and mourn with the bereaved family. So currently, the talking drums and some other traditional leaders and authorities are also within there to make sure that traditional rites are being performed.
Right, and now that the talking drums have gone off, clearly the announcement has been made. So what are you picking up from town? What are people saying about the late Alhaji Muniru? Who do people say he was?
Yes, speaking with some of the residents within Damango enclave, they are saying that the man was a great leader, and he been so patient that he was a man who lived an example of patience is virtue. Because looking at the way he was he worked hand in hand with His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, and people he kept on preaching the peace or the message of them being patient, that his time is coming. People wanted to come out to agitate for his appointment. Then he was saying that no, that his time is coming. And just last week, the National Gonjalan Youth Association paid him a courtesy call at his home in Accra, where he made a pronouncement of him being appointed as the National Security Coordinator, which geared up the whole of the Savannah region youth. Make also some coming out to thank His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for this appointment, because most of the youth felt so frustrated about his not being him being neglected. But he told them that no, that God's time is really the best, and at the right time he really had his appointment as the Deputy National Security Coordinator in charge of security.
Right. Malik, are you able to tell us about his family and who he leaves behind? Is there tell us about if you know about his family, a wife, children, how many? If you have this information, kindly share with us.
Yes, I have his cousin who is here, who can really give us a brief of his family background. Right. Yes, so I would like to speak with Raoul Zion.
Right, please go ahead and engage him and let us know.
Good evening. Yes, good evening. Yeah. Okay, so this is the situation here at the family house. We just received information from Accra that tomorrow, by God's grace, the body of the late Alhaji Limuna will be flown to Damango here for burial. So that is the latest. Yes.
But how much of a loss is passing to the family?
Yeah, how many children, how many wives, and family in general are being hit by this?
Yes, Alhaji is married to Haja Zaratu Limuna. Alhaji is survived by 4 children, Umar, Taibatu, Kasha, and then
Malik Ghazari, he's in Damango. Yeah. So Savannah regional correspondent speaking to us there from the home of Alhaji Limuna. That's Muniru. That's the Deputy National Security Coordinator who was part of the 8, or who is part of the 8 who have lost their lives, traveling from Accra to Obuasi for a national function, but unfortunately did not make it to the destination, met their untimely death or along the way somewhere in Adanse Akrofom in the Ashanti region. We understand happened close to a community in Sikamai, a community known as Sikamai. Quite disturbing. Hafiz Tijani is Middle Belt Bureau Chief. He was at the function that these officials were scheduled to attend. We've seen a video of when the regional minister broke the news to the lands minister. Hafiz Tijani is our man there. Let's speak to Hafiz now. Hafiz, we're seeing pictures on our screens. Tell us what exactly we're looking at.
Yes. Yes, the microphone is on.
Hafiz, can you go ahead? Tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so what you are seeing in pictures, we are coming to you live. Yes, the bodies have been conveyed into ambulances and they are being taken to Accra, we are told. The military is leading this effort to convey the bodies from the Sikaman community to Accra. So you see about 3 ambulances. The Ashanti Regional Minister as well as the Regional Security Council are leading these bodies here. The charred bodies were brought down from the scene, put in body bags, and they are being taken away. And you can hear in the background the sirens, seeing that the regional minister, the national security officers, the fire service, the ambulance service, as well as some medical team of the military, they are conveying these bodies, and the ambulance have lined up here. A while ago, we saw some traditional authorities from the area who, of course, performed some rituals to the bodies before they were being conveyed, because according to them, these bodies, the rituals have to be done because very important there, because this incident is a disaster. They would have to pacify the gods, and there's this stream that leads you to the main forest where the incident happened, and the opinion leaders as well as the traditional leaders have done that. So you can see the military officers standing by the ambulance that is supposed to carry these bodies, and the police officers are also trying to ensure that there's order here, and they have been warning some of the bystanders not to take some footages with their phone. It was not easy even for the media with our identification. They try to restrict us. So the movement is being done right now. They are moving the bodies. The fire service vehicle is going with the team. So, you know, in the morning when the incident happened, the fire service had to come here. So even before they came, some of the farmers who had their farms close to the scene were able to douse the flames. And that even was beyond them, because they didn't have the technical know-how. They just used the layman's procedure to go ahead with whatever they wanted to do to ensure that they could also control the situation. But currently, we are seeing the movement of the bodies from the Sikaman community, which is so busy here. This is a small farming community. It has not been so busy like today. And the people, of course, the farmers here, cocoa farmers, cassava farmers, who say they have never had something like this before. They have never heard something like this before. And this is a shocker for them. Most of them are still distraught, especially for the farmers who saw the incident at the initial stages, going there to catch a glimpse of what has happened, seeing the charred bodies of the people on board the helicopter, which was involved in the crash. So scenes here from the Sikaman community in the Adansi Akrofrom district in the Ashanti region, where child bodies of the late Minister for Defense, the late Minister for Defense, Dr. Omane Boamah, the late Minister for Science and Environment, Dr. Murtala, and other members of the team talk of the former Ashanti Regional Minister, former Mayor for the Kumasi Metropolis, Samuel Sapon, who were being conveyed here to this place. So you see the residents here also standing, catching a glimpse of whatever is happening at the scene. So the ambulances are just waiting to join the convoy that is transporting these bodies. We have about 3 ambulances from the ambulance service, one from the AGA hospital, one also from the military themselves, the Ghana Armed Forces, who have also brought in their ambulances here. So the ambulances are currently moving. So you see the military officers, part of the medical team of the Ghana Armed Forces, leading the charge here. And these are devastating scenes. You see people talking about this incident, local communities or local people here in this community talking about this incident. The Ashanti Regional Minister, the district chief executives for the areas within the Adansi communities talk of the Adansi North, the Adansi South, the Obuasi East, the Obuasi Municipality, the new Edibiase district. They are all coming on board in a coordinated effort trying to help in this rather tragic incident. And this has been so sad for many. The Ashanti Regional Minister could not hold back his tears when he visited the scene himself. He had to go to the scene because it became so necessary, leaving the event, the national event where the government was launching a mining program.
It's expected to be quite a long convoy.
So they are moving now. So they are moving now. They are moving now with the ambulances here, which of course the bodies have been put in. Right. The military officers, since the afternoon or since the news broke, have been working so hard trying to coordinate efforts with other emergency service providers like the paramedics who have come here, the personnel of the Ghana Ambulance Service, and also the NADMO officials who were also in here to help, personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service, trying to coordinate efforts here. There's been some disruptions here. The restrictions are that the video should not be taken. We are just trying to give our audience the feel here from the Sikaman community where this incident happened. And so you see the military vehicles also following through. The military vehicles. Community to the final destination we are told is going to be in Accra, and the regional minister, members of the Regional Security Council, members of the various district security councils from the various districts around the Adansi community. Talk of the new Edibiase area, you talk of the Obuasi East district, you talk of also the Obuasi municipality, or the Obuasi Municipal Assembly and the Adansi North and South Assemblies, district assemblies. So the bodies, the ambulances have dispatched from the Sikaman community currently, and the people here are so sad about what has happened, and this has become the talk of town when you come here. People, for the first people who saw what happened since morning, they have been narrating the incident when they saw the helicopter descending, and they were expressing some fear even before this incident happened.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello?
To Nanatifor and Samiriafe for holding the fort there. There has been a coverage of one of the most tragic moments of our nation here in Ghana, the loss of some 8 persons to a helicopter crash earlier today. What you're seeing on your screens are moments when the remains of these persons were transported away from Sikakrum, a community within the Adansi area. Sikaman, a community within the Adansi area, some miles away from Adansi Akrofrom, where we're told that this helicopter crashed. Now, earlier in the day, we got wind of some accident at Adansi Akrofrom, and we were suspecting that this accident, which we're told was involving a helicopter of the Ghana Armed Forces, had on board some high-level government officials. And then subsequently, the Ghana Armed Forces released a statement confirming that a helicopter Z9 had gone off radar, and so they were working to find out what had happened. Moments after that statement, we were told by our presidential correspondents that government was preparing to meet with the press at the Presidency, and then we had the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, come to announce to the nation that the news that we were dreading was unfortunately true. The news that Defense Minister Edward Omane Boamah had passed away in that helicopter crash. Not just the Defense Minister, but the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, the Honorable Murtala Mohammed, who also served as the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, was also involved in this crash. Alhaji Omane Mohammed, the acting deputy national security coordinator, also unfortunately passed away in this crash. Dr. Samuel Sapong. This is Channel 1 TV. If you're listening to us on radio, you are listening on 97.3 City FM. We're also live across our social media networks on YouTube, on X, on Facebook. This has been our coverage of a monumental day in the life of this country. Tragic moment in our nationhood as Ghanaians, as we have lost 8 officials, 5 of them part of the government, 3 officers of the Ghana Air Force who were traveling to an event in Obuasi. Unfortunately, they were involved in a helicopter crash at Adansi, Akrofrom. Unfortunately, all of them have perished. My colleague Hafiz Tijani, he's our Ashanti Regional Bureau Chief for the Middle Belt. He's been following this story for us. Hafiz is currently stationed at Sikaman, where the remains of these gallant heroes of our nation were just transported. Hafiz, if you can hear me, tell me about the mood in Sikaman, because on the screens we see grief, we see shock on the faces of these residents.
Well, so even since morning when the news came and we were following up, so we came from Obuasi. So from Obuasi to the Sikaman area, people had left their homes, they had left any activity they were doing. They came out and stood by the roadside. Some schools were also there, some senior high schools were also there. Academic activities were disrupted. They came by the roadside to catch a glimpse of whosoever was going to the site of the incident. And for the farmer, when we got here, we saw that farmers were also returning from their farms. And the area where this incident happened, the Sikaman community, people were left devastated. They were not so happy about what has happened. You could see sadness, you could see grief, you could see sorrow on the faces of people here, and they were so distraught about what has happened and so devastating for some. Though some of them may not have come into contact with these persons who or who were involved in the incident directly, but others, because they are prominent people, they have heard about them either on TV or in the news, and they were also sharing some fond memories in terms of the engagement some of these people have done on TV or on the news, or how they have listened to them and all that. So for many here, they remembered Dr. Omane Boamah, how he was so vocal during the election, seeing that he was the election director for the ruling party in the 2024 general election. So a lot of people here say they were seeing him on TV talk about the campaign of the National Democratic Congress, talk about the preparations of the National Democratic Congress going into the elections. And they were also noting him for he being appointed the defense minister. Most of them, a number of them watched the vetting, and they also recalled those moments. Others also recalled moments where they saw Murtala Mohammed on TV during the vetting. And for some, because Samuel Sapong was the regional minister and also the Kumasi mayor, they knew so much about him. A number of people were sharing some of the exercises or the activities Dr. Sapong did when he was the regional minister. And Dr. Boaji he was just the parliamentary candidate of the National Democratic Congress in the Obuasi East. So this is close to Obuasi, and a number of NDC people here say they have had engagement with him. They have went on a keep faith during the election, even after the election. When he was pursuing the case in court, they were also behind him. So these are some of the things you hear when you come to the Sikaman community. Although a number of them might not or may not meet them personally, but for their prominence, they are able to hear about them on TV, and they have also shared fond memories of them. And most of them were sad. They say it's not an incident that involved one particular party, but it's a national grief. So they were joining the nation to grieve in this moment.
Well, Hafiz, this crash, we're told it happened uphill, and we've seen videos of the remains of these persons being carried in sacks. I mean, you're an experienced journalist, you've been doing this for a while, but how did it feel seeing ministers of state, remains of ministers of state being carried in that manner?
Well, so sad, but one cannot say it was not dignifying, because that was the only way the farmers here could help, because there was no any other alternative. That was the only improvised way, if that would be the best ways to a better word to use, only improvised way to carry the remains. So the farmers were waiting for the military contingent, for the military officers, part of their medical team, to bring in these body bags that is usually used to carry remains. But because that was not in, and they were losing daylight, or the time was being spent, there was an advice that this should be done in an improvised way while they wait for the body bags to come. Then they will carry them into the body bags or transfer them into the body bags. Then they bring them and put in the ambulances and transport them. So some of the farmers volunteered, went back to their homes and got the sacks, and they went back uphill to help convey the remains of the late ministers and other team members who were aboard the aircraft, and they brought them, and the military also came in with the body bag. So, Charles, one cannot say it was not dignifying, but this was the only way, this was the only alternative the farmers had. And, you know, the locals also did very well. The people of Sikaman did very well. They didn't say that they are not security experts, they are not medical officers, so they were not going to take part in this exercise. They were helping whatsoever way they could help, trying to convey the bodies. And they assisted in the process to be able to get to this point where the bodies have been transferred.
Kindly paint a picture of this hill for us. I imagine it was a very steep hill. And how difficult was it getting to the very top where this accident happened?
So very difficult. So for first timers like us, it was very difficult going into the forest. Some of the farmers, because they are used to the area, they have been going to and from their farms, and to their homes. They found it a very short journey, unlike some of us who were using the stretch for the first time. So from the Sikaman community into the forest, to where this incident has happened, you are going through an undulating path, and you are going through very ascending and descending the hill, and you are going through thick cocoa farms, thick forest, and thick cassava plantation. And because it rained in the morning, it was so slippery. So we spent like 2 hours before we could get to the point where this place was. And so the military contingent that came earlier had to take guard at the place. They were ensuring that no one would have tampered with anything there at the scene, so they cordoned off the place. Then you could see the debris of the helicopter, the crashed helicopter, lying apart even when you are ascending to the hill. So it was not an easy journey. And going there and coming down also was another very, very uphill task to perform.
So say there were any survivors, it would have been very difficult to get aid to them, right?
Exactly, because vehicle could not go there. All the ambulances that you see convey the bodies, they all packed. These are cocoa farms. You don't have a pathway, even motorbikes for riders who are even farmers who have motorbikes and they could use their motorbikes to these areas. It was very difficult for them, so they had to park at a point and go through to the place. So if there was a survivor, like you asked, it was going to be very difficult to send aid to them, because even the paramedics that came, they came with the military. So the military had to go to look at the situation. Then the paramedics also followed up, and some of them could not even make it to the top, while some of them also went to the top to see whatever was happening. But a concern for the residents, which I was very shocked, Charles, when they said that if this had happened in the night, and if this had happened without the blast that they had, it would have been very difficult for them to even hear that something had happened there. So they even thank God. And this incident happened when they heard the blast, and they were able to know that this was what happened. If not, it would have been a different story altogether.
Hafiz, when you got to the crash scene, what did you find? What did you smell?
Well, so you smell. I smelled smoke. I smelled the fuel. The scent of the fuel was all over the place, and you could smell the smoke from the charred. And you know, I told you this is a thick forest, and the fire spread through the area, so the trees around. And you saw one of the trees. We were told that the helicopter hit before going into that crash. The tree, very tall, was uprooted, and you could see the debris of the part of the plane lying beneath the tree that was uprooted, or where the helicopter hit before going into flames. And this was a very sad moment for me, Charles.
I imagine it was a very sad moment for you, Hafiz Tijani, Middle Belt Bureau Chief. Stay there for us. Let me come in studio briefly. Here with me is our presidential correspondent, Akosia Otre. She's been following this story for us since morning. Akosia, I mean, when I called you earlier in the day, you were crying. I mean, and I imagine, having covered the NDC before the elections, having worked at the presidency, you've struck some sort of personal relationships with some of these government officials. So this was a very, very difficult moment for you.
Yes, it was, and it is. I mean, you cannot work at the presidency and not have that cordial relationship with, I mean, government officials, ministers of state, because one way or the other, you need information from them. They need information from you as well on how to go about your duties. And so it was a cordial relationship with a few of them, Dr. Omane Boamah, and of course, Murtala Mohammed, because they frequently come for cabinet meetings. I mean, just recently, I mean, there was
government accountability series.
Yes, the
Omane
government
Boamah.
accountability series as well, where Omane Boamah was there. And last week there was an orientation for government appointees, which brought together all appointees from all the 16 regions. And we understand that Dr. Omane Boamah was one of the long-serving ministers, from the then NDC government till now, and so was given the opportunity to reorient, the ministers and those who have been given new opportunities to serve in this government, and so he was very keen.
He is well respected within the
Exactly,
NDC.
a very calm guy, slow talker. That's how I call him, but very sure of how to go about his duties. You saw how tactical he was when it came to the NDC elections. Mostly you see Dr. Rashid Tanko, who is his deputy, being at the forefront doing the media engagement. But when it comes to the actual work, given directions, you know that Dr. Omane Boamah was the one behind the scenes with a few others giving the directions on how to go about the elections. And so he was very much respected. And then Murtala Mohammed, he of course doesn't really talk. He doesn't really talk, but the social what he's doing,
But he has a very good sense of humor, though.
Of course. And what we understand is that both of them contested for SRC elections. I don't know whether it was SRC president elections or it was Nukes, yes. And then one had to step down for the other to go. And so you could see that connection they built from school days. And it's just unfortunate that this has happened. The government machinery, it was hard for them to take this news.
Yeah, so while we were trying to corroborate our stories in-house here, what was happening at the presidency? Because I imagine, people were running helter-skelter trying to get some news. Tell us about the mood at the presidency, even before the chief of staff came to announce this.
So usually it's a packed day. You have a lot of engagements, one or two ministers who have been summoned, coming to the chief of staff's office, a lot of things happening. Today we happen to have a government accountability that started at 11 and ended at 12. And then we also had a few, government officials going about their duties as well. The president was scheduled to be at Central Region at about 2 o'clock. He's a member of the Assemblies of God Church, and so he had an event he needed to attend. And as usual, the press corps, we had been, summoned to, be transported to the place. So we're scheduled to leave Accra at about 12:30. That was right after the government accountability series. At 12:35, 12:40, we got the information, the directive from the government communication, which we operate directly under, that the event had been cancelled. Now, prior to that, we had been hearing information on social media, getting one or two people calling us, is it true? We didn't know what it was about. But we had gotten the indication that there was a helicopter crash in the Ashanti region where the president was scheduled to be there, we are told, but had delegated the defense minister and a few other ministers to be there. And of course, Murtala Mohammed, having been the environment minister, it's within his domain to be at a mining event. And so they were scheduled to be there. So we are told that these people were involved in the car crash, but we couldn't confirm. We had to get, and be very sensitive as well, because we needed to get the facts to put the news out there. But we had to hang on, deal with the directive that had been given that the event for Central Region had been cancelled. Then it rang a bell. We're like, okay, what's happening? So shortly after, we were given information that government was going to speak to the media on the helicopter crash. And so we saw a number of ministers coming in. And we know that when it's cabinet meeting days, we see a lot of ministers coming. You don't see them working, in that manner that we saw today. Today looked a bit, when they're working, you see them greeting security, media, oh, hello, how are you? Have a chit chat before entering the cabinet meeting. But this time around, it was just straightforward. Everyone coming in with a straight face. And then we knew that something was wrong. At the meeting, there was the vice president. Of course, I was expecting the president to be there, but we understand that he has been hit so hard by this news because aside Dr. Omane Boamah and all these people being under him, he had this personal relationship with Dr. Omane Boamah way back, very tight friends, and so you can understand what this would do to him when he heard the news. And so the president was not there, but delegated the vice president, who happens to be the head of the police council as well as the Ghana Armed Forces. She came in, but could not also speak, but the chief of staff, who is, the right-hand man of the president, being in charge of all that happens when it comes to appointees in the government. And so,
well, you could even feel from his
the
voice.
way he spoke, yes. I mean, chief of staff is very calm when it comes to speech.
You could feel from his voice that he had to muster a lot of courage to be able to stand there and say those few words that he said. And we'll be playing that video very soon for you. But you can see that the whole government machinery has been really hit hard by this. And like as you said, especially the president, because you don't appoint just anybody to be your defense minister.
Right.
I mean, from Kufuor, Kufuor appointed his his brother. So defense ministers are quite very close to the president,
yes.
As we have come to know. So the president must be very, very hit. And the fact that he was supposed to be at this event and delegated Omane Boamah to go and represent him, that's really difficult for him.
So what we do not get is, we saw artworks from the lands ministry rolling on social media, having the president's picture together with Ama Kofi Boa, who's the lands minister. And then we were told that he was supposed to be there. But what we do not get is if he was supposed to be on board the helicopter, but we know that the president was supposed to be there, but delegated Omane Boamah. And so that we need to set straight, that we cannot confirm that the president was supposed to be on board that helicopter involved in the crash. But of course, it's not just the president and the other ministers that are hit by this particular loss. The NDC itself as a party, because this man happens to be the head of elections, the director of elections for the NDC. And so the entire NDC leadership...
Not just director of elections, of IT too.
And IT, yes.
That's very important.
What a lot of people don't know about Dr. Omane, apart from his medical expertise, he also has expertise in IT and all of that. And so that is what we give to him. But the NDC as a party will be hit hard, because this is one of the men that was brought on board for the 2024 elections. We remember the day the collation was happening.
Yeah, he was
there with the president himself, and you could see that connection and the bond that he had. And so this news is something that, government, it will take a very long time. And you remember that we've seen recent losses. We saw Adekoka, Sampi Ali and all that pass on. They were just buried this weekend.
Well, talk about Adekoka, that's him sitting behind.
Yes, in white.
Omane Boamah.
In white, yes. And he was buried just this weekend. Omane Boamah was there, stood behind the president's aide, Joyce Bawumia, during the tribute reading. And so it's just shocking to see that it just few days, 3 or 4 days after this is going to happen to Dr. Omane Boamah. But what can we say? It's happened at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Everyone will go, but this time is something that we cannot comprehend with.
Let's play that video, the video of the Chief of Staff announcing this tragic moment. The Chief of Staff himself, he led a government delegation to Dr. Omane Boamah's family home in Koforidua. Our man, Neil Niamate Kanakum, is stationed in Koforidua currently. We'll be going to him shortly. But let's go to the presidency and listen to the Chief of Staff as he announced this tragedy.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
So that was the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, announcing the death of some 8 persons. Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, the Minister for Defense, Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Alhaji Omane Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chair of the NDC, former Mayor of Kumasi, former Minister for the Ashanti region. Samuel Abuaji is former parliamentary candidate for Obuasi East. He had to contest that election. There was a recollation of that polls at here in Accra, and he was here for that recollation, but eventually he lost the seat. And then there were also 3 officers of the Ghana Air Force, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi, Flying Officer Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. Tragic moment in Ghana's history. Let's go back to the crash site. There was a farmer. We're told that a lot of farmers helped with the packing of the remains, for the want of a better word, of the remains of these gallant heroes into bags for them to be transferred back to wherever they are being taken. One of the farmers spoke to us. Let's hear him.
Nti tama yegwura ma na be hia nyom na ba asoro e be he se ja se de si wum ntimi nkwa no ti ba na report man pen fo mo krum na assembly man mo ba no report man impressive for mo so nyina ba ndi mo ti ya je ti no no kore se kure ye hu bi da kora we area hada na de se abo ehu pa enwa wada na ebo no na ebo ni too much na se nkope ba bi pa Udris Kamane, but too much, so for packing. I know you will move by a cautious acquisition.
So that was a farmer, one of the eyewitnesses at the crash site in Adanse, Akrofrom, Sikaman, where 8 gallant Ghanaians have perished today as a result of a helicopter crash. They were on their way to a mining event in Obuasi at the Lenclair Sports Stadium, where unfortunately they met their untimely death. One of the people who perished through this crash is Samuel Sapon. He is a vice chair of the National Democratic Congress, former mayor of Kumasi, and former minister for the Ashanti region. His brother has been speaking to us. Let's listen to him.
Actually, he's a pillar of the family, you know. And then our mother is still alive. My mother is about 87. Is still alive. And actually, we haven't been able to tell her because of the situation, because of her situation.
So where is your mother currently?
My mother is currently in Germany.
Okay. So we want to understand, are you the elder or the...
Yeah, I'm the last but one born.
How would you describe him? So as a brother, how would you describe him?
He's a very unifier. He calls me every day, every time. Even yesterday, I talked to him, and he said he wanted to talk to our mother. And he spoke to our mother that he's coming to Obuasi. Maybe when he returns from Obuasi, he'll come to Germany to see her. Then,
so this morning, were you able to speak with him?
No, I didn't hear from him this morning. I went to work, I'm an admin officer, and then I just heard the news from that place.
Difficult moment for the entire country. Even worse for the family and close family ties, close loved ones of these persons who perished in today's helicopter crash. Murtala Mohammed, the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, is one of those who unfortunately passed on today in this crash. Akuzi, I'm told that we know the day for his burial. They've announced it.
Yes. I mean, it's in line with the Muslim rights or tradition. We're just seeing a statement from the family of the late Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and it says that the families of Alhaji Ibrahim Zeng and the leadership of the party wish to announce the passing to glory of their beloved son, Alhaji Ibrahim Mohammed Murtala. And we know that he's a doctor as well.
Yeah, he's a doctor.
Yes,
I mean, he just
recently
qualified
PhD.
Qualified PhD recently.
Wow. So the Member of Parliament and then the Minister will be buried tomorrow at 10 a.m. For the Janaza prayer. That's how you call it, the Janaza prayer. Yeah, so tomorrow they are to converge at the Anbaria Islamic Institute. I think that should be in his hometown.
Tamale Central.
Yes, where the prayers will be held, and then there will be the moving of the body to the cemetery for burial. But that's a statement just coming in from the family. And a lot of messages are coming in from the international community. We've seen the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I mean, going beyond politics to solidarize with the families of these 8 people that we are seeing.
Yeah, there was one from the minority leader, Sahin Afenyo King.
Yes, and that's the statement from former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
So the entire nation is profoundly shocked and saddened by the tragic news of the military helicopter crash that has led to the passing of Honorable Edward Dr. Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Tamale Central and Minister for Environment and Science, Alhaji Limuna Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapon, National Vice Chairman of the ruling NDC, Mr. Samuel Abwaji, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flight Officer Manain Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensam in the Adansi area of the Ashanti region, as announced by the Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, Mr. Julius Debra, this afternoon. The former President says, "I have spoken and extended my deepest condolences to the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and to Mr. Johnson Esiedin Ketia, Chairman of the NDC. I condole with our gallant men of the Ghana Air Force at this concerning time and salute their indispensable role in the public life of our country and extend further my condolences to the bereaved families." So that was some excerpts of the statement from former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Jude Duncan is my colleague here at Channel 1 TV. He is currently stationed at the home of the late Dr. Murtala Mohammed. Earlier, he tried to speak to Edward Bauer, the CEO of GOIL, and he couldn't pull himself together. Tears were just running down his face. Jude, thank you for joining us again. What can you report from the home of the late Minister for Environment?
Charles, you're right. I'm still stationed here at the home of the late former Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. It's one of grief, it's one of sorrow. It's still, very difficult for family members to grasp the news that hits the entire country today. And as I just, began speaking to you, you've seen Member of Parliament for Karaga and the former Finance Minister make his way into the House. Not long ago, we also saw that Muslim prayers were held on the compound here at the home of the late Member of Parliament and also Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. We've also seen that quite a number of government dignitaries have passed through the House earlier today. We saw Deputy Minister for Works and Housing, Gisela Tete, make her way here. Deputy Minister for Communications, Honorable Suparu, was also here. We saw the CEO for GOIL, Edward Bauer, earlier also make his way here. Quite a number of them, including members of parliament as well. It's still one of grief, it's still one of sorrow. You can tell that it's really still a very difficult time for the family members, especially, you know, some of them in tears, very difficult holding it all together. But Charles, we've also been joined by economic policy advisor at the Office of the Vice President, Professor Sharif Khalid, who has been here for the second time today because we know that he was part of the Vice President's delegation that came here earlier today. It must have been a really difficult time for you as a government and the country as a whole. How are you holding up?
Well, I mean, the entire government is broken, as you see, just as the nation is. As you see that reflecting in the national flags flying at half-mast. So we are here to mourn, just not the families, but the nations have lost great assets. One thing that you must bear in mind is that Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah and Alhaji Dr. Murtala Mohammed were all student leaders and moving on to it. So it's actually not just a big loss for the nation, it's a big loss for the student leadership front as well. So it's really a solemn moment. I don't know how the day is going to break with us, but it feels unbelievable, too close, because Omane Boamah was the last hand I probably shook last night at Kempinski before heading off home. And I wouldn't believe that I'd be hearing this news, yeah. And, you know, as you'd see, we've cancelled the rest of our programs for the week. We're in a state of shock. It's I'm short of words, actually, too.
We saw the scenes and sights from the Jubilee House today when, you know, government through the Chief of Staff broke the news, you know, ministers in tears. Can you give us a feel of what the mood was like really at the seat of the president?
Well, it was very solemn, you know, a mix of grief, of tears, not one of joy that I do know. And as you'd see, leadership rallied to the fore. You saw the Chief of Staff in the presence of the Vice President where the statement had to go, you know, due process had to follow. There was a military command in terms of actually when there are accidents like this, how you announce them. By mentioning people's names or confirming them, a lot of processes needed to go through. But I know the rumor mill or grapevine was ripe with a lot of information making the rounds and some missing out the names. So the government saw the needful to confer all of this. And under the leadership of the Vice President, as you saw, the meeting was convened and several groups, you know, you had the Chief of Staff and the party chairman heading off to the Eastern region, and then you have the president, the Vice President, and Deputy Chief of Staff, and some ministers, including the Finance Minister, among other ministers, also heading off to Honorable Murtala's home and that of the Deputy National Security Coordinator to actually commiserate with the families. Yeah, that's
interesting. I saw that when you go here, you went inside to also commiserate with the family. You know, can you give us an idea of what's happening inside as they grieve this unimaginable loss?
Well, I wouldn't be in a position to reflect on a family's grief, but I do feel what they feel. That's what I would say, because we all know Murtala is a people's man. Right. My last chats with him via WhatsApp was on Monday, and this is a house I've been to, been served drinks, and this is where I come. We have conversations because I don't live far away from him. So he's more like family to me, right? And you know, you can't describe an atmosphere of grief except to commiserate with the family. It's a big loss. But in Islam, we say Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. But you know, we all belong to Allah, and this Allah will return to. So we can't question the ways of Allah, right? But in trying to get through with this, would say we're celebrating them.
Sorry for your loss. You know, very difficult times, and we hope that, you know, some comfort and strength, you know, will be granted to the family.
The good Lord be pleased with them and comfort the family too. But I know it's more difficult ahead, and it's I call it national tragedy.
So, Charles, you heard the economic advisor to the vice president, or at the office of the vice president, Professor Sharif Khalid. You know, very difficult time still. And according to him, the last person he shook, you know, last night before retiring the day was that of the former or the late defense minister, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. As I currently speak to you now, some more persons are still coming in while others come. Others are still leaving. We've seen also very recently that the former finance minister, Honorable Amin Ada, member of parliament for Karaga, also just made his way in there to commiserate with the family. Also, I reported earlier that we saw Muslim prayers being held at the premise or on the compound for the late Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. It's really been a difficult time, you know. If you get here, you see the faces, you know, of sorrow. Very solemn, very somber, very difficult. But, you know, according to them, they are drawing strength from, you know, the fact that a lot of people are coming in to express their condolences and are also consoling them.
Jude, I remember during Murtala's vetting, his wife sat behind him, and of course his wife's beauty was the talk of social media. Have you seen his wife? What of her and their kids? How are they holding up?
So, Charles, it's very difficult, very, very difficult, I must say. I've seen personally the wife of the late minister. She's in there surrounded by family. She's being spoken to. She's being comforted. You can clearly tell from the look of her face that it's a really difficult time. Many here have described it as an unimaginable loss. In fact, when we earlier got here, we've seen persons who said they were being supported financially by the late minister. They broke down in tears. Some had to be carried away. We've seen persons who work very closely with him. So some staffers who spoke to him just before the flight spoke to me anonymously, you know, and they shared some conversations they had with the late minister. So it's been very difficult, especially for the family, the wife is left behind, and of course, the children.
Well, we're also hearing that the late minister will be buried tomorrow. Do you have any more details on that for us?
Currently, I don't have enough information on the burial arrangements for the late minister, but we've seen some circulating on social media, but we can't, you know, authoritatively confirm if that's indeed the case, Charles.
I'm grateful to you, Jude Duncan. Jude Duncan is my colleague here at Channel 1 TV. He's currently stationed at the home of the late Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Dr. Murtala Mohammed, who tragically passed away alongside 7 others in a helicopter crash earlier today. Earlier, the Vice President led a government delegation to Murtala's home to commiserate with the family. Ahusia, are we expecting the President to make a formal statement on this one?
Well, any other communication that will come through on this particular matter would be done through the government communication, but we do not think that the President will make any formal communication on that, aside communication that will be made at, you know, events grounds, you know, either the burial or a one-week commiseration or a state function in honor of these 8 people. But we do not think that the President will personally make...
This is big loss.
Yes.
It's not just the government officials, but the other officers of the Air Force, 8 people in total. And so you expect that the President would make some form of formal statement. Do you think, is it because he's so close to these people that he may find it difficult to be able to stand behind a podium and speak to the nation?
I mean, there's a government machinery that does all communication, and that is the Minister of Communications office. And so any other communication coming from that side we assume is the stance of the president, is the words of the president. And the NDC as a party as well has also started speaking. We've seen a statement from the NDC signed by the General Secretary of the party, says that the NDC mourns the tragic loss of comrades and gallant officers in helicopter crash. The National Democratic Congress has received with profound sorrow and immense shock the tragic news of a fatal helicopter crash that occurred on Wednesday, 6th August 2025, claiming the lives of 8 distinguished Ghanaians, including prominent members of our party and gallant personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces while on national assignment. It goes on to list the 8 deceased persons, and says, this is a devastating moment for our party and for our nation. We have lost not only loyal comrades, but also exemplary patriots who served Ghana with honor, courage, and unwavering dedication. Their sudden and tragic departure is an irreplaceable loss to their families, the NDC, the government, and the entire country. On behalf of the leadership, membership, and grassroots of the National Democratic Congress, we extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families, the Ghana Armed Forces, and the people of Ghana. We shall honor the memory of our departed comrades by upholding the values they lived and served for: patriotism, selflessness, integrity, and commitment to nation building. May their souls rest in peace. And as said earlier, was signed by the General Secretary of the NDC. And so government communication has spoken. The mother party, NDC, has also spoken on this.
Well, condolences to the NDC party. You also spoke to the Minister for Education, Haruna Idrisu, earlier. What did he tell you?
So right after the Chief of Staff addressed the press on what had happened, giving official announcement, we understand that there was a crunch meeting that was held between the key government officials who were present. I mean, because not everybody could be there at that time. And the agreement was that the Vice President was going to lead the delegation to the families of all the bereaved persons to officially communicate the tragic loss. And so he gave us information on what had happened at the meeting briefly, and not giving us a lot of details, but also said that the President was not in a good state after hearing this tragic loss.
All right. Dr. Omane Boamah, he's a Koforidia boy. He's from the Eastern region. My colleague, Leonia Mate-Kanaku, our Eastern regional correspondent, is stationed at his home in Koforidia. Earlier, the Chief of Staff led a government-led delegation to visit his home there. We're told that his mother isn't doing too well. Kanaku, if you can hear me, how is the late Dr. Omane Boamah's mother holding up, having heard the news of the passing of her son?
Thank you very much, Charles. It's not been easy for the woman as we speak now. Some few minutes ago, she was being surrounded by a host of medical doctors. Dr. Kwama, who happens to be the medical superintendent at the Cooperative Clinic, also had the new government North Health Directorate, the doctor in charge of the health directorate itself. So more than 4 to 5 doctors were rotating around Dr. Omane Boamah's mother, trying to give her medication and checking her vitals and attend to her. Just some few minutes ago, Health Minister Mr. Kando drove Dr. Omane Boamah's mother from her home here in Koforidia to Accra, where we understand some medical doctors are stationed. We came to attend to her. So as we speak now, Dr. Omane Boamah's mother is not in her residential apartment in Koforidia. The health minister has insisted, even though some family members were of the view that doctor has lived all his life in Koforidia together with the moment, that some family members were also coming to commiserate with her, but they believe that if she's taken away to Accra, where extra medical attention will be at a very becomes healthy with the passing of her only child, Charles.
Oh, he is her only child?
The only child. The only child. Dr. Omane Boamah happens to be the only child. The mother has known. Dr. Edward Omane Boamah has been the husband, has been the child, he's been the father, the uncle, the boyfriend, and everything to the mother. He left behind a wife and 3 children, 2 girls and then a boy. So you should know how devastated this news is to the mother, especially having to live with the only son, the only child for all these years. Dr. Omane Boamah was, I think, would have been turning 50, I think, just September, October. Yes, September, October. So it's a difficult situation for the mother. When she came out, she had doctors holding both the left arm and then the right arm into the vehicle of Health Minister, Mr. Akando. It's a sad situation, looking at the number of people who trooped in, even as I know, a number of people are still coming, those who had the news and were far, want to verify, and they are still trooping in to verify if indeed what they've been hearing since morning is indeed true or false. So the Eastern region has lost again, according to the party. But Dr. Omane Boamah started his education here in Koforidua. He lived in Koforidua, went to Pope John Senior High School before furthering his education. So he's a proper Koforidua boy. Proper Koforidua boy who does not discriminate. He attends to anyone who comes to. He's a straightforward person, a disciplinarian. If he will do, he will let you know that he will do. If he cannot, he will let you know that we cannot. Let's meet another time or do something else. A number of people who've been advocating with regards to school fees, with regards to setting up businesses for others, and you can. It was evidently clear that's even in Ice Home when people took in and that was sharing fond memories, some promises, some level of engagement people have had with him, that they were expecting some feedback. Now they are all saddened by this particular situation and heartbroken. It's not very easy for people. An uncle of his to be, and he said he was 50 years. Was even questioning God at a point in time why he's been waiting for death, and then death rather took his son. Yes. Away. So it's indeed a tragic situation here at the home of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah.
Kanaku, I mean, if you can reposition yourself, but I know that Dr. Edward Omane Boamah was a very nice man. He had relationships with a lot of people in the region, even journalists like yourself. Describe your relationship with the man.
Doctor he's a strong advocate for the work we do. So he's a friend of journalists. I'm not the only one. A number of journalists in the Eastern region that he's very close with us. He monitors his phone. He's an IT person, so he's always on his phone, and he tries to also contribute. Even if you are a friend on Facebook, you can see that he's very vocal and active on Facebook. He posts daily and shares news items. So when we file reports, he monitors them, likewise his mother, who has been his leader or the. So anytime there's an issue, he comments on it. And even with that relationship is, I won't describe it as top-notch because you have people from even the NPP going to him. He welcomes everybody who comes close to him. Whenever there's an advice, he would give you anything you would need assistance on. You call him. If it's not busy, he'll attend to you. If it's busy, he will send you a message and let you know that indeed whatever you want, he's actually working on it. So in terms of relations with the people, it's top notch. The region itself, the eastern region, the NDC in the eastern region, do not do anything without consulting him. When I interviewed the first vice chairman of the NDC, who happens to be the mayor for New Japan South Municipal Assembly, he said that about 70 to 80% of the things we do in the regional party lies in the bottom.
So he's a big loss for the party in the region, right?
Yes. He indicated that they do not take any decision without involving or seeking counsel from Dr. Omane Boamah in terms of everything they do in the region. Dr. Omane Boamah, the majority of the people in the region who are currently serving under government have the appointment being channeled to Dr. Omane Boamah one way or the other. Majority of them, because he was close. We should forget he was the director of elections, so he played a major part in the organization of the party at the base, getting close to people in the party, right from the constituency level to the regional level, even the district level. So he's got a strong base in the eastern region, and he's been described as the hope of the region. So anyway, when he visited the region, I think 2 weeks ago, the president thank you, you could see how all the 11 pharmacies, the pharmacies in the 11 pharmacies in the eastern region, how they were welcoming him, hugging him, engaging him. You should know that indeed the eastern region has lost one of its own, and it's a big blow to the eastern region, South.
Well, we've also seen some of the residents trooping into the home to commiserate with the family. We've seen tears, we've seen wailing. The ordinary people who have been supported by Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, in your conversations with them, what have they been telling you?
So majority of them have been saying that all hope has been lost. That is the cry of majority of the people, because these are people who on a regular basis would move to Dr. Edward Omane Boamah's mother's house, where whenever doctor is around, that's where he's stationed, that is where he stays. He's been a mommy's boy since childhood, and he remains a mommy's boy. So whenever he's not even around, these people would go for their daily or weekly or monthly stipends from the mother. He makes sure that he leaves out. So all these things are taken. So these people will move there weekly, monthly, and their school fees, get their straps for their businesses and stuff like that. So that has been a major blow to these people, because he is a breadwinner not only for the mother and his immediate family, but I would say thousands of people that he's still supporting. Even when his party was in opposition, he was still supporting these people, and that is the cry of many here gathered at the residence of Dr. Omane Boamah in Koforidua. Quite recently, when his alma mater, Pope John Senior High School, celebrated their anniversary, Dr. Omane Boamah personally financed the outfitting from the main junction, which happens to be the St. Joseph Hospital junction, right through to the high school, and even to the hospital itself. He made sure that all the roads within the school and then within the hospital itself, the St. Joseph Hospital, was asphalted, and it was a pleasant thing when he arrived at Pope John Senior High School just some 2 months ago for their anniversary, where majority of the people who spoke commended him for the effort. He shared memories about how he got admitted to Pope John Senior High School when somebody took his name. Somebody also bear the same name, Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, had admission at Setek Senior High School. So mistakenly, he was supposed to go to Setek, but her mother insisted that that person who was taken to Pope John should rather be at Sekek and not Pope John. So her mother, he shared that memory where the mother stood still firm behind him and then ensured that the guy who went to Pope John instead of going to Sekek, who bear the same name as himself, bear the same name, Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, rather came back to Sekek, and he then moved to Pope John where he had his education, and then later went ahead to further age. Dr. Omane Boamah's relationship with the people, both those in the NDC side and in the FPP side, I would say has been solid, and he will be missed. He will greatly missed. Ciao.
All right, I'm grateful to you, Neilni Amate Kanaku. He's our Eastern Regional Correspondent and reporting from the home of now late Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. We're told that his mother isn't too well. Earlier, the Chief of Staff led a government delegation to visit the family to break the news and commiserate with the family. The tragedy of today is that 8 gallant Ghanaians on their way on official duties at a mining event in Obuasi have tragically lost their lives. Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, the Minister for Defense, Alhaji Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, who got his PhD not too long ago, Minister for Environment, Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the NDC, former Mayor of Kumasi, former Regional Minister for the Ashanti region, Mr. Samuel Abuaje, former parliamentary candidate for Obuasi East, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The tragic passing occurred in Adanse Akrofrom at Sikaman, on the hills of one of the villages there. Tragic news for our country. Now, there's a video of how their remains were transported from uphill to the community of Sikaman before they were further transported to their various destinations. Let's go and take a look at this very tragic video.
That's Muniru, that's the Deputy National Security Coordinator who was part of the 8, or who is part of the 8 who have lost their lives, traveling from Accra to Obuasi for a national function, but unfortunately did not make it to the destination, met their untimely death. Middle Belt Bureau Chief, he was at the function that these officials were scheduled to attend. We've seen a video of when the regional minister broke the news to the lands minister. Hafiz Tijani is our man there. Let's speak to Hafiz now. Hafiz, we're seeing pictures on our screens. Tell us what exactly we're looking at.
Yes. Yeah, the microphone is on.
Hafiz, can you go ahead? Tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so what you are seeing in pictures, we are coming to you live. Yes, the bodies are being conveyed into ambulances and they are being taken to Accra, we are told. The military is leading this effort to convey the bodies from the Sikaman community to Accra. So you see about 3 ambulances. The Ashanti Regional Minister as well as the Regional Security Council are leading these bodies here. The charred bodies were brought down from the scene, put in body bags, and they are being taken away. And you can hear in the background the sirens, seeing that the regional minister, the national security officers, the fire service, the ambulance service, as well as some medical team of the military, they are conveying these bodies, and the ambulance have lined up there. A while ago, we saw some traditional authorities from the area who, of course, performed some rituals to the bodies before they were being conveyed, because according to them, these bodies, the rituals have to be done because very important because this incident is a disaster. They would have to pacify the gods, and there's this stream that leads you to the main forest where the incident happened, and the opinion leaders as well as the traditional leaders have done that. So you can see the military officers standing by the ambulance that is supposed to carry these bodies, and the police officers are also trying to ensure that there's order here, and they have been warning some of the bystanders not to take some footages with their phone. It was not easy even for the media with our identification. They tried to restrict us. So the movement is being done right now. They are moving the bodies. The fire service vehicle is going with the team. So, you know, in the morning when the incident happened, the fire service had to come here. So even before they came, some of the farmers who had their farms close to the scene were able to douse the flames, and that even was beyond them because they didn't have the technical know-how. They just used the layman's procedure to go ahead with whatever they wanted to do to ensure that they could also control the situation. But currently, we are seeing the movement of the bodies from the Sikaman community, which is so busy here. This is a small farming community. It has not been so busy like today. And the people, of course, the farmers here, cocoa farmers, cassava farmers, who say they have never had something like this before. They have never heard something like this before. And this is a shocker for them. Most of them are still distraught, especially for the farmers who saw the incident at the initial stages, going there to catch a glimpse of what has happened, seeing the charred bodies of the people on board the helicopter, which was involved in the crash. So, scenes here from the Sikaman community in the Adansi Akrofon district in the Ashanti region, where charred bodies of the late Minister for Defense, Dr. Omane Boamah, the late Minister for Science and Environment.
Hi, good evening. You're welcome to our continued coverage of the fatal helicopter crash that took the lives of 8 of our compatriots, 2 former ministers, 2 cabinet ministers, 3 servicemen, and 1 young politician. My name is Selom Adunu, and I'm here with my colleague and friend and brother, Richard Delaskai. This is what we know so far. We know that the announcement officially was made by the Chief of Staff, who, amongst other things, also declared that flags must fly at half-mast today. Soon after that, various teams were dispatched to various destinations. A team led by the Vice President, Professor Jenano Pokwajima, we understand, visited the home of the Honorable Dr. Murtala Mohammed to officially break the news of their passing tragically to the family. The Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, also led another team to Koforidua to the home of Dr. Omane Boamah to officially inform the family of their passing. What we do also know is that in the other regions where the other persons come from or came from, the regional ministers in those areas led official delegations to their homes to officially break the sad news to their families. Indeed, a number of tributes and well wishes have been pouring in. We know the majority caucus in Parliament has issued a statement on this. The minority caucus has issued a statement as well. The New Patriotic Party has issued a statement. The PNC has issued a statement. The APC, the All People's Congress, has issued a statement. The diplomatic community have also been issued statements. But this is how it all began. This is the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, officially announcing to the country the sad events of this morning.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Mourning Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
All right, so that's the Chief of Staff officially announcing that heavy news to the country. 8 of our compatriots, two young cabinet ministers in the persons of Dr. Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, and Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. 2 former ministers, Alhaji Mourning Mohammed, also former Agric Minister and former Minister for the Northern Region, also now acting, or until now, acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapon, a former KMA boss, a former Ashanti Regional Minister, and until now, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate for the Boase area, and 3 servicemen, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, a pilot, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, a co-pilot, and Sergeant Ernest Adu Mensah, described as a crew member. These 8 people lost their lives in the tragic incident of today, where the helicopter they were traveling on crashed into the Dampian Range Forest Reserve in the Adanso Akofrom area near the Sikamine community. And that has been the sad news for today. And a number of tributes and well wishes have been pouring in. My colleague Richard Sky says, Sky, good evening, welcome to the program. Very sad news indeed. What else do we know?
Well, I mean, it's a particularly tragic development. And I think since this is the first time I am commenting on this rather tragic development, I would use the opportunity to extend my own condolences to the President of the Republic, who represents us, the National Democratic Congress, the majority caucus in Parliament, the Parliament of the people of Ghana, the good people of Ghana, and then particularly to the families of all the victims who have died as a result of this morning's tragic crash. It brings back some memories of similar developments that we had seen in the past, and of course high-ranking public officers dying under very, very heartbreaking circumstances. Professor Mills died in July of 2012. Kwesi Arthur died in June of 2018. And today, of course, former President Mills, not President Mills, former President Rawlings died in November. And today, this rather troubling news. So we can only extend our heartfelt condolences to the families affected, and of course all the people of Ghana, because we are together mourning this loss. It is painful, and I can only pray that the Lord God would grant all of us the strength to be able to deal with the challenges that this development has presented. But by way of what exactly is happening, we do know that following this particular development, we first heard from the military. They issued a test statement and said that the helicopter in question had actually gone off the radar, and that they were making efforts to establish its whereabouts. And then subsequently we noticed that there were a number of, commentary, or maybe people were running commentary on social media about what may or may not have happened. And so you realize that some media houses were then contemplating, together with our own stations, whether or not these stories should be put out there. But as you do know, the rule and the tradition is that when people die, the first thing is to actually inform their families, especially when they do not die at home, before the story can be brought properly, so-called, to the attention of the town or the community they hail from. But the social media narrative was running ahead of what government ought to have done. So unlike what we had seen previously, the government had to organize a press conference quickly to announce formally that this has happened. So you saw the most senior-most officer in government, after the president, the vice president, the chief of staff, who is responsible for all personnel who operate under the executive authority of the president. He addressed this press conference to draw the nation's attention formally to this heartbreaking development. Ever since, there have been, messages that have come in from embassies operating in the country, governments from other parts of the world. We've heard from the minority leadership issuing a statement for and on behalf of the minority, expressing the condolences to the family and all of that. We've also heard from the majority leadership, also issuing a statement to express deep condolences and then also a regret over what had happened. We've also heard from the NDC, which is easily the institution which is the chief mourner in this particular matter, also issue a statement talking about how difficult this particular situation is. Of course, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the immediate past former president of the Republic, also issued a statement grieving the loss. We've also heard from Dr. Boamah, who is the immediate past vice president of the Republic, also issuing a statement celebrating their memory and then also mourning their loss. We've heard from other very important individuals, including Kwabena Ejie-Agyapong, former presidential spokesperson, who much earlier in the day had gone to pick up his nomination forms, hoping to run for president. And that particular incident has now been overtaken by this rather troubling development that happened in the Ashanti region. The European Union has also commented publicly on the matter, again mourning with the good people of Ghana. The UK, which has a High Commission in Ghana, has also issued a statement on the matter, also mourning the loss. And many individuals in Parliament, Sam George, the Minister responsible for communications, has issued a statement via his personal page on social media, Facebook, talking about this. Abu Jinapo has also issued a statement. Edunji Tamaklo, who is with the NPA, and the legal director for the NDC, also issuing his own test statement on this particular matter. So Ghana really is mourning the very unbearable news of the losses we have recorded today, and one can only imagine what the families of these individuals and their friends and relations and colleagues, the subordinates, what they are going through. And then also you would have to spare a thought for President John Dramani Mahama. He has not publicly commented on what has happened yet. If anything at all, he spoke through the Chief of Staff. If you understand the dynamics of the NDC's internal politics, you would know that Dr. Omane Boamah is really very close to the President of the Republic, and served under him previously as Minister responsible for communications. And they have always enjoyed a formidable relationship. I would explain why, and people within the NDC will tell you why he's been made a minister responsible for defense, because that's not a position you just hand out like that. You need somebody who can come into your bedroom, somebody who can reach you at any time, you know, odd hours, somebody who you can sit down and have very deep conversations with, especially because of the history of Ghana and, you know, how insecurity can be provoked by, you know, military adventurers here and there. So you'd have seen under John Kufuor, the brother was the, you know, Minister for Defense for all the years that he served until he resigned to contest the MPP flag bearership elections. And then also, you also saw at various points General Smith serving under Mills, and then also Marco Yongo, also a close friend of President Mahama, also of blessed memory, also serving as Minister for Defense. So that position normally goes to people who have some really, you know, I will use the term loosely, intimate relationship with the President of the day. And one can only imagine what is going through his mind right now. And then also, you do know that the Vice Chair of the NDC, the person who follows after the national chairman is for some reason not available. He can step in to perform important, you know, roles that the chairman normally will perform. He's also caught up in this. So if you look at it, the NDC has suffered a major devastation as a result of this unfortunate development. And we can only pray for their souls, and then also I hope that the families will be able to bear this loss with courage.
Very sad indeed incident we have on our hands. Losing 8 of our compatriots in a single day in one of the most cruel ways one can ever think of, in a helicopter crash into a forest reserve. Very sad indeed. And I mean, when the incident happened, we caught up with a farmer who told us exactly what he saw and told us his version of events. Let's hear him. So that was a farmer our team caught up with, who actually was narrating what he saw and what his view of the events were or are. I'm in the studio with Richard De La Sky. We're trying to make sense of the situation, trying to bring you up to speed with what's happening, what the updates are, etc. The event happened earlier today. The tragic event of the helicopter crash happened earlier today, where 2 cabinet ministers, Dr. Omane Boamah and Dr. Murtala Ibrahim Mohammed, together with 6 others, 2 former ministers, Samuel Sapon and Alhaji Muniru, and 3 service persons and 1 young politician, former parliamentary candidate, died in that cruel fashion. the helicopter, we understand, caught fire and their bodies were charred, were burnt beyond recognition. And indeed, the bodies were collected after the incident by town folks and people in the community who had to walk through the forest. We understand they trekked or walked about 2 hours into the forest before they could get to the site of the crash. And they had to pack the dismembered body parts, which were charred, into sacks provided by the farmers in the area. Before they carried it, walked about 2 hours again to where the ambulances, etc., were parked before the charred bodies in the sacks were moved to the town of Sikaman in the Adansu Kofrom area. Regis Sky, I mean, you have interacted with these people many times in your work as a journalist. And from all the statements we are seeing, one thing cuts across, celebrating the kind of persons they were and how much of a loss they are passing is to Ghana and need the government. Help us appreciate really how much of this, or how huge a loss we are dealing with in terms of what their contributions have been to the nation and what Ghana stands to lose by their passing.
It's a very, very difficult thing to really do. But let me take it from the military officers. Every now and then you hear news of helicopters going down elsewhere. You also heard not too long ago about the Iranian president previously dying in a crash similar to what we have just witnessed. Then you also saw a number of business executives, for instance, in the US, going down in helicopters. So
sports icons.
Sports icons also dying under similar fashions. Now, when you listen to people closely within the military, space, there's always this concern they raise about the state of, our equipment and whether we are doing enough to actually service them. Of course, the likes of Larry Dogbe of the Herald newspaper have repeatedly run stories raising concerns about, the state of some of the equipment that we use to serve our nation from the military standpoint. And if you speak to people within the military, this is something that is known. And of course, we do know the presidency, of course, government always making the point that they are doing everything possible to retool the military. But as you do know, the instructions within the military are such that you obey before you complain. So if you have any misgivings, you cannot raise those misgivings. So I am sure that this thing happening would trigger quite a number of people who are closely related to the military officers who we lost. And they will be, raising all kinds of, questions, cursing their stars, and will be demanding a closure in one way or the other. Because they are sort of down the ladder, we may not talk about them much across the media. The focus will be on, the big politicians who were involved in this particular matter. But I think it's important that we use the opportunity to reflect over their own contributions to the safety of this country, because they move troops around. We have a menace with Galamsey currently. We have many flashpoint chieftaincy disputes across the country. Recently, the president has had to order military men to deploy in Boko to keep or enforce the peace there, because we are not seeing peace emerge from that part of the country. And these are the men who are often relied on to ferry our, men and women in uniform to parts of the country where the services are needed. Again, in the battle against illegal mining, we rely a lot on the Air Force to move our troops to these difficult to reach areas where people are bent on doing devastation and undermining environmental integrity. And tonight we have lost, 3 or 4 of them three of them, right? And it is not cheap training, what do you call it, these people. So
especially hearing that one of them just returned from a course or flew in from abroad after having excelled in a course.
Exactly.
And I'm sure this will be one of his first assignments after that.
Exactly. We're told that
we
apparently he came in just last night or 24 hours earlier and got onto this mission, and we've lost him. So it's a huge loss to the Ghana Armed Forces. It's a huge loss to the families affected from the military standpoint. And it would take a lot to want to, fill that void. It's a void we cannot fill, simply speaking. We cannot fill that void, but in one way or the other, we'll have to make the effort to be able to, if you like, ensure that their departure is not that felt. And then also, then you move to the military spaces, what do you call it, the political spaces.
Before you come to the political space, let me do a quick interview. The former Minister for Environment, the just past Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and all of that, Murtala Mohammed, was a Muslim. Indeed, Alhaji Limuna Muniru, also a Muslim, but in this case, we know that Murtala's family has made a decision in line with Islamic tradition to bury him as soon as possible. Let's go to Tamale now, and indeed, he was Member of Parliament for the Tamale Central constituency. Let's speak to our correspondent, Shawana Yusuf, who has updates on the preparations for his burial and funeral. Hello, Shawana. Good evening. Welcome to this continuing coverage of ours on this tragic incident. We understand that the family has put out the date and for the burial of the Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Murtala. What else can you tell us?
Thank you so much, Salam. So what I'm thinking is that tomorrow morning they would be moving to the Tamale International Airport to receive the body of the late Member of Parliament for the Tamale Central constituency, after which they will move straight to the Ambaria Muslim mission to perform Janaza prayers. Janaza prayers is the final prayers performed on Muslims before the burial is being done. So they will move from the airport straight to the Ambaria mission, and then afterwards they will move to the Zijun Cemetery on the Kumasi Highway for the burial. So this is what we are picking against tomorrow. The regional minister is promising to lead a delegation in the morning to pick the body. He said that when he came to the family house of the late Member of Parliament to announce the passing officially on behalf of the President of the Republic to the family of the late Member of Parliament.
Very sad indeed incident. What have you been picking up from the rank and file of the party in the region, especially his constituents?
For his constituents and the executives at the Tamale Central Constituency Party office, it's a big blow. Speaking to the vice chair of the constituency, he tells us that he spoke to the Member of Parliament just this morning, and he promised him he was going to be in the constituency come Saturday. That's going to be in 3 days' time, for the commencement or the short cutting of a clinic he intends to build for the constituency just beside the party constituency office. So if you check the videos I sent earlier from the party constituency office, there was already foundation that has been laid. You could see strips of sand, chippings, and other stuff already ready, waiting for his coming on Saturday for this particular short cutting to begin. For the commencement of the construction of the facility. So for them, it is not just a loss, it's a big blow. Majority of them could not even speak to us in an interview. The only way they could express what they were feeling was just to cry out, and with others praying for the gentle repose of his soul, and that God should receive him in a better position as he moves on to the next place.
Very well. You've been to his family house, I guess. What can you tell us about the mood? Obviously, very sad in the house, but what can you tell us about the mood in the house, his siblings, his parents, his family people, etc.?
So at the family house, a lot of tension there, a lot of people trooping in their numbers to commiserate with the family, and for others just to have a confirmation or otherwise about what is happening. Speaking to someone, he tells us that he wished upon getting to the family house, somebody can just tell him that this whole thing was a prank. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So amidst wailing and crying here and there, a lot of people are not able to talk. You can see most people sitting idle. I mean, they are just seated there with sorrow all over them. You could see they are broken. Most of the women were crying. And witnessing the arrival of his younger sister, it was a tragic thing. I mean, they had to literally hold her into a pickup, and I hear they were taking her straight to the airport to fly her and some other family members to join the immediate family of the late MP in Accra. So at the family house, there was a lot of tension. We had the regional minister visiting, the mayor of Tamale also visited, the MCE for Sanarigu was also there, and a lot of other party sympathizers and executives were spotted at the family house of the late Member of Parliament to commiserate with the family.
Very well. Thanks so much, Shawana Yusuf. We'll come back to you again. Thanks so much for bringing us those details. So, as we just heard, the family of the Honorable Murtala Mohammed will be receiving his remains at the Tamale International Airport tomorrow for burial processes. Indeed, it is sad to know that he promised the people to return on Saturday for a sword-cutting event for a clinic or hospital he intended building for the constituents, as we just heard Shawana say. But he will, in this case, be returning tomorrow in a different form for a different purpose. Sky, I mean, when Shawana was reporting, something just struck me. Given how the bodies were bent, charred, and how they were carried, I mean, I'm wondering whether we are able to even separate the bodies, given how everything was packed together in a sack and all of that. So it does appear that, I mean, in the absence of DNA testing, etc., we may just have to share the bodies amongst the families anyhow and get that buried. That is very tragic.
It's a very, very difficult one, and that's what even makes this whole thing
very painful.
Very, very painful. Because you want, even if something
on the screen, okay, you see the persons carrying. It's not farm produce. These are bodies of our ministers and servicemen and patriots being carried in cocoa sacks or jute bags, you know, to right this deep in the forest, to the outside of the forest, to be carried by hearse or ambulance to the hospital or to the mortuary. So there they are walking through the forest. We understand it's a forest reserve on a mountain, and so they had to walk about 2 hours into the forest to get to the site of the accident or of the crash. And there they are. These are human beings. These are our compatriots or former compatriots, ministers of state, former ministers of state, servicemen, etc., being carried like that in the sacks you are seeing. These are people who have gone to assist the military to locate the site of the crash. Sky.
This is a very difficult watch. It's a very, very devastating watch, heartbreaking watch, but it raises a bigger issue about our preparedness to deal with situations
I was wondering,
like
couldn't
this.
we have body bags and other things carried there?
Yeah, so the question is, how soon do you get it into the area? Normally, these things, you don't find them in,
open markets.
Not the open markets,
in
terms
those areas.
of, in the very rural areas of our country. It is mostly something you find in the regional capitals or district capitals where you are sure that there's some, resource or there are resources available to procure things like this. Because we're told that you would need to trek about 2 hours from the main street or road in the area to be able to get to the place. An alternative would most likely have been a heavy-duty drone flown over the area to be able to lift, the body parts, and then bring them to whichever location is close by. Other countries are using drones to be able to save people in distress, people who are caught up in floods or fire and all of that, and that's how some other countries are going. So perhaps, especially when the minister responsible for defense is involved, the question is whether the military has that capability and whether we could have deployed the same in good time instead of what we are seeing on the screens, which certainly I do not think speaks very well of us. It undermines the whole conversation about dignity for the dead in many ways. But again, it would seem that they have no other choice. Night was falling, and there needed to have been an intervention quickly enough to be able to move the bodies before it rains, most likely later tonight. So perhaps going forward, we will need to be thinking about how to use UAVs to be able to carry out some of these assignments.
I see. Tributes keep pouring in. This is from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. President Ahmed Tinubu says condoles with President of Ghana on tragic air accident. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu extends his deepest condolences to President John Mahama, the government and people of Ghana following the helicopter crash that claimed the lives of Defense Minister Omane Boamah, Environment Minister Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, and 6 others. President Tinubu assures President Mahama and all Ghanaians that the thoughts and prayers of the government and the people of Nigeria are with them during this time of profound national loss. The President urges the Ghanaian nation and bereaved families and friends to find comfort in the knowledge that their loved ones died in the line of patriotic service to the country. He prays for the peaceful repose of the souls of the departed and strength for those left behind. The United Nations has also issued a statement on this, titled Mourning of the Ghana Air Force Helicopter Tragedy. It says, it is with profound sorrow that we received the tragic news of the fatal crash involving the Ghana Air Force Z9 helicopter claiming the lives of distinguished Government of Ghana officials, including the Honorable Minister for Defense, Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, and the Honorable Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. The United Nations family in Ghana mourns with the nation in this moment of deep grief. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families and to the government and people of Ghana as we together face this painful loss. This tragedy is not only a national wound, but also a loss felt across the international community. We stand united at this time mourning. We honor the memory of all those who have passed with hope for their lasting peace, issued by the UN Resident Coordinator.
Yeah, that statement is particularly instrumental in the scheme of things, because you do know Ghana occupies an important place in international security. We are some of the finest soldiers you can find around, protecting peacekeeping operations or carrying out peacekeeping operations. You can talk about what we did in Rwanda, our efforts in Sierra Leone, and then also Liberia. And you can speak about Lebanon and all the things we did to restore peace to these parts of the world. So the UN will be driven to issue a statement, especially when the Minister for Defense. Who looks after our troops for us, is involved in a matter like this, and especially when you find that 3 military officers or Air Force officers are involved in this particular matter. And mind you, we also had in there a deputy, national security officer So it tells you that our national security space has been hit badly. The man in charge of, protecting the territorial integrity of the country, ministerially, is gone. The man who is a deputy security couple in there is also no more. And then you have 3 military officers involved. So that is a particularly troubling one. And it's appropriate that you have the UN issuing a statement. I just want to mention quickly that this is a statement. There's a statement coming in from Parliament. It says that the statement is titled, "A Statement on the Demise of Senior State Officials and a Member of Parliament." It's signed by David Sebastian Damois, who is the Director of Media Relations. And it says, "The Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbing, Speaker of Parliament, and the entire leadership of the House have noted with deep sorrow the confirmation of the news of the tragic passing of senior state officials, including ministers and a member of Parliament. Parliament is deeply saddened by this news and would want to, at this time, express its deepest condolences to the bereaved families and indeed the entire Republic. May the souls of our departed colleagues who have died in the service of our Republic rest in peace," as I stated much earlier, signed by David Sebastian Damois, who is the Director responsible for media relations in Parliament, acting for and on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament and the leadership of the House.
Very well. Let's go to the childhood residence of the late Dr. Murtala Mohammed, former Minister now of Environment, Science and Technology, where my colleague Jude Duncan is to tell us exactly what's happening there. Hello, Jude. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Should be very sad scenes you are witnessing at the childhood residence of Murtala. What exactly can you tell us?
Rightly so, Salam. It's still very hard here, very sorrowful scenes here as well. Right behind me, some friends and family members have gathered. They are here. Tears are still flowing. Many of them very devastated by the news that hit the entire country today. Some of them I spoke to earlier described the loss as unimaginable. Some of them also described the late Alhaji Dr. Murtala Mohammed as a breadwinner, not only for his family, but theirs as well. Many described him as a loving father to his kids and also a man who deeply loved his country and also was one, as another person I spoke to mentioned to me how he loved his faith very strongly. That's the Islamic faith. For which reason he had a private mosque set up in his house. Now we are told that he would occasionally invite friends over for prayers at his private mosque in his house. This same mosque not long ago also had special prayers held late this evening. We saw friends gather, say a prayer together in the private mosque here at the house of the late former Minister of State. The wife is still inside with family members around her, consoling her, mourning with her in this period of grief. We've also seen quite a number of government dignitaries and functionaries make their way here. We've seen the likes of the Deputy Works and Housing Minister, Gisela Tete. Earlier, she was here. We've seen Member of Parliament for Ladade Kotopon and also Deputy Minister for Local Government, Ritana Odole Soa, was also here. We've seen the Member of Parliament for Sabzugu. We've seen the Deputy Communications Minister, Honorable Suparu. Quite a number of them, the Deputy Government's presidential spokesperson in the person of Madam Shamima Muslim was also here. At around 3 p.m., we got the news that the Vice President led a government delegation to personally come and visit the wife of the late minister and also to offer government's commiserations. Since then, quite a number of people have also made their way. As I speak to you, more people are trooping into the house to commiserate with the family. A tent earlier in the day was set up to receive guests. We've also seen that chairs have been provided and put right in front of the house. We've also seen that some persons coming in came with packs of water, you know, a gesture traditionally seen very commonly when mourning with loved ones. So it's been very, very difficult, truly heartbreaking, I must say. I've seen persons who couldn't control themselves. They completely burst out in tears, and they were struggling to put themselves together. One of such persons was the chief executive for GWEL, Honorable Edward Bauer, former member of Parliament for Bongo. Now, I interviewed at the time I had my interview with him. In fact, when he got here, I reached out to him. He was the one rather even consoling people. He was, you know, offering words of assurances to persons who were crying here at the residence today. Now, when he went inside and came back, you could clearly tell that the news had taken a toll on him. He was still consoling people. We reached out to him for an interview, at which point he broke down in tears and couldn't continue the interview again. Quite a number of people have broken down, you know, trying to reminisce the relationship they had with the late minister. One of them would tell me that evenings around this time, the minister, despite his very busy schedule, would come out and sit with them, have conversations around the state of the country, have conversations around, you know, their aspirations as young people, and would often leave them with an advice. So all of those people are finding it very difficult wrapping their heads around this really tragic news. Many have described as unimaginable. So it's been very, very difficult, Salom. Very, very difficult. Personally, even, you know, trying to find the words to describe the emotions, the raw emotions at display here at the child residence of the late Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, who also was Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, Salom.
Very sad indeed. We understand from statements issued from Alhaji Murtala's family that they will bury his remains tomorrow. What are you hearing from his home as you are there?
Just before, so nothing official.
No,
all that I've heard is...
Jude, you just hang in there. Yes,
yeah,
I mean,
because,
Sky wanted to make an intervention.
Yeah, because I had received a communication from a minister in the northern part of the country to the effect that that decision has been stayed, and in due course a new date will be announced. Let me just read that communication I received a short while ago. It says that it basically says that the ministry, the northern region, takes note of the communication from the family that they intend to bury their loved one tomorrow, but that decision is being varied in national interest, and that a new decision and communication will be made available to the Ghanaian public. I'm sure, just so we can put the matter in context. I'll give you the full statement as and when I...
All right, so that's just some update coming in, and this, we believe, overrides the earlier information or statement we had that the family was preparing to receive the remains of the late minister, Murtala, at the airport in Tamale tomorrow.
Yes.
So, Jude, I'm not sure, I don't know if this has come to your notice where you are. I'm sure it will trickle down there.
Rightly so, Selam.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So what's your information?
So, I was going to say that when I saw that particular piece of information, I tried reaching out to some persons here who've been around since this news broke. None of them was able to verify or indeed confirm that information about the said burial, expected to take place. So I couldn't authoritatively confirm what we've seen, purportedly reported in the media. But Salom, still here at the child residence of the late minister, Honorable Alhaji Dr. Murtala Mohammed, we've also been joined by a very close friend of his. She's been here soaking up all the emotions. Still very difficult, but she's joined us to just share thoughts very briefly around the of a man many has described as a really loving man, not only to his family, but anyone who came across him. Thank you very much and welcome to Channel 1 News.
Thank you, my brother.
Earlier, I saw you, in tears. Are you in a position to speak to us?
Yes.
Thank you very much. How are you holding up? Really difficult loss, unimaginable. Some of your friends who were here said to me, how are you holding up in this really difficult time?
Thank you. It's not easy. It's very hard. But to us Muslims, when something like this happens, we say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. We're from God and we go back to Him. It's not easy. Comrade Murtala, as he wants to be called, he doesn't want to be called a honorable, but comrade.
What were your fondest memories of the late Honorable Murtala?
Yes. My fondest memory about him is watching him on social media reciting Quran.
Sorry about your loss. So sorry about your loss. So sorry. So, Selam, clearly the lady I was interviewing couldn't speak to me because she broke down in tears midway through the interview. I asked her if she was in a position to talk to me. She agreed. But just when she began, sharing her fondest memories of the late minister, then she broke down in tears. So it gives you a sense of the grief here, almost tangible. You can almost see it and feel it, right? Because it's for many, this was the last thing they expected when they woke up today. Early in the day as well, we saw that some of the staffers, made their way here. Now, these people apparently were with him up until the point of the flight. So these were people who were speaking to him just before he boarded that particular flight. And to them as well, they can't come to terms with the level of loss. And like I was saying, the lady I just interviewed gave us an idea of how people are dealing with the loss. Just when they think they're okay to talk, you get a sense that they are still wrapping their heads around a very difficult and a very tragic moment for many. So we are still here. There are lots of persons inside, right? We've seen about 20 people seated outside, some of them standing in conversation. There are lots more people inside. I've been inside myself. I've seen the wife of the late minister. She is surrounded by family members who are holding her and consoling her, following this really difficult and this really tragic situation. It's quite an atmosphere here. Not really what a lot of people expected. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult, Salom.
Thanks so much, Jude Mensah Duncan. Very sad news indeed. Just hang in there. We will come to you a bit later as and when there are some new developments. The sad part, or what particularly makes this very sad, is the unexpected nature of it. I mean, they were not sick, very young people, and it just happened. If you've not been following, this morning we got the tragic news of 8 of our compatriots, 2 cabinet ministers, Dr. Omane Boamah and Murtala Mohammed, and 2 former ministers, Samuel Sapon and Alhaji Muniru Lamuna, and 3 servicemen and 1 young politician, a former parliamentary candidate, died in a helicopter crash in the Dampian Range Forest Reserve in the Adanso Akrofrom area near Sikaman. And the event has been so tragic that it has shattered the whole country. The country is mourning. The Chief of Staff has declared, or has called for national mourning and asked that all flags be flown at half-mast. And indeed, subsequent to that, we are learning from a statement issued from the Presidency's communications that the President has suspended all his scheduled activities and programs for the rest of the week following Wednesday's national tragedy involving 8 persons who died in a helicopter crash. The statement continues to say that there will be 3 days of national mourning starting tomorrow Thursday, 7th August 2025. The government, through the Chief of Staff, has meanwhile directed that all flags must fly at half-mast until further notice. A lot more, we've seen a lot more statements coming through.
Another update which the government issued much later after that earlier statement, again signed by the spokesperson to the President and Minister responsible for government communications, Felix Kwatiofosu. And it says, official update, the Vice President Jane Opoku-Agyeman has led a team of senior government officials, national executives of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, the Military High Command, to formally inform the families of the 8 individuals who lost their lives in a helicopter crash earlier today. Now, the Vice President visited the homes of Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, and Alhaji Muniru Lumuna, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. Now, Chief of Staff Julius Debra and NDC National Chairman Johnson Etiedu Nketia led another team to Koforidua to inform and offer condolences to the mother and family of Dr. Edward Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense. Now, 2 additional teams have been dispatched to the homes and families of the helicopter crew in Takrady, Samuel Sapong, NDC Vice Chairman, and Samuel Abwaji, Deputy Director General of NADMO. So basically, government trying to cover all the spaces necessary in order to ensure that the right things are done. The families would have to be properly informed about what exactly had happened, and then we'll take the rest from there. As I said much earlier, normally, traditionally, the family would have to be put on notice first as to what had happened. But because we do live in a new age now, social media is always running ahead.
Just trying to bridge the news before.
Exactly. So the government had to make a formal announcement at the Presidency before a subsequent efforts are made to ensure that the families are put on the same page. I must also say that I was talking about an earlier communication we had received subsequent to the declaration by the families in the north that they intended to bury their loved ones tomorrow. So this message comes in and says the government regrets to inform all sympathizers that the announced burial of the Honorable Ibrahim Mohammed Murtala and Honorable Mohammed Muniru Lumuna, in accordance with Islamic tradition, will not take place tomorrow. Now, a new date will be communicated after further examination of the accident and consultations with the families and necessary arrangements. We kindly request everyone to continue praying for Allah's mercy upon our beloved ones. It's signed by Honorable Ali Adolf, who is the Northern Regional Minister, we're told. I must say, you asked a question much earlier about how it was going to be possible to properly distinguish the bodies or the remains. That's going to be a tough one. Of course, we will put our military hospital to good use if they have the DNA facilities or the facility to test for DNA, what do you call it, to test and determine who is who. Of course, they would have to fall on family and relations who are close, take their samples and then do the assessment and then determine that, oh, this remain belongs to this person and this person. So then they can properly distinguish. I do not think that, if that is not done, they can go ahead and be burying tomorrow. So then it came to me as a surprise that if it was the case that the bodies we
knew who was
exactly,
this person,
it would have been
whose
easy.
body was this.
It would have been easy to deal with that.
Because
so
if you say you take which of the bodies are you taking?
Exactly.
Are you just arbitrarily, or are you just taking anybody anywhere?
Exactly, because they burn beyond recognition, and some of the bodies you can't even.
Some body parts were dismembered, and they had to be collected and put in a sack.
Exactly. So
sad.
It would take some medical effort and scientific effort to actually properly separate. Of course, they can't properly separate.
And even that would be difficult.
It would be difficult.
But at least we'll have a sense that this remains belong to this one, or this used to be this person, and all of that. More statements, and And more statements keep coming in. This one from the Embassy of the Kingdom of Morocco to Accra, says that the Kingdom of Morocco to Accra presents its most sincere condolences to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and to the government and good people of Ghana and to all families of the victims of the helicopter crash that occurred earlier today. They say their thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families. May they find solace and fortitude in these difficult times. This one from the Frimpong Manso Institute says that dark clouds have eclipsed our beloved nation following the helicopter crash that claimed the lives of the Minister for Defense, Omane Boamah, Doctor, and Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala, and 6 others. The Frimpong Manso Institute commiserates with the bereaved families, as well as His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, the ruling NDC party, the Ghana Armed Forces, and the generality of Ghanaians over the disaster of the shattering magnitude of the disaster of Ghanaians over this disaster of shattering magnitude and devastating consequences. The loss of the 2 ministers and the other high-profile personalities is a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. The sea of pain and deluge of tears in the bereaved homes are also unimaginable. In the face of this, it is God alone who can assuage the pain and wipe away the tears. As prompt investigations get underway to unravel the causes of the crash, the Frimpong Manso Institute states that this is not the time for conspiracy theories. It is rather time for all Ghanaians of varying faiths to plead for divine grace to number our days and apply our hearts unto wisdom. Psalm 90 verse 12. For death, quote, is certain, but when, where, and how are uncertain. May their souls rest, or the souls of the departed rest in peace.
Actually,
that's issued by the Frimpong Manso Institute, Reverend Professor Frimpong Manso, who is the president of that particular institute. Talking about faith and Christendom, etc., those in the space know that every year around this time it's time for greater works, and that is Dr. Mensa Otabil's ICGC's Greater Works. That event is ongoing, started on Monday, will end on Sunday. And today, or earlier this evening, when Dr. Mensa Otabil took the stage, he had to comment about this, and this is what he said.
8 men woke up this morning just to do their work, to go to their work, to do their duty. Some as ministers of state, some as other government officials, some as military officers, just to do what should routinely be done. But they went and sadly lost their lives. And today there's crying and weeping in many homes, and wives have lost their husbands, and children have lost their fathers. Parents have lost their children. Siblings have lost their brothers. And we just want to pray for all the families affected by this tremendous tragedy. And we want to pray for the wives, we want to pray for the children, we want to pray for the parents, we want to pray for siblings, we want to pray for family members who are being so devastated by this huge tragedy that has hit them. It has hit all of us as a nation, but there are people who it touches very closely because this is their blood that has been lost. So we will rise up as a congregation and we pray for all the 8, not just those who we know as popular, but all the 8, all the men who were lost today. And we pray for their families, pray for the peace of their families, pray for the comfort of the Holy Spirit. For some of them, they will be impacted for the rest of their lives, and this tragedy will be their story for so many years. And we pray that the God of all comfort will rest upon these homes. Let's pray for them. Let's lift them up in our prayers, with their names, and pray for their families. Pray for the wives. Pray for their children. Father, we thank you that you are the God of all comfort. When our heart is overwhelmed and we don't know where to turn, you are the rock that is higher than us. So, Lord, we come before you in the midst of this national tragedy and in the midst of a personal tragedy for so many. We raise up the families that have lost so much to you, Lord. And we pray that your Holy Spirit, who is the only comforter worthy of comforting at this time, will comfort them, Lord. Enter their homes, enter their bedrooms, enter their living rooms, enter their hearts, enter their minds, enter their emotions, Lord, and breathe life into families that are devastated. Let your Holy Spirit embrace them, Lord. Let your Holy Spirit uplift them, Lord. And may they find the comfort that comes from you. And Father, though we don't understand how things of this nature always happen, we know that in the end, you get all the glory. So out of this, Lord, show forth your strength to the families. You are the great provider. You are the great healer. You are the great physician. And you are the one who created them. You are the one who sustains us. May your peace, which passes all understanding, rest upon our nation, Ghana, rest upon the homes, rest upon the lives of those who have been left behind in this tragedy. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, so that was Dr. Mensa Otabil, General Overseer of the International Central Gospel Church, convener of the Greater Works Conference, which is underway, started on Monday, will end on Sunday. And when he mounted the stage today, he had to deal with this tragic incident. So that's what you heard him say, praying for the families and the nation, that God himself will comfort all of us to be able to deal with this tragic loss. Now let's go to the community, the Sikaman community, where the incident, or close to where the incident happened in a forest. The closest community to that forest, the Sikaman community. And indeed, a lot of the people who went into the forest to help collect the remains and put them in the sack were from that community. Our Ashanti Regional, or the Middle Belt, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, Hafid Tijani, has been on the beat, traveled through the forest, back in the community, and he joins us live now. Hello, Hafid. Good evening once again. Welcome to the program. The community should be very busy this evening, given the unprecedented things they have seen today.
When you come to the Sikaman community currently, people have all retired to their homes after the ambulances conveyed the remains and transported them, after the locals here helped the military and other emergency service providers, and also some security service personnel here trying to convey the bodies from that thick forest to the community itself, and subsequently the transportation these remains. So when you come to the community, you don't find people outside. People have retired to their homes after this incident. But for those people who you find in small groups sitting outside of their homes, this is the issue that they are still talking about. And this issue remains the topical here as they discuss this issue since morning when the incident happened to this time this evening.
I see. For a lot of people, today is the first time they're hearing of the Dampian Forest Reserve and the Sikaman area and all of that. You have been there since morning or since afternoon. Describe for us the nature of the forest. We understand it's a mountainous area or a hilly area, and that even made it very difficult for the community people to get into the forest to assist in the rescue operations. Describe for us how the place looks like and how difficult it was for the first responders or the emergency workers and the community people to get into the forest to help deal with the situation.
So the forest is a mix of cocoa farms and cassava plantation, and farmers, that is where they work. So this morning, farmers woke up and they had to go to their various cocoa farms and cassava farms. So where the incident happened, the exact place where the incident happened, there's no any farming activities there. That is a very thick forest and a very mountainous area. So farmers don't go there to farm. They don't have their farms there. But beneath the mountainous area, that is where you have the farmers who are into cocoa cultivation and cocoa farming, and also into cassava farming. So when the incident happened, the blast prompted them. In the morning, they say they saw the helicopter wanting to land, but the nature they saw the helicopter, they knew there was an issue, but they thought that it was one of the movements of the helicopter, and they were not so convinced about what was going to happen next because they didn't have the technical know-how, but they were just afraid nothing untoward happens. Then moments later, they heard that blast, and the farmers who were close to this area where the incident happened, they had to run into hiding. So later, when they saw plumes of smoke from the incident scene and they heard the blast, they mobilized and say they have to go there and see what was happening. And for them, they didn't know the people who were on board or who were aboard the helicopter, so they were in doubt and the nature of the blast. Then later they called the assembly member and other opinion members or leaders in the community. Then they also relayed those calls to the police and other security services and the district chief executives within the Adansi enclave to come in and then identify or get more information on this issue. So when the incident happened, the regional minister was also at the program. So he rushed here with his team and some security officers, members of the RECSEC, the district police commanders and the divisional police commanders also followed up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hafiz Tijani, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief. He has been there since afternoon. Indeed, he was at the event the officials were to be or were expected before the bad news came in. So he moved together with the Ashanti Regional Minister to the area to help ascertain the situation. And he's still there, and he just brought to us that report. It's been a sad day, very tragic incident. We've lost 8 persons, 2 cabinet ministers in the persons of Dr. Omane Boamah and then Dr. Murtala Ibrahim, 2 former ministers also, and a lot of other, other people, 3 service officers and then 1 young politician. The chief of staff or the presidency has cancelled all engagements for the president the whole of the week. And, you know, the nation is mourning. A 3-day mourning period has been declared. All flags must fly at half-mast. And it's a tragic event. Indeed, these were people who woke up this morning, very strong service of the nation, traveling to Obuasi for an event. And unfortunately, they could not return in the way they went. My name is Selom Adunu. This is our continuing coverage of the fatal helicopter incident that occurred today. I will sign off now and point of view.
Yeah,
before you go.
There's a statement just coming in. Former President John Kufuor, former Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. It's dated today and says statement on the passing of Dr. Omane Boamah and others from former President J. Kufuor. With all humility, I join the nation to mourn the shocking passing of Dr. Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense, and Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, and the 6 others who tragically lost their lives in a helicopter crash today, whilst on their way to perform a national duty. My thoughts and prayers are with the families, friends and colleagues of all those who perished in this tragic incident. May we honor their memory by striving for compassion, unity, and common purpose in serving our nation, Ghana. May God console the entire nation, especially the families of the deceased, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and all Ghanaians. Signed by himself, John Kufuor, President 2021 to 2009.
Thank you so much, Richard Sky. Point of view with Bernard Able is up next, but I'll leave you with the announcement as we heard and saw from the Chief of Staff informing the nation of the tragic loss of the 8th. Have a good evening.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash: Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense; Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology; Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemonad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture; Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress; and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate; Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
The moti ya je ti no no kore se pre ye hu bi da kora we area hada na dey say abo ehu pa eh wada na ebo no na ebo ni too much na se nkope ba bi pake udiri skama na ebo too much se nkope pake ana odi wura mu ba ya ko hia sa ko hia ma for ma di share.
Actually, he's a pillar of the family, you know. And then my mother is still alive. My mother is about 87. He's still alive. And actually, we haven't been able to tell her because of the situation, because of her situation.
So where is your mother currently?
My mother is currently in Javi.
Okay. So we want to understand, are you the elder or the...
Yeah, I'm the last but one born.
How would you describe him? So as a brother, how would you describe him?
He's a very unifier. He called me every day, every time. Even yesterday, I talked to him, and he said he wanted to talk to our mother. And he spoke to our mother that he's coming to Obuasi. Maybe when he returned from Obuasi, he'll come to Dublin to see her. Then,
so this morning, were you able to speak with him?
No, I didn't hear from him this morning. I went to work, I'm an admin officer, and then I just heard a news.
We're still here on Channel 1 Television and on 97.3 CDFM, continuing our rolling coverage, which began around 1:50 p.m. today, the 6th of August. Very grim day for the country Ghana. We are bringing you rolling coverage of a national disaster, the death of 8 citizens, you can call them patriots, working for the nation, dying in a helicopter crash. The President has declared 3 days of mourning. I'm just taking over from Solomon Adonu as we continue our coverage of this disaster for you. A number of things have been confirmed. We'll update you on those.
a few things to be clarified before we go to bed. A new statement coming in from the government. Richard Sky, who's still here with me, read that earlier on the update on what the government has done. We will also reminisce briefly our encounters here on Channel 1 and City FM with some of the people involved. We did indeed interview almost all of them, or some of the duty bearers within the space as well. So we'll be speaking to those. And we'll also speak to some friends of some of these people, just to put it in context as we try to make sense of the very, very sad development that has occurred. We are also keeping an eye on 3 places. One is in the Ashanti region, the Adansi area, where our Hafiz Tijani has been since around 2:30 p.m. He will give us a final update from where he is. Another eye is at the Kotoka International Airport, where the bodies will be received officially into Accra. We've been told there's been a change of date because there was an announcement earlier by the family of one of the victims for a burial tomorrow. Government has asked them to hold on to that. We've also been stationed strategically in the Eastern region at the family home of the Defense Minister, Dr. Omane Boamah. We'll bring you a final update from there, as we would from the residence of Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, who is the Minister for Environment. So, Sky, thank you for staying on. I'm not even sure how to begin the conversation. Yesterday, I was moderating a health event, and the president was there with a number of ministers. And the defense minister was there, of course, he was there as defense minister, but I believe because he's a medical doctor and he is interested in that field, he was there as a participant. He was on the front row, but he didn't give an address, even though we acknowledge his presence. I was having a chat with the Minister for Health when the defense minister passed by. This was around 11 a.m. after the opening session. So he shook my hand, and then I said, "Oh, our defense minister." Oh, dear. And then, of course, other people started talking to him. So that was the last encounter I had with Dr. Omane Boamah, whose name leads the chart. Obviously, his role being the Director of Elections of the NDC and also the Minister for Defense. And, of course, this being a military aircraft, and then the operation that they were embarking on, clearly is the lead figure there. Obviously, Alhaji Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed as well sat in this chair less than 3 months ago. I interviewed him on Galamsey, and indeed, the event that we are told they were going to was one of the developments within Galamsey, and I'm sure you've seen the photo of the Ashanti Regional Minister breaking the sad news to the Minister for Lands. So it's tragedy everywhere. Alhaji Mohammed Muniru Limuna, a man you and I know well. Yeah. He's from the Savannah region. He was a Greek minister under Mahama. A really nice man, I should say. A really nice man, easygoing. Deputy National Security Coordinator. Another tragic loss. Dr. Samuel Sapong, a lot of people do not know that he was minister for 2 portfolios. Indeed, before this, he was the mayor of Ashanti, Kumasi, before he became the regional minister and vice chair of NDC. Well known in the Ashanti region as well. And then Samuel Abuaji, former parliamentary candidate for Boise East, but also a deputy coordinator of NADMO, also tragically dying. Of course, the 3 officers of the armed forces, the Air Force, Sergeant Ernest Adomensa, some very, very poignant information around some of them that I'm not even sure people would want to process. You know, how young they were. I think one of them had just gotten married less than a month ago. Squadron leader Peter Bafemi Anala, and then Flying Officer Chum Ampedu. We are told one of them was actually given his honors by the former president barely a year ago. So, Richard, this is where we are. Yeah. And as an experienced political journalist, have you covered anything quite like this?
I would remember what happened in 2002, the Etiwa helicopter crash. I was just emerging as a young journalist at the time, and I remember the conversations that, not exactly a journalist, because I was following news, but not exactly in the coverage business. But you could follow news, and you would appreciate how big it was in those years, because this was supposed to be a helicopter that had been sent to go and ferry some people who were not well to Accra for medical attention, and somehow it got lost from the radar, and it took several days because the Etiwa forest is a really, really vast area. And I remember a lot of conversations around getting international help to be able to find the wreckage. Ultimately, after so many days, the wreckage was found, and 7 people were supposed to have been on board at the time. And it triggered a lot of conversations around the state of the fleet for our military and the Air Force, for that matter. And subsequently, efforts were made to retool the Ghana Armed Forces. So in terms of scale, this is the biggest, with the high-profile nature of some of the people on board, the defense minister, minister for environment, and then you also have in there former minister, a former KMA chief, and then you have deputy national security coordinator. I mean, that's
unbelievable.
Huge. Exactly.
Yeah.
And also because it's happening at a time where we're having difficulties with the security superstructure of our country. Recently, we're complaining about the state of security in the country and all of that. So for the nation to lose the people who are responsible for the space, at least the defense minister, and then also
the deputy
national security coordinator. That is a major blow that you cannot compare to anything else. Of course, we covered the death of Professor Mills. You and I sat on air and did that, broke that news to the people of Ghana. We remember the news we broke to the Ghanaian people about the death of Kwesi Emisatha, former Vice President of the Republic, former Governor of the Bank of Ghana. And then also what you would have done in my absence when I was in the UK, Jerry Rawlings, also passing away. And then, of course, Aliyu Bahama also died. So these were losses that were individual in nature. But we're dealing with 8 people dying on a single day in a disaster that has bent them beyond recognition. This is devastating.
So we're taking this from a number of angles. It's a national tragedy. As the president said, it's less 3 days of mourning. So the nation mourns. Then the government also mourns. Then the armed forces also mourn because the crew were service officers. They were working for the nation. But there's also a leadership question because personally, at least 2 of the 8 are people I've known for 2 decades, having begun my broadcasting in the year 2001 as a student journalist. Having covered elections, both of them run, and I think one of your hosts earlier on spoke about the student leadership connection, because Dr. Omane Boamah was the NUC's president when I was in my 3rd year of the university. He was a level 500 or 600 medical student at the time. He was one of the first medical students to win the NUC's presidency, which from that period had become it ceased to rotate. I think it was around this time that the rotation was about to end. But in that particular instance, Legon had wanted to present a particular candidate in medicals, but he also came in and won quite well. And what is quite interesting is that the minister who died with him, Alhaji Ibrahim Murtala
Mohammed,
was also very close in that election.
Exactly.
Because it's very, very interesting that the SRC election of that year, Murtala had contested with Albert Koshiga as his running mate. Murtala and Albert Koshiga lost. And they, together with John Kuma,
of blessed memory,
yes, had lost to a gentleman called Enyima Aka Ekpo. So the University of Ghana had wanted to present John Kuma to be the Legon candidate in the election. And Omane Boamah, being a Legon medical student, was also in the race. So he defeated John Kuma in the NUC's presidency. A key role was played in that election by Murtala. In fact, I interviewed Murtala on this recently and he spoke about it. So irony of ironies that the 2 of them died together. But I want to speak to a lawyer, Albert Koshiga, who is a professor of law at the University of Professional Studies, who knows at least 2 of the 8 very, very well in the manner I've described in a much deeper way. Just to take a few reflections on the student leadership angle and the fact that these two represent some of the best of our generation in the university. Because if you look at the university student leadership, the Haruna group were a bit ahead of us, but the Omane Boamah and Murtala, John Kuma group were sort of the early 2000s group, and they have made their way to the highest levels of government. So let me speak to Albert Enyonam Koshiga, Esquire, very briefly, because I know this is hitting him hard, but it also gives some context, and it's also a way of remembering the work of these people. So Albert, I really thank you for agreeing to speak to us, even though it must be very, very difficult for you. Good evening, and thanks for talking to us.
Yes, good evening, and good evening to your viewers, and good evening to Sky.
Yeah.
Good evening.
So I was trying to describe to Sky, who was not in Legon, what Omane Boamah and Murtala represent to the student leadership. My thinking is that they sort of, in government now, represent the best of our generation in a way. If you take the Haruna group out, because Haruna and Co and Admin were ahead of us. But in our group, you can say that Omane Boamah and Murtala were among the leading lights, correct?
Correct. So, Bernard, I received the news today, and I have to say that I'm broken, and I don't even know how I'm mastering the strength to speak to you through this medium. Although I'm very sad and I'm very troubled, I feel like I have an opportunity to pay my last tribute to a great friend for close to 2 decades. Murtala and I believe we entered the university in 1999, 2000 academic year, and we became friends sometime in 2000 and 2002, thereabout. Now, what happened? Murtala and I took psychology together, and it happened that we are quite active in class. We are people who contribute to class discussions. At the time, I didn't know Murtala, but I think I observed Murtala from afar. He pushed his points very strongly, even at that age, and I thought I did the same as well. And so it was just one day after class when Murtala approached me. I think it was before class started on that day. It's been many years down the line. He came to me and mentioned my name and said, Kwashiga. I was actually very surprised he could mention my name the way he did. And then he said that he thinks that we should come together and contest for the post of SRC and vice president, SRC president and vice president for the University of Ghana for that particular year. I hadn't thought about this, but when Murtala brought up the idea, I thought it was a good idea. If we had the opportunity to serve, the university community and the students, why not? So that's where actually it started. And so we actually prepared ourselves and prosecuted a campaign under the slogan, The Feasibles. I'm sure many people remember that. And I've received many calls from people reminding me of the Feasibles and all that. We chose that slogan because we just wanted to tell the students that whatever we say we will do is possible, and that they should give us the mandate. We prosecuted a campaign, and I believe most people thought that we were going to win the election. But I think at some point, things got into our heads, so we slowed down a bit, and others came from behind and overtook us. In fact, that cohort included people like John Kuma, may he so rest in peace. John Kuma also contested for SRC president during my time, so he was my opponent, my political opponent at the time. And the current GIPC boss, Simon Maji, who we call Big G, also contested for president in that election. And so what you are saying and what you say is correct. At the time, Omane Boamah, and you have explained the circumstances under which Omane Boamah became the Luke's president and all that. So we're contemporaries around that time. So I know Omane Boamah very well. I know Murtala very well. And so if you say that these people represent, the period after the leadership of Haruna and Ni Nakudo Warner and Co.,
I think you are right. It was a new crop of student leaders who came up. And I mean, anytime I see the progress of Dr. Omane Boamah, I see the progress of Murtala Mohammed. I haven't pushed politics too far, but I feel like Murtala's progress is a reflection of the quality we possessed at the time. And so it makes sense, and it makes sense even more for people to say that, oh, these people could have been good leaders of the university students and all that. So and we've been friends since, to be very honest with you. Just yesterday, I left the ministry. I'd gone to see the chief director on an issue because there's something we are working on. And I believe that Murtala has kept that relationship. We talk, and I've known his struggles from the time he wanted to be MP for Nantong, and when he won and when he lost that seat at some point, and then he went to Tamale Central. I know he spoke to me. I never really had the time to follow him around the place, but we had regular updates, and I knew his struggles. I even knew people who were working against him and all that. So, I mean, it breaks my heart that at this point and at this young age, I have to lose such a great ally and a friend. For goodness sake.
I thank you for speaking. I have a few questions more for you. I'm not even sure how the youth in the political leadership will take this, because as I said, they also represent the blossoming of a generation, right? So it's not just the fact that they were student leaders, but they kept at the politics, and
Exactly.
so when they were nominated, you can say that it made all of us proud. So you can see that in this Mahama government, there are about 3 generations, or I think 4 generations of student leaders. Because if you take the group Haruna's group, who were in the mid-90s, the Omane Boamah and Murtala group, which is early 2000s. You can even take Okujetua Blakwa as the group that followed. And then even the current Ashanti Regional Minister is almost like a 4th generation. So that in itself is a challenge, that this is the group that was sort of blossoming to take over from the first group. I mean, this is post-mid-90s I'm talking about. But I need to remind you that you won the election in Workers' College. So usually when the SRC elections are collated for the halls, I always say that the serious candidates win Workers' College, because Workers' College is where mature people vote. And when we counted that vote, the feasibles, which is Albert Koshiga and Murtala, got the highest number of votes in the Workers' College. But of course, that is
let me just say something interesting about
down the
that.
bridge. But for those who don't know him, can you also talk a bit about his principle? Because a lot of people don't know, but Murtala is quite a principled guy. He can argue. He can argue for eternity on what he believes in. Correct?
You're right. I mean, Murtala is a guy of conviction. I mean, if Murtala is convinced about a point, he will defend it. And I think he's somebody who also believes in this African consciousness. I mean, Murtala loves reggae. Murtala speaks patois. Let me tell you something interesting. Look, when we're doing our campaign for the SRC presidency, there was an incident in Commonwealth Hall where actually I was. You know, we had a face-to-face. And then at that point, because we have been going around the school and campaigning and all that, I had lost my voice as the main candidate. And when questions were being put to us, I could barely hear myself. And so Murtala took over. And something interesting happened. In addressing one of the questions that was put to Murtala, Murtala spoke in patois. And I think that ignited excitement at the observatory of Commonwealth Hall. And I felt excited that even though I was down, I had somebody who had equal potential and equal strength to keep the excitement, of our campaign going. So yes, I mean, Workers' College, we won because we had received, a lot of prompting on Legon campus that, look, this election, you and Murtala are the top candidates. I think that may have gotten into our head. So we focused on Workers' College. And that's where we did a lot of campaign. And at this point, I like to mention Wawi Brown and co. These are people who worked very hard. So we won Workers' College massively because we focused our attention there, and we believe that at the Legon campus, we can do work, but I mean, we are already leading. But it turns out that, I mean, Ekpo and co, worked, much harder later, and then became another. But I have to say that Murtala is a very principled guy. I mean, as I've said, Murtala believes in his principles, and he would continue to argue that principle unless there's reason for him to change that. I also know that he's a family man. I mean, he always had good thoughts for his wife, and some he had discussed with me in the past, and what he wanted his wife to do and all that. So, Kwaku, it's really hard. My wife knows Murtala. It's like, my siblings know Murtala, because when we're running the campaign, one of my big brothers actually sponsored the campaign. He gave us funds to do a campaign and all that. So they know how close I am with Murtala. We may not have seen each other all the time, but we WhatsApp, we talk, and I'm happy. I feel proud of Murtala. So it's a big blow, and it's a really big blow. It's a big one.
Condolences to you, and thank you for even mastering the courage to speak on this matter. Albert Enyonam Koshiga is a lawyer, private legal practitioner, a close friend of Ibrahim Murtala, a contemporary of his, and Omane Boamah at the University of Ghana. Thank you, Albert. I need to make a quick correction, Sky. So, Omane Boamah is obviously not the first medical doctor to be NUC's president. Of course, in my time, it was a rare occasion. But the likes of Dr. Arthur Kennedy were medical students who became NUC's president, Dr. Caesar Ablodepe and co. My memory of student leadership will obviously begin from the mid-90s when I was in secondary school and entered. So, but we also noticed that a lot of the successful politicians of today did do campus politics, and I can mention quite a number of people in both the previous government and this government. So Dr. Amin Adam was at UCC, and in fact, Jude Duncan just reports that Dr. Amin just left the home of Murtala. Amin, also from UCC, was NUC's president. We also had even the former MPA boss, all right, Mustafa Hamid. He was part of that generation as well. So they were the group that came before the Omane Boamah group. So even in government, you can see that they are a bit senior. Haruna and co. They were the people from 93, 94, 95, 96. So this will be the people who took over from the, if you like, the Napo group. So Napo, Samens and co. were maybe the early 90s. All right, Adainimo. These are the guys who were early 90s student leaders. And then mid 90s, 94, 95, 96, Paul Adomocho and co.
That's right.
And then Omane Boamah, who I describe as the leading light of that generation. If you look at the way even President Mahama appointed him, all right? So even as a young person, he became environment, deputy environment, then communications minister, from Haruna, and then director of elections for NDC, and now minister for defense, which you can say is the most sensitive security position of any ministry.
Exactly, on any country, really.
Yeah. So we can say a leading light. A leading light has gone dim. And I like to also say that in some of my interactions with him, I've said this on radio earlier, so when you want to interview Omane Boamah and he has to perform a family role, he would not be shy to tell you that, oh, we are working on homework, or I'm going for a PTA meeting. He was that type of person. So usually, when you chat with him and say, I want to go on air, he wouldn't even give an official excuse. So, oh, we are just wrapping up homework. He's that type of person.
Yeah, I mean, some of my most recent interactions with him were on, a platform like that, being parents in a school that we both have met under those circumstances as parents attending a school event for wards. And he normally will crack a joke and say, diabolical, you are here, referencing, some of the things that he would normally accuse me of doing on. Brotherly guy, always lovely to talk to. If he has reservations about anything, he was always prepared to tell you about it, and then would have debate here and there, and then we always went away respecting each other.
And I need to say, a very good listener, because I recall sometimes when, because of the work we do, when you notice an issue in the country which you do not necessarily have to put on air, and you call a duty bearer to put him on alert, he would listen to you very carefully, and then he would thank you, and he would do a follow-up and send you an update. I mean, I can say this, Samens can say this. He will listen, because people who work in high levels of government get a lot of information from many people, but the way he would receive it and follow up and call you back
to give you feedback
tells you that he was a very thorough person. A very thorough person. So I can't imagine how the president feels. I can't imagine how the president feels.
Because, I mean, in many ways, people credit him for the work he did to police the ballot. You remember the famous turn on the, the cameras, body cameras that, sort of sent panic waves within the ranks of the NPP when we were conducting or were covering the 2024 elections. Then the issue was, why are the boys wearing body cameras and all of that? And he's not one you would find making very trivial comments about the nature of our politics in the sense of how elections are prosecuted. Although he was the director of elections for the party and then also ICT, you wouldn't find him trivializing very serious national matters concerning our elections. Of course, you had subordinates who would go really, really low, but he brought a certain intellectual rigor to his discussion of our electoral challenges and how he thought that we could resolve those. So in terms of President Mahama owing his victory to someone, I would say that to a large extent, the work that he did, how they
remember the Facebook video he showed of he and Mahama in a secret location, a
strong room,
looking at the screen, pointing to the victory margin.
Yeah, that's right. The numbers.
And I think that picture summarized the relationship.
Exactly.
In the quiet hours of the night after voting finished, this is me showing my boss what we had done.
Exactly. And what that tells you is he brought his communications expertise, I mean, having served in that ministry before, to bear, combining that with his understanding of politics generally, student politics days, how they were policing the ballot and all of that, and then also his days working properly for the NDC in that capacity, brought that to bear to ensure that, look, you'll notice that the election in 2016, the Mahama administration lost miserably because they said that they couldn't properly tabulate the numbers. Things were haywire, they were not so sure what numbers were coming in and all of that. But this time around, as you pointed out, they had a very fantastic setup and the numbers, they were crunching the numbers and putting them together solidly. So they could tell just after midnight that this was the situation for them. So I was not surprised that when the president came to nominate his ministers, he chose him as the Minister for Defense, also because of the very, very profound, solid, intimate, for want of a better expression, relationship that they enjoyed until his death.
And I think the word is thoroughness and professionalism. A final point before we cross over, hopefully to speak to Hafiz Tijani on his wrap-up from the Ashanti region. I recall, there are people who like learning. So even though he's a medical doctor by profession, we've done interviews on the economy where we've discussed petroleum pricing. Don't forget he was a member of the CJA. We've discussed supply-side economics. We've discussed neoliberalism. All of that in an interview, not as a doctor, but as an intellectual. So a lot of people, because he has a little bit of a stutter, do not understand his intellectual prowess. But Omane Boamah was pretty solid in that sense. So I think it's a big loss to the nation. And I also want to say that the tributes we are seeing attest to the fact.
Exactly.
So if you look at the former President Akufo-Addo's tribute, Dr. Bawumia's tribute, of course, the tribute by government itself, you can tell even his staunchest opponents respected him.
Exactly.
You can tell clearly from the way the tributes are written and the way he's seen. Obviously, a good pick for defense minister. Nobody would question why he would be made defense minister.
Exactly. I mean, if you are president of the republic, you want to go to sleep knowing that your country is in safe hands, especially given the peculiar history of our country and military interventions here and there. And if you check the history, people who occupied that position have always been people traditionally very intimate, and I'm using the word again, with the president in a sense. So you would notice that under John Kufuor, for instance, his brother, blood brother, was his minister for defense. We saw under Mills, we saw General Smith, a man he trusted to the core to be his defense minister. Makoyungo of blessed memory also occupied a position at some point under John Mahama I. And then now we have, what do you call it, Dr. Omane Boamah serving for, President Mahama. And then Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we had Dominic Nitiwul occupying the position for 8 straight years, obviously because of the kind of relationship that the two of them enjoyed since, Nitiwul entered Parliament as a man who came in via by-election, if my memory serves me correctly. And Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo at the time was also a member of Parliament. So if you look at that particular space, there's a certain relationship you must necessarily have with the president to be able to take up that position. But what is also instrumental is if you monitor international coverage of the tragedy that has happened, they are playing up his role in fighting Islamic insurgency in the northern part of the country, and then also what's happening in the sub-region generally. Mind you, President Mahama is trying to have conversations with our neighbors in the north, Mali, Burkina Faso, and which other countries? Is it Niger? Who have decided to stay out of the
Sahel group.
Exactly. And he's also been a critical part of that effort, together with Captain Larry Gbevlo-Latte. So with the international media trying to play up that, it tells you the central role that he was playing in all of this before his...
and you also pointed out the whole idea of an important part of our security structure, because he, the Interior Minister and National Security, worked very closely.
Exactly.
So you notice, for example, when we met him at Ablekuma North, he was with the Interior Minister. They do work together a lot. So, and the Galamsey event that they were going to has been sort of calibrated a national security challenge, which is why you would notice that the deputy coordinator was part of the flight as well, together with the defense minister, who himself in his last appearance on the Government Accountability Series gave an update not just on the state of the armed forces, some lost ammunition, the state of the national jet, but also on the Galamsey fight from the perspective of the military's involvement.
The armed forces.
So it's very, very poignant in many ways. In fact, maybe let me bring some highlights of this just for a few reflections. This is his appearance, and here are some highlights of what he said. This is just 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
Drug trafficking networks. The Ghana Navy, in collaboration with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, facilitated a series of vessel board search and seizure trainings aimed at improving maritime law enforcement and interdiction capabilities. The conduct of these training emphasizes Ghana's foreign policy of good neighborliness and fosters an enabling maritime environment within the Gulf of Guinea. The Ghana Air Force. The Ghana Air Force continues to demonstrate its unwavering commitment to national defense, operational excellence, and regional support. During the first half of the year, Ghana Air Force successfully executed a series of operations and strategic deployments across multiple mission areas, including medevac flights, with its acutely constrained assets across the country. Just like the Ghana Army, the Ghana Air Force, and the Ghana Navy, all three services of the Ghana Armed Forces have many unserviceable assets. Armored personnel, carriers, ships and boats, aircrafts, etc. Very, very unserviceable. We therefore appreciate government's decision to retool the Ghana Armed Forces. Ghana Air Force conducted area surveillance missions supporting national security agencies in countering illicit activities along the coastal and border regions in support of Operation Madaburi and Operation Ahojo II. Several reconnaissance missions
This is a special coverage of the tragedy that occurred today, the 6th of August. The death of 8 Ghanaians, 4 of them, actually 5 of them crew or passengers, and then 3 of them being part of the crew, happened in the Ashanti region around 11. At least we got the news around midday. Hafiz Tijani has been covering this quite phenomenally. So Hafiz was initially at the event that they were going to with the Ashanti Regional Minister and the Lands Minister. And that program ended abruptly, and they had to drive for almost an hour and a half to get to the site. He's wrapping up his coverage with a quick overview interview. So Hafiz, thanks so much for your coverage. You've been on this since, I think, 11, when you first posted that you are ahead of the tragedy. For those who may just have tuned in, can you describe how the Ashanti Regional Minister had to leave that event? Because I think that's where the whole thing began, right? Just give me a quick overview of how you heard the news, and then walk us through some of the key highlights for the day in like 2-3 minutes.
Okay, so before I do that, Bernard, there has just been repeated announcements in the community as a local information center that no farmer should go close to where the incident happened. You know, some of them do their farms or have their farms at these places or close to the scene of the incident, and that has been announced to the community, and they have told them not to go close to the scene from tomorrow until the security officers are done with their investigations. So this message is coming from the community leaders and other opinion leaders, and the assembly member and his team are also trying to get the community members to understand this. And the second one is that the military officers are still stationed here. We are told that they will be here until after the investigations are done, so that they don't have anyone going to the scene to distract any of the investigations processes. So back to your question, so the regional minister and the lands and natural resources minister were due for this program. So initially we were told that the president was supposed to come for this program because the banner had his picture on it. It had also the picture of the regional minister, the Ashanti regional minister, and also the lands minister on it. So we thought that the president was going to be at the program. Later, we were told that the president was not going to come. It was only the lands minister and the regional minister. So it was drizzling since morning when we got to Obuasi in the morning at about 7 a.m. and the minister was not in, so we were waiting. Later, we saw some military officers who came around, then they left the place. Then we had information from one of the journalists in the area that he had a call from a source in this area telling him that there has been this crash of helicopter in one of the forest areas. So we approached the police commander for the Ashanti South Command to get a confirmation. Then he said he also heard something like that, but he has sent his men from the district to check. Then he later confirmed this incident. Then we left the scene and got to this place, and that was it.
Go ahead. All right.
Yeah. So so when we got here, the community members, all of them, people who had rushed back from their farms when they heard the blast, they had come back to the main community of Sikaman, and some of them were just stationed at the middle of the community. They didn't go back to their homes because of what happened. A lot of them were shocked. They had never seen this before, and we were given direction with the aid of some community members to go to the thick forest, which comprise cocoa farms and also cassava farms. Then where the incident happened is a very thick forest, and you don't have farmers farming there or plying their there, but beneath the area where the incident happened, that is where you have the farmers. So the farmers actually said they saw the helicopter when it was coming towards that direction, and they saw that it was not, the movement was suspicious, so they didn't know what to do. And later they heard a blast and they had to go into hiding, and later went to the scene by the community mobilization to see that the charred bodies of these persons on board were lying down and the place was on fire.
How long was the drive from Obuasi to this community? How far is it?
Well, so because it's rained, the vehicle we used was very, very careful using the road. The road was so slippery. We have some of the vehicles, like the fire tenders, not being able to use the road, and other vehicles that got stuck on the way. So the driver was very, very careful. So it took us about 1 hour, 30 minutes to get there. And when we got to the community, we were told that even the motorbikes, sometimes the farmers use and also go to their farms, they were not able to use the motorbikes. Some of them tried using their motorbikes into the forest. They couldn't. They had to park and then go on foot. So moving from the Sikaman community to the area where the incident happened, we spent about 2 hours, and it was just ascending hills and descending, ascending and descending before you get to the place. And because it drizzled, the place was so slippery. So you have to take your time before getting to this place, but we managed there.
So Sikaman is in Adansi Akrofrom area, correct?
Yes, so that falls within the Adansi North District.
Adansi North District, I see. The Ashanti Regional Minister had posted that I think he gave the elevation. I don't know whether he said 2,000 feet. So is this a mountainous area? The place the crash occurred, is it like on a hill?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, on a mountainous area and very thick forest, Bernard.
Very thick forest, I see. So can you confirm that the remains of the passengers and crew have all been conveyed from the place, and therefore, and the debris has also been removed? So for now, everything has left the place. You can confirm this?
Yes, I can confirm that the remains have been sent, have been taken. All of that have been done. The Ashanti Regional Minister ensured that the remains were taken from the scene before he himself left the scene. He and his team were the last people to leave the scene, but you still find the debris of the crashed helicopter. That is the parts of the helicopter scattered all over. That you still find there.
was there any briefing in the region? Because the main announcement was made in Accra by the Chief of Staff, but because the Ashanti Regional Minister was in the thick of things, did he at any point manage to speak to the press, or it was more just working with the team to get the bodies brought back to Accra?
Yeah, so he focused on that, trying to coordinate the emergency service providers, trying to get the security agencies, and later when the military also joined, he tried to make some calls. The district chief executives within the Adansi community, talk of the Adansi North, South, talk of the Obuasi East, New Odibiase, and the Obuasi municipality itself, trying to coordinate all of that, the NADMO people there, the fire service, and also the immigration, everyone coming to help. So that was his focus. And he says that because it's a national issue and the address was done, it was not right for him to also give an address. But he, as the regional minister, the president's representative, needed to work very hard to ensure that the place was cleared.
My final question has to do with Dr. Samuel Sapong, because, of course, those of us in Accra would know very well the Minister for Defense and the Environment Minister. And, of course, Alhaji Muniru was a cabinet minister in the previous administration and acting National Security Coordinator. But I believe Dr. Sapong will be better known by those of you in the Ashanti region. So who was he and how is the region reacting to this very tragic incident?
Dr. Sapon has served as the Kumasi mayor, and during his time, he has contributed to the development of the Kumasi metropolis, and he was also given the regional minister position, and there he also paid his dues, trying to develop the Ashanti region, and he is seen by many, even within the MPP, as someone who is open. Some MPP supporters or some MPP party members go to him, and even when he was regional minister, they come to his office and all that. That cordiality is there. And he's a man very hardworking. Many see to be very hardworking. He's a man many people see to be so open. And even within the media fraternity, he was so open to media interviews, so open to media questions and trying to give the necessary answers when he was minister and all that. And later when he was given one of the regional positions in terms of the party in the region, many people went to him for advice, and he stepped in when there were issues regarding some of the regional executives and some issues regarding parliamentary elections within the NDC in the region. He was the person who was fronting. He stepped in to ensure that these issues were resolved. So he'll be remembered for a lot of things.
And you will be remembered for your great work you've done since morning. Thank you so much, Hafiz Tijani. I think you can catch some rest now, and I'm sure we'll continue the discussions tomorrow. So stay safe. Hafiz Tijani, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief. This is still our running coverage of the tragedy. I need to say the President has declared 3 days of mourning beginning tomorrow, August the 7th, for 3 concurrent days, with also the issue of flags flying at half-mast. I need to also say, even though we focus a lot of the discussion on the politicians and the ministers, there's 3 very important lives that were also lost. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala was the pilot. His co-pilot was Flying Officer Manin Chumampedu, and the Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah was a crew member. So those 3 also died in national service. Squadron Leader Peter Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chumampedu, and co-pilot Sergeant Ernest. Yeah. We also need to announce, as Hafiz said, the remains of the 8 have been brought to the Air Force Base in Accra.
In fact, as we speak, the soldiers are getting ready to receive the remains.
So it's actually a live event?
Yeah, it's a live event happening. The media is there. We'll be bringing pictures to our viewers in their homes. It's a solemn ceremony. You'll have the normal thing, tables covered in calico, I think most likely blue from what I saw, or benches.
So this is still within the remit of the armed forces,
exactly,
because it was a military
helicopter.
Flight. So
That's
we can say the remains are within the custody of the military,
exactly,
which is why the Armed Air Force Base is where they're being received.
And for that matter, the state.
The state, wonderful.
Right. Yeah.
So we will see if we can cross over. Let me just bring you Duncan in quickly. You've also been running around. It's been a tough day for all of us. I've heard you interview a few people at the residence of Alhaji Ibrahim Murtala. Who are some of the people you saw there?
Quite a number of people, a significant number from the opposition MPP as well. The very last high-profile person I saw there was probably the former finance minister, Dr. Amin Adam. We also saw a lot of the deputy ministers there. Gisela Tete was there. The deputy minister for communication, Suparu, was there as well. Quite a number of people. Top of my head, it will be difficult to mention all of them.
I spoke to one of the MPs from the Tamale area who said they had gone to the house and that they would be at the Air Force Base to receive the body.
Yeah.
So a lot of them, Suhini, Haruna, have all been very, very busy. And also, Sky did announce, which is very important, that the government has said that the announced burial of the two Muslims in the 8th, Dr. Murtala and Alhaji Muniru, have been deferred because the state will need to do specific things.
Yeah.
And they've craved the indulgence of the family to understand this. So for now, 3 days of national mourning, after which clarity will come. So there have been 3 statements. The first statement being the Julius Debra announcement. Then there was the update 1 from Felix Kwacho Fosu, and then update 2.
Yeah.
So we've had 3 statements, and that's quite a lot. And I expect these type of updates, the updates of the Vice President leading the delegation to visit the key people, and another delegation led by Julius Debra going to the Eastern region as well. And of course, the update on the burial and then the 3 days of national mourning. We've also heard from Parliament.
Yeah.
Both majority and minority caucus have issued statements.
Yeah, and then the Speaker also.
Speaker has issued a statement. President Akufo-Addo, former president, issued. Dr. Boamah, and a lot of the political leaders, Kennedy Jepong,
John Kufuor,
all of them have issued. And we've seen, you know, it is a tragedy of unimaginable proportions for a country to lose not 1, not 2, not 3, but 8 of its very best. It is really, really, I'm not sure how the nation will recover from this, because who's going to counsel who?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we are all sad. I was at an event today organized by the Association of the Medical and
College of Physicians.
And you could tell that the whole place was down.
Yeah.
You know, and this is the thing people forget, that at the very core, we are all Ghanaians. And so this is our national tragedy. It's not an NDC tragedy. It's not a government tragedy. It's a national disaster.
You see, what makes it really difficult is that just 2 months ago, right, or less than 2 months ago, we observed the 13th anniversary of the passing of Professor Mills.
Yes.
And normally, during those periods, you see that the weather is
very somber. July, August is always like
that. Same again.
Exactly. And then also, not long ago, the NDC has had to bury its former Greater Accra Regional Chairman.
Yeah, I actually covered that particular funeral service, and I recall trying to reach out to the late Dr. Omane Boamah for an interview, and he would respectfully decline. You know, according to him, he didn't want to talk about the late Adekoka. He said he was a very good friend of his, and he just, you know, respectfully declined the interview. And I also remember him at the funeral of the late Ambassador Sam P.
Yali, yes.
You know, he was actually standing right behind Joyce Bower Mokhtari, presidential special aide to the president, when she read the tribute on behalf of the president. So if you listen to a lot of the commentary around it, you get the sense that he was deeply involved in a lot of activities up until his untimely death. And I saw that very clearly when I got to the house of Honorable Murtala Mohammed, because at the house, I saw staffers
in his inner circles, some of which had dealt with him minutes before the flight.
Wow.
Some of them even accompanied him up onto the point where he boarded the helicopter. And you get the sense that, stricken with grief and shock, you know, they've still not come to terms with the loss. One who gathered courage to speak to me described it as an unimaginable loss, and that was the general refrain across board. Many are still trying to get their heads together around it. Also at the house, there was a special prayer held for him at the private mosque in his house. You know, in the aftermath of that, we also saw people break down uncontrollably again. So I get where you're coming from with this. You know, the sense of
and don't forget that we lost a member of parliament less than a month ago.
Exactly.
The MP for Akwetia. So it's been a lot of high profile, a few high profile deaths. And Parliament itself will be reeling from this because they haven't even finished mourning.
Honorable Kumi.
And now they have Parliament.
By-election scheduled for the 2nd of September, and you know Ghana is still preparing to deal with that. And then, and you see, we've been exposed to so many deaths in the recent 2 months or so. I mean, 14, 16, 17 people died on their way to the Ashanti region.
Yeah, the church.
Exactly, the church.
From OCM.
Yeah, and so, you know, that's what makes you feel the weight of it.
Yeah.
Because it's like you are mourning one, Daddy Lumba died, you know, we have not finished with that. And then, you know, this other big one comes in. And mind you, in 2018, you know, former Vice President Mr. Arthur, you know, in July, I think was in June, July, one of them also died. So you look at the trajectory and you ask yourself, I mean, why is it?
And I feel like this will hit very hard because, you know, there are deaths that you say, well, that is life, but this one is very hard to take.
Oh.
It's very hard to take, to have 2 members of cabinet, 2 rising stars who, it's just, look, we in this work we do, because we cover stories, a lot of times we try and insulate ourselves from these things. But look, when you cover these people, you know them, go to school with them, you talk to them, they are humans. And a lot of times when you speak to them off air, they also feel for the nation. So even though they are politicians and duty bearers, and a lot of times we feel like they can do so much more. When you talk to them privately, they know that they have to work hard, and they know that Ghanaians expect a lot from them. And I will say to you that if you're a duty bearer like this, every day is a risk, because the number of times you have to travel, the number of places you have to go. Sometimes in our discussions we don't think about that, but imagine 3 events in a day: one in Accra, one in Obuasi, probably one in Tamale. You leave your family and you have to do this all the time. So we also need to appreciate the sacrifice they make to make things work. And sometimes when these things happen, I mean, look at 3 young Air Force officers.
Dying in line of duty.
The line of duty, working for the nation. So for us in the media as well, it gives a sense of perspective that when somebody offers themselves for national service and national leadership, it is a very, very difficult job.
It is.
And to die in the line of duty is really sad.
Just around your
So there you
point.
have it. These are
scenes from.
I'm going to show you a few of the shots. This is courtesy of GBC television. This is the Air Force Base, and the formal reception of the remains of the 8 for official. And again, I think you pointed out earlier on that there's a lot of official work that needs to be done before the announcement can be made. So I even think the speed with which this was announced, you know, when you interviewed the Vice President, the Economic Advisor, they said, look, there are so many things that need to be determined before an announcement is made. But because of the speculation and the misreporting in social media, the government decided that Chief of Staff had to actually go straight to the point. He didn't beat about the bush, because if you do not do that, there were so many things circulating which was not true. So I need to commend the government for the way they've managed this so far.
Yeah, so, you know, customary law and, you know, the law of Ghana generally, if you look at it, when you die, your body belongs to the family. That is why normally when you are not dead at home, the people who really would have to communicate that to the country would have to go to your family and tell the family that this is the situation. It is only after that that you hear a formal announcement. And you see that in how, you know, chiefs who depart are handled. The announcement is sometimes delayed for a long time.
Yeah.
But you see the emergence of social media always running ahead of what is traditional, so that speculations were rife online. And people were posting all kinds of things. Sometimes, you know, journalists posted a story and they had to take it down because, you know, someone who maybe is intimately connected to the person who is departed is on his way or her way somewhere and hears that on radio or reads that. The shock can even do some damage to the person. So there is always a proper way in our communities of communicating things like this. But with the emergence of social media, challenges have emerged. So you realize that the government needed to balance, you know, the reality of communicating the tragedy to the people of Ghana, while at the same time trying to ensure that family obligations and traditional obligations are fulfilled. So that was why you realize that, you know, there was a communication, and subsequently, immediately after that, the vice president
and Sky, on that point, I'm reliably informed that up until the time the vice president got to the house of Honorable Murtala, you know, there was a restriction in terms of who could enter the house. So when she entered and left, then we now saw others coming into the house.
So they've really managed, and I need to say this, they've managed the process very well so far. I know people have complained about the footage of the bodies being conveyed. I believe they wanted to err on the side of time. Yeah. Because I heard you describe that it could have been better done. But you see, sometimes when the military is involved, they have other considerations. And I think what we are seeing on TV now sort of vindicates them, that at least the bodies have been recovered and brought to Accra. If they could have, and from the way Hafiz describes this, they could have waited to do it in a more dignified way, but that may have meant that night would have met them, and they didn't want that to happen. That's the first. Number two, from the way they've managed the communication, from the Chief of Staff's very brief statement to the communication minister's updates, and the way they have sort of addressed issues like we'll do burial tomorrow, we defer it, announcing the 3 days mourning, I think it's going very well. I just want to urge Ghanaians on social media to also accord the process the same decorum. All right? That if we see the way our leaders are behaving, Akufo-Addo, they are behaving like statesmen, and this is what we expect. So we should learn from them and manage the grief properly, because sometimes the indiscretion worsens the situation for families. Okay, our indiscretion in media, our snide comments, unnecessary politicking, it makes things worse. As someone who has also suffered a tragedy in my life, I can tell you that sometimes the media can make things much more difficult. So I really want to urge, particularly the bloggers, to be responsible. All right, these people died serving us. We insult politicians a lot and stuff. These people were not going on holiday. They left their families, sat on a helicopter to go and solve our problems. And the pilot and his co-pilot, you'll be surprised, they probably didn't even wish their spouse goodbye because they had to go early to attend to a national job. So when the state decides how to honor them, when the state decides, we should support that process. Because even though we all work to help Ghana, some people's work is more difficult than others.
Absolutely right.
And we need to appreciate that, because the risk, imagine the number of times a minister travels, or the number of times a DC or a judge or a president has to travel in a day. Sometimes, so for me, it's sobering.
It is. I got some government officials who got there, tell me off record that with that particular helicopter, they used it not long ago. So, for example, when they had the Panafest, festival celebration in Cape Coast, for example, we are being told that some very high-profile, personalities sat on that particular helicopter. So for me, it's very somber, right? And I get your point a lot around the fact that we should always try to remember that they were doing this in line of their duty and in service to their country. But that notwithstanding, I've seen also comments around some interviews we've granted, right? So, for example, in my interview with Honorable Edward Bauer, who is CEO for GWEL, you know, he actually, when he got to the scene at the house of Murtala, was the one rather consoling people.
Wow.
You won't believe it. When he got to Honorable Murtala Mohammed's house, there were lots of people in front of the gate wailing, completely broken down. And he was rather the one consoling people. Then I reached out to him. I'm like, Honorable, would you want to share a few words with me? Because I know he was a friend. You both sat in the 6th or 7th parliaments together. You know, I want to speak to you. And he's like, no problem. He's going to talk to me, you know, but he wants to see the family and get back. So he went inside. He got back. He was still fine. I started speaking to him, and he broke down. And at that point, you know, of course, we had to end the interview. And it happened 2 or 3 times. So, you know, it tells you the level of grief. Because they are okay one point talking to you, then in the next breath, they barely can have anything to say. Because
and as we speak, the remains are being lowered, draped in the red, gold, and green of Ghana by the retinue of soldiers and officials of the armed forces who are receiving the remains of the 8. This is live pictures coming from Ghana Television that we're bringing to you here on Channel 1 Television. If you're listening to us on radio as well, the tone of the messages we've received, very somber, reminding us to, this is a time of faith as well. When people die, we need to have that at the back of our mind. So prayers for the family. I saw a video of Pastor Mensa Otabil at the Greater West Conference leading a prayer for the families and the nation. I think that is in order. That is good. We urge people of faith to rally around that in the mosques, in the churches and everywhere else, because this is a time of spiritual succor that is needed for the families.
We saw that at also Murtala Mohammed's house, you know, where prayers were being said, you know, for him and the family.
So the first of the bodies, the remains in a casket, and of course, and this is a thing that we civilians need to understand, that the protocols of the military, time-tested, have a very important role to play in the dignity of the dead, and the order you see, the precision. These things are important for even the mourning, the families, because if you see this, you know, the person dies in service to the nation, and a retinue of soldiers carrying the casket in a sober march. Now, of course, that doesn't compensate for their death.
Certainly not.
But we should appreciate the work they do, you know. And for me, a lot of this helps you to contextualize things. A lot of times we speak from one angle because of what we know. But when you see this type of thing unfold before your very eyes, it also lets you know that there are so many people working for the country that you do not hear or see. There are so many people who risk their lives for Ghana every day, whether they are immigration officers or police or soldiers, who you do not ever see, who may never
basically put themselves in harm's way all the times for our sake.
For the nation, to keep us safe. When we are asleep, they are awake. You know, look at the 3 young pilots.
I mean, nobody before today most likely heard of them, in the news like that they were known, but they were the people at the forefront of many, you know, what you call deployments that have been done, getting our forces to where they needed to be to deal with situations.
So for those who are listening on radio, let me just describe what's happening. So I'm not sure the adjective to use, but I call it a retinue. It could be 6 soldiers led by 1, so 7, who are the pallbearers for the occasion. So they receive each casket draped in the flag of Ghana. They hoist it, and the 6, who are well clad with their white gloves, heave it on their shoulder, led by one of their commanders, and then with a slow march, they convey the body to the next station. And there are higher officers who are at attention, some who are police, some, so you can see this is the whole team. Some are in the black of police, some are in the green of the army, I also believe the white of the Air Force and the blue of the Navy, all saluting. Because from what I understand, when you die in service, it's a different kind of honor you get. You die in service. And for me, all 8
died in service.
Because this was a national assignment. So it's not just the 3 Air Force officers, but the fact that all 8 were in the line of duty. So it is an important point to make that all 8 were on a national mission to a big event,
very high profile one,
at the Lenclay Stadium, which event had already started, which event had to end abruptly because the news hit so suddenly. And I can't imagine how the Minister for Lands feels, because I've interviewed him once, and I know, since he took over this job, that he really wants to fix the Galamsey problem.
Yeah.
And he's very, very concerned about it.
I think if you watch the video of how the Minister for the Ashanti region broke news of the crash to him, it tells you about how he must have internalized the news quickly. It takes your mind to what happened in 2001 when the Twin Towers in the US were attacked by terrorists, we're told, and then the news was sent to
very similar.
Exactly, President.
So you see that Bush,
who was in the classroom at that time,
whispering to him.
And his reaction.
My Ashanti Regional Minister for his year is a very mature guy, because they had taken a salute. He obviously had heard the news, or had heard that something serious had happened.
Because he's the head of DISEC.
And he finished taking the salute, and when they sat down, he whispered into the ear of Kofi Boa.
He also had a very formal way of telling the audience, the people who had gathered, that they had to take leave because of something that had happened very seriously. But you want to appreciate the Lands Minister for a show of strength, really, I would say, because he still went ahead with his speech, having been told what was happening or had happened, and still went on to acknowledge the roles his colleagues who are now departed, are playing or had played in the fight. So for a lot of people, it was a significant show of strength and courage in a very difficult time for the entire
Quick
government.
point, the armed forces sent 2 statements. The first statement was sent around 1, where they talk of the aircraft being missing, and now they updated it to give us the fact that there was a crash. We will hope to hear from them in subsequent days as they find out more, because in the second statement they did say they were investigating, and it's very important for public discourse and for national sanity for the official course and other details to be put out, so that it also helps in planning for the future.
Well, we are members of the ICAO, which is the international body responsible for aviation, civil aviation, and matters like that. And then also, what that means is that matters or accidents happening in our airspace have got to be properly investigated and reported upon. Of course, this involves the military, equipment or helicopter, but that doesn't mean that we should gloss over it, because it happened in our airspace, and questions will be asked internationally as to what exactly happened. So it would require that formal investigations will be done. They will try as much as possible to determine what may or may not have caused the crash. If they can't get a precise cause of crash, they'll most likely rule something as the likely cause of what happened today. And it is important because of all the things that people are, talking about, because that is what will bring closure to families who have suffered grievous losses as a result of what happened today. And it is also important for us as a country too, because if we are not able to establish what resulted, what caused this particular accident, then we will not be able to prepare to prevent future
occurrences.
Exactly. So it is important that we investigate this thoroughly. It is a must. We would have to do it anyway. So we have to do that. And the people of Ghana would have to be told exactly what happened. And then also a communication as to what we will do going forward to ensure that these things do not occur again.
It's interesting because there's a defense minister who not too long ago met with the press at the presidency and even went to Parliament to make a case as to why, or explain reasons why the presidential jet had, been grounded in Paris, in France. And a lot of people are drawing, the parallels between having come out to explain the state of the presidential jet and what has now happened, and it makes it very interesting. But it's again, I agree completely. We need a broad full-scale investigations, which I believe will be done. I don't know if we've been able to identify the black box, but a lot of conversations around identifying it was going to, because that was going to be very key in the investigations.
And of course, we've heard some supposed eyewitnesses speak to the media, describe what they saw or heard. So I'm sure that information will also be pieced together whatever is found. Because I've even heard some of the farmers say they saw this or that or the other. I think all of that is important, information is important. For me, the role of the media is also critical. All those interviews can be added so that when they are coming up with the final work, they will have a full rounded picture. But we trust that they'll do a professional job. I think the 6th or 7th casket is being removed, and the soldiers are still following the same procedure. It's lowered. First, they receive it at the loin level, put it on the shoulder, and then at the command of their captain for the team, they do. This is the slow march. This is the slow march with, of course, it's sent to the next station.
Where there are tables or benches.
Yes, we believe this is the Air Force base, which is close to the airport. And obviously there will be specific things done, clarifications made, announcements made. So 3 days of mourning, we don't know what that means operationally, but what we've been told by government is that, in fact, government business has sort of closed for today.
The president
has cancelled his program for the week. We don't know what operationally 3 days of national mourning means, but I'm sure that will be clarified tomorrow. So our schedules, even in terms of our coverage, is going to be around the clock on this matter, because I'm not sure there's any other story.
No, there isn't.
I hope listeners do not feel like we are over-telling the story, because for me,
certainly not.
A nation, you see, when there's a tragedy, sometimes the discourse helps to put it in perspective. When there's tragedy, it's sensible discourse puts it in perspective and gives it meaning. So that's what we're trying to do as we cover what the government does. And I believe the president at some point will address the nation.
Well, he has to, because this is his right-hand man, helping to protect the territorial integrity of our country. These are his subordinates, because he's a commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. And then you talk about cabinet minister, the Honorable Murtala, who had served him previously and still serving him, was serving him as of the time of his death. Then you have vice chair of the NDC, the party that produced him as flag bearer, member of parliament previously, to become president of the republic on 2 different occasions, or 3 different occasions, if you want to count his, elevation following the death of President Mills. And then also you have in his Deputy National Security Chief. Exactly. So, and if you look at the profile of people involved, there is no way you wouldn't hear the president speak about this matter at some point. The question is, in what state is he?
That's a very important question. Because I think that we should not take for granted the effect of this on any person. Because when people serve you and work for you and go through thick and thin with you and they die in the service of the nation, I'm not sure. That's a different level of devastation. And I really hope I heard something that the health minister had conveyed the defense minister's mother to Accra
for specialized.
I actually think a lot of the people around the president, around the ministers and all the families need
that kind of support system.
Specialized care, because when you have a tragedy, and by the way, we have a group of senior government officials also witnessing the scene, and we'll tell you who they are shortly. But when such a thing happens, you need, so I see Haruna Idrisu, I see Ifikwete, the NDC General Secretary.
Chief of Staff is there.
Chief of Staff is there.
Earlier, that was Joyce Bauer.
Muftari as well. So these are senior government officials solemnly waiting. I'm sure they'll be briefed before they leave. My point is that this is physical, it's emotional, psychological, spiritual. So all the help that is required is needed for the families and for those concerned. We shouldn't take for granted. Even those who are making the announcements and those who are addressing us. This is very tough for them.
Yeah.
We need the medical field, the faith people to all rally around and help in whatever way they can. Those who can do counseling should do so. Those who can provide physical, medical support should do so. Those who can provide spiritual support should do so. All hands on deck, because even the president and all the people around him need support.
Yeah.
Because this is, I haven't heard of this in any, it's serious.
It's tough.
When I got to Murtala's house, I mean, I entered, but obviously not with my cameras, entered the living area where his wife was seated. And, you know, talking about support, there were quite a number of people around there, you know, and she had been secluded a little, but if you enter from where she was sitting, you can obviously see and wave at her. She acknowledged she was hale, I'm not sure hearty, but clearly your point around support,
very crucial.
You know, very, very crucial, considering the fact that the way all of this has happened, you know, and I agree, we need, the families especially need every kind of support they can have during this period.
While that is happening too, so I need to balance here. So there's need for support, but also privacy. And of course, because these are people who died in national service, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
But the privacy can then mean that whilst we respectfully cover the event, we do not intrude into their personal spaces. So you can cover a national event without sticking a camera in everybody's face every 2 seconds. And I really need to urge my media colleagues to understand this, that you don't necessarily have to interview people. You can be describing what you see and summarizing for us, because it's not every time that, I mean, I have some reporters say, oh, we want to get the reaction of this or that. That's not how it's done. You know, you can tell us what you're seeing, but you don't need to put a mic in their face to speak to you. You know, and a lot of journalists don't seem to get this.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it requires a certain specialized kind of training to actually understand that even if you look at the GJ Code of Ethics, there are specific requirements or obligations imposed in terms of how you deal with victims of situations like this, or maybe their relations, how you handle them, in order not to impose any untoward emotional toll beyond what would have been acceptable. I noticed that in the coverage, you monitor platforms. Of course, I mean, in our own case, the footage from the scene of the crash, with,
quite distressing.
Distressing. Carrying the sack that you know, I mean and you saw in other on other media platforms. Charred remains of the victims
not even
shown.
being bled.
Exactly. So,
in fact, the Ministry of Communication sent out a text message, and to me and others, they just said an important alert. We have become aware of videos and photos circulating on social media of a helicopter crash and the burning bodies of some victims. We ask that, out of respect to the individuals involved, circulation of these videos and photos should stop immediately and all copies deleted. We count on your cooperation. Our prayers are with the families and friends of those. But I think this is very important. Because
the minister himself personally also posted on his social media pages, you know, calling for restraint, you know, with regards to some of the very graphic images being shared on social media. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's important, and you know, people should do that, not necessarily at the command of the government, but as a matter of respect,
of good sense,
and good judgment. Because things like that show disrespect to the departed, the memory of the departed, and then also
and insensitivity to the family.
The family. Because the question is whether, if you were in a position, you would have, you know, wished that on yourself. It's completely unacceptable. Of course, I mean, you understand, you know, maybe because these people, here's a village, something happened there. As of that time, there was lack of clarity as to who were the occupants of the vehicle, the aerial vehicle in question. But then even that, you know, you ought to understand that these are departed compatriots most likely, and that out of respect to their memory and whatever they would have been standing for, you should exercise a certain
So we need
restraint.
to announce that. So all 8
caskets
have been neatly lined up, draped in the red, gold, and green of Ghana. I believe there will be some ceremony. There will be prayers. And there will be some short comments before they are conveyed to the next station, which I believe will be made known to us in due course. But
most likely a morgue.
Yes, of course. But
there may be
the 8 have been neatly lined up with a soldier standing behind each, and we've seen some religious leaders. Yes, so I see a couple of imams, Muslim clerics moving towards the caskets. I believe there's also a Catholic priest, if I'm not mistaken. So I've seen yes, a Catholic priest in a cassock, and then I've seen obviously an imam, and then 2 other people move close. So typically they would, I remember when bodies are brought in, whether it is a leader from abroad or whoever, there definitely has to be prayers said.
Yeah, that's right.
So those prayers will be said. I'm not sure if we will be allowed to hear the prayers because there's a small mic there. So JB, if it's possible for our viewers to actually hear the prayer, if you can get the sound, let me know so we can cross over for them to hear the sound. Is that possible? Yes, we want to hear the prayer. As the
servants, we have worshipped you. We have served you. We have served your nation. David died in the line of duty. As they lie here, we pray for your mercies. We pray that you forgive them, you pardon them, you make the heaven their final abode. اللهم اغفر لجميع موتى المسلمين الذين شهدوا لك بالوحدانية ولنبيك بالرسالة وماتوا على ذلك. اللهم اغفر لهم وارحمهم واعفهم واعف عنهم واكرم نزلهم ووسع مدخلهم واغسلهم بالماء والثلج والبرد ونكهم من الذنوب والخطايا كما ينكى الثوب الابيض من الدنس. اللهم ان كانوا محسنين فزد في احسانهم وان كانوا مسيئين فتجاوز عن سيئاتهم. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم.
إن لله ما أخذ وله ما أعطى وكل شيء عنده بأجل مسمى. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. اللهم اغفر لعبادك المسلمين منهم وعافهم واعف عنهم وأكرم نزلهم ووسع مدخلهم واغسلهم بالماء والثلج والبرد ونقهم من الذنوب والخطايا كما ينقى الثوب الابيض من الدنس وادخلهم الجنه مع الابرار الصالحين يا غفار يا رحمن يا رحيم. وصل اللهم وسلم على مصطفى محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا واخر دعوانا امين.
Continue in prayer, asking that rest eternal grant unto the souls of your servants whose mortal remains you have received this day. Father, in your mercy, Father, we see the souls of your servants who lay down their lives serving their place. Father, grant comfort to a grieving nation. Grant comfort to grieving families. Grant comfort to grieving friends. Help us to lift our eyes unto you, our help and our Redeemer. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Continue praying in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Our help is in the name of the Lord, who made the heavens and the earth. Gracious and merciful God, tonight, with a heavy heart as a nation, we approach your divine presence as we stand before the mortal remains for our government officials and our serving personnel. We thank you for Lord in our sorrow today. We have indeed been overwhelmed by the tragic death and loss of our dear ones. The tragic death and loss that we have experienced today as a nation. Father, grant us the strength to bear this heavy burden. Give us the grace to overcome this challenge. Father, we pray that you console all of us as a nation in this moment of grief. Particularly, we pray for all the bereaved families, that you console all of them. Gracious Lord, into your hands we commit their soul. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let your perpetual light shine upon them forever. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Thank you very much, the clergy. Starting from the first four on the right. I'll request the first two Igbokings for the commencement of this phase of today's ceremony. First four catapults, but the first four burial parties, please move to the first four caskets to move them into the place. Our party get ready to perform your role.
Yeah, I can get the envelope. Good, but I can get the envelope here.
Excuse me, please. The media, you can't get through.
They were not here before that. Now caskets. That will be moved into the first four pits.
That
3 years. Yeah, this no. JVC need more like if it's a Sony, like I don't have I don't want to be good to
that's why I just say the cover logo.
What are you talking about? Yeah. That's what you are saying.
Readiness to carry the next set of four programs into test.
Right.
He wants take. Attack, reverse, race. Race. Side, face. Up. One top. One top. One top. One top. One top. One top. Stand still. Attack, reverse, race. Race. Outward, take. Up up together. Ho! What? Inside. Outside. Inside. Outside. Inside.
Don't free yourself.
Other parties will now move off position.
You didn't pass the ball again.
Jerry. All too soon, we have come to the end of tonight's ceremony. All right. So we finally come to the end of this ceremony.
So those were sights and sounds from the Air Force Base here in Accra as the remains of 8, Dr. Omane Boamah, Minister for Defense, Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, and MP for Tamale Central, Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lamino, Acting National Deputy Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman, NDC, Samuel Abuaji, former parliamentary candidate, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, pilot, Flying Officer Menin Chum Ampedu, co-pilot, and Sergeant Ernest Adomensa, crew member, were received by the military, of course, with the state officials in attendance. The bodies obviously will be conveyed to a morgue pending other statutory and medical work. It's been a very, very grim day for Ghana, sad day for Ghana. 3 days of national mourning declared by the president. And all of this started with our coverage around an hour after midday. 8 of our compatriots falling in one day. We can see the General Secretary of the NDC and the Chief of Staff and other government officials. I think the Deputy Chief of Staff, Nana Oye, and then the Minister for Communication, Government Communication, and the other officials of government leaving the Air Force Base after receiving the bodies. And Sky, I'll give you the final word as we wrap up our coverage for tonight and pray for God's mercy to give us tomorrow.
I would say that this solemn ceremony brought great sense of dignity to the memory of the victims of this tragedy, and then also would be some comfort for the family, especially given the distressing footage we had seen from the site of the crash much earlier and how the bodies were recovered. And the military did a solid job according them the kind of dignity that they deserve, especially as they were acting in service of the country when this tragedy struck. And it was a brief ceremony, as you would have seen the Christians and then the Muslims praying together in turns, because at this point you are unable to tell who is a Muslim and who is not a Muslim, or who is a Christian and who is not a Christian. And what we would expect is that subsequently the remains will most likely be transported to the 37 military hospital, especially because this is still within the domain of the state and then also the Ghana Armed Forces, and that is their hospital in Accra. And the necessary tests will be conducted, and then there will be some clarity as to which coffin should go where, so that those that will go to the north of the country will go there, the one that will go to the eastern region will go there, and the other parts of the country, the western region, as we understand it. So yeah, it's been a troubling development, and we can only pray that the families of those affected and their friends and relations would have the strength provided by the Lord God to be able to deal with the difficulties imposed by this rather troubling tragedy.
Thank you, Richard Sky. Earlier on, we had Duncan join us. We had Selom Adonu sitting in. We had, of course, Charles Osukumi and Nanatufo Boateng with our correspondents across the country reporting on this. We had, of course, our Ashanti Regional Bureau Chief, Hafiz Tijani. We had our Eastern Regional Correspondent, Neoni Amate Kanaku, and then our Northern Regional Correspondent, Shawana Yusuf, all contributing to this coverage, which ends. I'm going to send you to Greater Works because Pastor Mensah also led a prayer for the families and the nation, which I think is a very appropriate way to end tonight's coverage. He led the thousands gathered at the Christ Temple to pray. He gave a brief commentary before he did that prayer, and I think it was quite appropriate. So we're going to end with that. And may the souls of the departed rest in peace. Amen. And may the families and friends have succor. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning on radio, God willing. Thank you for watching. Stay with us.
8 men woke up this morning just to do their work, to go to their work, to do their duty. Some as ministers of state, some as other government officials, some as military officers, just to do what should routinely be done. But they went and sadly lost their lives. And today there's crying and weeping in many homes, and wives have lost their husbands, and children have lost their fathers, parents have lost their children, siblings have lost their brothers. And we just want to pray for all the families affected by this tremendous tragedy. And we want to pray for the wives, we want to pray for the children, we want to pray for the parents, we want to pray for siblings, we want to pray for family members who are being so devastated by this huge tragedy that has hit them. It has hit all of us as a nation, but there are people who it touches very closely because this is their blood that has been lost. So we will rise up as a congregation and we pray for all the 8, not just those who we know as popular, but all the 8, all the men who were lost today. And we pray for their families, pray for the peace of their families, pray for the comfort of the Holy Spirit. For some of them, they will be impacted for the rest of their lives, and this tragedy will be their story for so many years. And we pray that the God of all comfort will rest upon these homes. Let's pray for them. Let's lift them up in our prayers, with their names, and pray for their families. Pray for the wives. Pray for their children. Father, we thank you that you are the God of all comfort. when our heart is overwhelmed and we don't know where to turn. You are the rock that is higher than us. So Lord, we come before you in the midst of this national tragedy and in the midst of a personal tragedy for so many. We raise up the families that have lost so much to you, Lord. And we pray that your Holy Spirit, who is the only comforter worthy of comforting at this time, will comfort them, Lord. Enter their homes, enter their bedrooms, enter their living rooms, enter their hearts, enter their minds, enter their emotions, Lord, and breathe life into families that are devastated. Let your Holy Spirit embrace them, Lord. Let your Holy Spirit uplift them, Lord. And may they find the comfort that comes from you. And Father, though we don't understand how things of this nature always happen, we know that in the end, you get all the glory. So out of this, Lord, show forth your strength to the families. You are the great provider. You are the great healer. You are the great physician. And you are the one who created them. You are the one who sustains us. May your peace, which passes all understanding, rest upon our nation, Ghana, rest upon the homes, rest upon the lives of those who have been left behind in this tragedy. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.